ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. We have the pads, rotors, drums, shoes, and brake fluids to improve your stopping power. Right now, save 15% when you get any 2 Duralast rotors with a set of Duralast brake pads. Missing a tool? Ask about our free Loan-A-Tool program and borrow the tools you need to get the job done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the MPD Group 2021. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angi, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angi, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angi.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
See DallasStillSucks.com for details.
You know, when the winters are mild, the deals are wild. Gary Barbera knows how to sell a Jeep cheap, not 1 or 2, but a slew.
Holy Jeep!
$199 down or $199 a month. Your radio's not broken. Now, at Barbera's on the Boulevard, Jeep cheap Cherokees,
even new Grand Cherokees,
$199 down or $199 a month. You gotta get your butt to Barbera. Instant credit, come and get it.
Philadelphia's Credit Connection.
Grab that jar of pennies on your porch. Bring it to Gary Barbera's cheap Jeep Land.
Holy Jeep!
You pay the payment, I say, $199 down or $199 a month. If it weren't true, I couldn't say it to you. Gary Barbera's on that big bargain corner of Borbeck and the Boulevard in the great Northeast. I'll say it again, so you know where and when. New Jeep cheap Cherokees, $199 down or $199 a month. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
All offers on approved credit. Plus tax 452.fee.
Oh, and yes, Gary.
DallasStillSucks.com.
Hi guys, it's Mark. Are you struggling with ED? Did you know that a major medical breakthrough is now available and it isn't a pill? Today, Wednesday, February 22nd, we're running a one-day special you won't want to miss out on. Oak Hills Medical Clinic uses the most powerful form of wave therapy. This is a technology clinically shown to repair blood vessels and improve blood flow. It's backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge. If you're ready to regain that spark in the bedroom, today is your day. Call us now and you'll qualify for the assessment and ultrasound totally free. You'll also get a gift that can produce rapid and powerful results in the bedroom in minutes. You're gonna love that one, guys. Trust me. And today only, we're offering 5 tune-up treatments to our patients free. This is an unprecedented offer worth hundreds of dollars, but call today and qualify totally free. Call 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic now to qualify. This offer ends today, Wednesday, 215-302-9999.
Big features, big ink, big savings. That's what you get when you buy an HP printer at Staples. Like the HP Smart Tank 7301. You can connect, work, and boost your productivity. The HP Smart Tank delivers seamless printing and quality color documents at a low cost. Plus, you get 2 years of ink right out of the box. And now, for a limited time, save $90 on the HP Smart Tank 7301 at Staples. For the best deals on a huge selection of HP printers, go to Staples. Offer good in-store and online. Ends 2/25.
3 people you should be 100% certain about. Your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Philadelphia Union Soccer, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show, Philadelphia's longest-running sports talk morning show.
Excuse me, what'd you say?
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
The show starts now.
First time I screwed that one this week. Hopefully you are going to have a great Wednesday with us. Connor's just laughing over here.
We're still getting settled in.
Pat's like, what's going on? Bobby's like, dude, you stepped on it.
Yeah, I looked at Coach and said, what the hell is
You stepped on the
doing?
longest.
Just couldn't wait.
He said you stepped on the longest open in sports radio history.
Oh, no, I can tell you there was a show that had a much longer open.
What one was the longer one?
I will tell you off air.
Really? Okay, we can hear about that one.
Like
little
the tweets.
There'll be some tweets on that one. Was it really long?
It was, yes, it was long, and it was made to be long by design.
Really?
By the person.
Interesting.
Yes.
Well, the 6 a.m. hour is brought to you by our friends at Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White is here for the pros. You say we're anxious to get going this morning. Our audience will start arriving a little bit later on this hour. We'll have breakfast for them. We will have fun, and we have an announcement later on today about how next week you're going to have the opportunity to have one of those experiences that there are things in life, Bob, I would always prefer an experience over a thing as a gift. So if someone says, like Christina's taking me to a night at the Borgata and going to dinner and seeing Jerry Seinfeld, to me that is a much bigger gift, better gift than a thing. Because I always think you can buy a thing. If you want a thing, you can buy it. The experience, I like.
Okay, so you like an event more than you like a...
a memory that's up
okay.
here. Because if
All
I
right.
want a new driver, I could go buy a new driver type of,
Why, you don't like the guy that drives you to work today anymore?
Yeah, I don't have anybody driving me.
Did you switch with Jamie now? Like
I did
you
not
have
do
drivers?
that. Now I drive myself in my hybrid. Like I'm the thing. It's, check that out. Pat, you look confused. You were hearing a voice or something?
Yeah, I hear something.
I'm hearing a voice too. I don't know what it is. Hearing some sort of.
Not me.
It is?
It absolutely
It is you.
your
It is your phone.
Yeah.
It is your phone. Bob's phone likes to speak sometimes. It was a strange thing there. Connor's off to a great start.
Yeah, hot start. We're doing well. Hey,
This is hey, but it can only go up.
We have an experience for you, is what I'm going to tell you. It's an experience that some Fanatic listeners have gotten to experience before. And if you've done it, you'll love it. And next week, you're going to have numerous opportunities to get to be a part of it here on the John Kincade Show. And we appreciate you getting in early with us. So today is the virtual interview for Vance Joseph with Nick Sirianni, interviewing on Zoom. And then tomorrow, the interview with Vance Joseph, interviewing with Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman on Zoom. According to the Denver Post, those are the interview times and dates and everything, and that he may go back to Denver as the defensive coordinator. First off, the interviewing on Zoom to me is absurd. I think that's crazy to me, because you don't get a feel for someone or whatever on Zoom. Did we not learn this during COVID? You don't get. It's
You got
not the
hired
same.
during COVID.
I got hired in person though.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I did not interview.
There goes that built-in joke.
I did not interview.
Good effort.
That was a good try. Good try.
So there are pros and cons.
I appreciate you swinging.
Maybe we should have done it on Zoom. Maybe it would have been better.
Swinging for the fences is always good. It's. I don't get it, especially if you're just looking at the resume. And again, I have no idea why Vance Joseph would be a hot candidate. And it tells me one thing, is that Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman are making this hire. There's no way in the world I believe that you could tell me Nick Sirianni's going, dude, the guy we got to go get Vance Joseph. He's the guy. The guy who's going to interview again in Denver, where he got fired, where he was the head coach for 2 years, and they're interested in bringing him back. There is no way in my mind that he does not want it. He does not want to promote from within. And to me, Bobby, it gives me a little bit of angst that I guess I want the head coach to have a little bit more of his.
I don't know that he doesn't. I don't know is there a history between Vance Joseph and Nick Sirianni?
Doesn't appear.
I don't know. I mean, maybe he's been a sounding board for him. Maybe there's some kind of a connection. I don't know what it is. I didn't dive into Vance Joseph all that deeply. I've heard different people talk glowingly about him, so others not, yourself included on that.
And I don't know him I'm not speaking on him. I'm speaking on accomplishment.
Yeah.
He has not been good for years. For years. So unless you're saying, the last few years, we're just going to throw them out because he's a really bright mind, I don't know. I don't want a guy coming off of a lot of no success.
Yeah, I believe Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni are probably all in it together. I lean towards they don't have to be. I lean towards I would trust Roseman and Lurie on it with their past hirings, especially unknowns. I don't know if after 2 seasons Nick Sirianni has to be brought into the room and say, well, this is what we're thinking. What do you think? I don't know.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't know whether he has earned the right to be able to say, "Here's what I want."
Not overriding factor.
Oh yeah, not overriding. But,
right.
I mean, he better be consulted on this, right?
Yeah, I said before it should be a team effort, absolutely. But of the 3, Nick Sirianni's on the bottom. I think it's up to Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie. They bring names in, and then then they work together. I don't think it's Nick Sirianni brings names in, and then the boss and the general manager say, "Okay, let me see who you're thinking of."
Pat? Where do you go with that? Would you want Nick Sirianni's voice to be the least? Because I don't want his voice to be less than Jeffrey. I don't want his voice to be less than Jeffrey Lurie's.
I mean,
Jeffrey Lurie's to mine should be Jeffrey Lurie should be the check mark of his guys saying to him, "Here's the guy I want. Here's the guy we're looking at. I want you to meet them." Yeah, I don't want him knee deep in this.
Jeffrey Lurie should probably be the least.
But Jeffrey Lurie brought in Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, he hired the guy that we're talking
about.
about.
Well, but it was an effort by Jeffrey Lurie and
orchestrated Howie.
Yeah,
effort,
I mean,
right?
do I think that Jeffrey Lurie was pounding the pavement trying to find Nick Sirianni and doing all this homework on Nick Sirianni? No, I think Howie did it, and I think Jeffrey signed off on it. And I think that's how a lot of football moves work with Jeffrey. I think Jeffrey's really good at meddling just enough, but not meddling enough to actually become a distraction, which is such a fine line. We see owners mess with it all the time. So I don't think that Jeffrey is sitting there knowing who hot coaching candidates are, doing interviews and knowing what to look for. I could be wrong on that. I see pros and cons to this, though. The pro is we kind of wanted a veteran defense coordinator for a while. When he was first hiring his staff, one of the concerns was they're so young. Veteran defensive coordinators will tend to not leave because the new trend is hot, young coaching candidates.
Keep him around.
So there's that. This also tells me that maybe they just don't think the internal candidates are ready.
And that could be. And there's a lot of defensive coordinators they're looking at in the college ranks.
And the third thing is maybe the defensive coordinator internal candidate that they wanted left for Arizona. Because Brian Rallis, who apparently they tried to keep,
they wanted to
elevate him to D.C., he left with Jonathan Gannon. So maybe it was a situation if he was their 1A, and now they've got to pivot and find a 1B, and Vince Joseph is just getting some interviews. But until the hiring process actually happens, until they actually hire a guy, I can't get too worked up about it. I understand your concern.
I want a successful. If you're bringing in a veteran defensive coordinator, then bring me one where he throws his resume down on the desk and says, success, little down year, success, down year, success. I don't want what Vance Joseph is bringing to the table on his resume. So to me, there's a difference between a veteran defense coordinator, Connor, and somebody who is just a name.
You're right.
I want success.
Does that guy you just listed, where it's success,
and he's going to have down years.
Does that guy exist, though? Does that potential coordinator exist?
I would rather take somebody then out of the college ranks who has had success, give them an opportunity to show what they can do at the next level.
See, I'm taking the guy who's been an NFL head coach every single time.
Yeah.
What if he was a really bad one?
Yeah, Jim Schwartz was a bad one. Worked out all right.
Did it, though? Because
you got a Super Bowl. Yes, it worked out. Yes.
Okay.
That you won a Super Bowl.
I'm not going to get into that argument. That's a July argument.
I know. I got you. But if the Eagles had won that Super Bowl this past year, we wouldn't be saying like Jonathan Gannon. We would have won a Super Bowl with Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah,
and you have to count it.
Where they are right now, having somebody show what they can do. In your words, I don't know.
So you don't want that?
I don't think so. I can't have somebody doing an audition here when you're in a win now mode.
Connor brings up a good point, though. He said, is that guy available? Because we keep forgetting that the Eagles got such a late start on the hiring process that guy probably isn't. Like, that guy was Vic Fangio. We knew that. He was inside the building. And fortunately, they had such a late run that he had to leave, which is a good and bad thing. But they're so late in this process that probably the top 5 names on their board are already gone.
Well, the one thing is, too, is that they did not expect. There became a point, if you read some of the Eagles coverage from inside and outside, and reading this Vance Joseph stuff out of Denver is interesting. it appears that the Eagles did not expect Jonathan Gannon to be going.
We didn't expect him to be going.
So Vic Fangio, they would have tried to have Vic Fangio say, look, just stay. Don't say anything don't do anything until after the Super Bowl, just so we know. They didn't expect him to go, and Vic Fangio said, look, Jonathan Gannon's back, and he's not going anywhere. So he takes that job, which is smart on his part.
Yeah,
totally. To go down to Miami, and they miss out on that veteran guy. I get it. I just don't want a veteran name because he's a name. If he's not there, I would rather take chance on somebody who's had success, who's an up and comer, who hasn't been on a string of failing.
Yeah, and let's not forget that this is a very talented defensive group.
Absolutely.
So I'm not going to, diminish what a defensive coordinator would have to come in here and do, but their job's made a lot easier
because of the talent
that they have, and coming in here with a great offense. I mean, this offense is going to be loaded once again. There's no question about that. Defensive side of the ball, you're going to lose some people, it looks like, but in Howie we trust. So I would not lean towards a college.
So you don't want the college in your mind?
Kind of no. I don't think so.
And I understand why, though. I understand your rationale, and it makes total sense because you're in win now mode.
Yeah, and look,
you're saying,
yeah, and
I don't want somebody learning on the job at the NFL level or anything like that.
But look, they've had success doing it. I mean, they had it with Jonathan Gannon. They have it with Nick Sirianni
and Steichen.
Yeah, exactly. And when I say a veteran, I don't mean it's a retread that's not good. No, obviously I want to find someone that has experience and that is also very good at their job. And whether they're out there or not, I don't know. It might be somebody you have to take a little bit of a chance on.
I think if you go blind resume, Vance Joseph is not the guy. For me, he's been failing a lot lately, and his head coaching tenure was a disaster. So to me, I'm just like, look, don't just give me a name. Give me a name with some success.
Yeah, the head coaching stuff doesn't bother me.
Doesn't bother you?
Sometimes I think, and we've talked about this.
Sure.
Sometimes guys are made to be coordinators, not head coaches.
Jim Johnson.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely okay with that.
Hey, Buddy Ryan was that guy exactly, too. Hey, now through February the 28th, you can lease a 2023 BMW i4 eDrive 35 for $499 a month for 36 months with $38.69 due at signing. Visit bmwcenters.com today, and we will have Adam Schefter joining us as usual, in the 8 o'clock hour. We have a lot of other guests stopping on by today. I'll tell you about some of those and more coming up. It's the John Kincade Show, Open House Week. We're ready to open the doors in just a few moments here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing? I got to tell you all about FanDuel Sportsbook. That's right. Because think of this, Pat. Think if you're sitting in a casino and you're losing a bunch of money, and all of a sudden you look down and there's an undo button. Boom. Well, guess what? You get that with FanDuel Casinos. Play it again. Get up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. Play your favorite table games and hundreds of slots for real cash. See why FanDuel Casino is the #1 rated online casino app. You know what you love about it? You love the daily, the weekly promotions. There's so many different things to do. And when you play with a live dealer. And if you ever have a question, well, they have an in-class customer support team that's there 24/7. So sign up today with FanDuel Casino with FanDuel.com/Bob. Do it today and play it again with up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. That's FanDuel.com/Bob. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania, must not have previously placed any wager on FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Casino, Betfair Casino, Mohegan Sun Casino, or Stardust Casino. Refund issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
The John Kincade Show.
Say it. I'll say it. Loser, putz, dork, doof, dink, schmo, dingus, goober.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hello, Madame Dupree. I'm here for my fortune telling.
Come, gaze into my crystal ball. I see financial stability.
Nice.
If you switch to T-Mobile, because you can get their price lock guarantee, so they won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
Wow, ever? Verizon and AT&T don't have that.
And I see a free Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus and no trade-in required.
No trade-in? Hey, wait a sec. Do you also work at T-Mobile?
Well...
Get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus at T-Mobile, free on our Max plan when you switch. No trade-in required. Plus, you get our price lock guarantee, so we won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
With eligible port-in, $800 via 24 monthly bill credits and $200 virtual prepaid card rebate, plus tax for well-qualified buyers. Contact us before canceling service to continue remaining bill credits or credits. Stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. Register prepaid card code within 30 days. Allow 8 weeks. Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Details at T-Mobile.com.
Right now, Wawa is serving up any 2 Sizzlies for just $5 every day until 11 a.m. Bask in the warmth of breakfast with a delicious sausage, egg, and cheese croissant. And try the new bacon burrito. Or get 2 egg bites with a bacon, egg, and cheese bagel without breaking the bank. Wake up and smell the Sizzlies. 2 for $5. It's a deal worth waking up for. Great morning start at Wawa. Love is in the air for lattes. And at Wawa, the selection is nothing short of, well, a latte. Quality espresso, plus rich flavors like buttery caramel cream, dulce de leche, and vanilla ice cream. All crafted to crave at your nearest Wawa. With dozens of flavors, it'll be a challenge just to find your favorite. Try a hot or iced handcrafted latte today. There's a whole latte to love, just around the corner at Wawa.
A good work partner knows what you need before you need it. That's how it feels when you work with Cintas. Your dedicated Cintas service reps get to know your business and have the industry knowledge that can help you prepare for what's ahead. They'll deliver your team's workwear freshly laundered. Make sure your first aid and safety supplies, mats, mops, and towels are stocked when you need them. And your fire extinguishers are inspected and in working order. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This week at Macy's, find big savings on essentials for you and your home, like men's classic polos from Tommy Hilfiger and more. A limited time special at $44.99 to $55.99. 30 to 60% off gorgeous handbags. And 15% off select blenders, juicers, and more for your kitchen. Plus, Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift cards, services, and fees at Macy's. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
O'Reilly. Need new wiper blades but not sure which ones are right for you? The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. We'll show you options for your vehicle and even install your new wiper blades for free. Right now, save $10 per pair on Bosch Focus wiper blades so you can see better in any weather. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 100 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, it's Andrew. Have you ever imagined how amazing it would be to sit courtside at a Sixers game? Well, now you have the chance to do it. That's right. Our friends at Corona are giving away a chance to win a 76ers Fine Life experience with exclusive pregame and lounge access and courtside seats. Just go to the contest page on 97.5thefanatic.com and you'll find the link to enter to win. You must be 21 or older. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This President's Day, Ford is honoring those who lead, like the Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks in America for 46 straight years, and the entire lineup of the most versatile Ford SUVs. Now during the President's Day sales event, you can get low financing and big cash back on the most innovative trucks and SUVs. But you better hurry. These great deals end February 28th. Get to your local Ford store today. Best-selling claim based on 1977 to 2022 calendar year total sales.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey. Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Today's National Margarita Day. It's also Ash Wednesday. I mean, it's a bad timing on this one.
National Margarita Day.
Ashes on your head.
Have a margarita.
A lot of people give up. Well, a lot of people give up alcohol for Lent. That is something that a lot of people do. They'll do dry January.
You don't
and they'll
have
give it
to.
up. Well, I understand.
You can give up whatever you want.
My dad used to get so pissed off when I said I was going to stop drinking during Lent.
Why?
He's like, "That's an amateur day. What the hell's that? What does that mean?" He would. He
really
got mad. I remember I was in my 20s and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to drink during Lent." He's like, "That's stupid."
Why?
I don't know.
I think it's good for your liver.
What did he give up?
What did he give up, or did he do
Being
something?
a good, nice father. I should say good.
Hey, check out National Margarita today, your local PJ Wellahans. You can celebrate at your local PJs. $7 Espolón margaritas all day and night. The perfect reason to go to your local.
Are you a margarita guy?
I do like a margarita. No salt.
I could see that.
No salt. Absolutely
That's
no
the best
salt.
part.
No, I hate the salt. Hate the salt, and I'm not a frozen margarita guy. I'm a on the rocks.
I could see Coach being a margarita guy.
I am a Kincade guy.
Oh yeah, you make your own drink.
Make the own margarita with the Corona, 7-Up, 8 ounces of the frozen limeade grenade, 8 ounces of tequila, and you just stir it on up in a container and then pour it on over ice.
8 ounces. That's a lot of tequila, Pat.
That is good.
I have
Wait a minute, though.
nothing to add to this
Wait a minute, though.
conversation.
There's a 12-ounce 7-Up in there, and there's a 12-ounce Corona in there.
All right.
So you've already got
And you're
those,
sharing.
and you've got the limeade in there too, and then you put it in, but you never put ice in the container where you stir that all up, and then you pour it over crushed ice, and that is the Kincade,
Sure.
which you can suck down in the summer, Pat. You would love one of
love
these
sucking things
We
in the
could get
summer.
you. We could get you like totally loaded, Pat. You could do that. It's
I like you
National
just the way
Margarita.
you are, Pat.
National
I
Margarita
don't want
Day.
to get loaded.
We got a lot of
Why are you
feedback about you yesterday.
There was a
What?
lot of talk on the station
Yeah.
about it.
With what?
About you pulling your pants down yesterday at our meeting and sitting in your undies.
Some people talk about it, and some people are.
And I tweeted it out.
Some people be about it.
I like how we had a kid that graduated from Temple in 2022, so
Yeah.
recently,
Okay.
saying, what's up with a 30-year-old doing this? This is so inappropriate. Blah, 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 blah. So you have like 21,
Really?
2-year-olds out there.
Really?
I didn't look at the comments for obvious reasons.
thought they were
because
funny.
I figured that there would be some jackass who, I guess, is jealous of our work environment, that we have the ability to take our pants off in meetings. That you would get the, "Oh my God, I can't believe it. This is unprofessional." And there's nothing more than I love than being told by people not in our industry how to be professional,
Or people
in the industry
dying to
that
get
they're not
into
a
it.
profession in.
Yeah.
But yeah, best of luck to that kid. I'm
Yeah,
sure,
he
I'm
said,
sure
here's
little
exactly
Jimmy-
what he said.
What did he
No,
say?
who is he?
He said the
No,
weird.
don't.
No, I won't say.
Oh,
He
you won't
said-
say it, but
he
he'll
said
do it on the internet.
where to begin. The weird fact to find it's normal well into his 30s. You're not well into your 30s.
No,
You're just a
no.
little bit into your 30s. To drop his pants in the workplace,
Yeah.
the fact you would find it normal to take a picture of it and post it online, that's on me. The fact that evidently whoever is running the station over there has no issue with this at all. Now,
By the way, the 22-year-old from Temple, by the way, I would like to find out who that is, because
he's a graduate of the Klein.
That is
Let me
great.
see.
I'd love to find out who it is. 'Cause
Yeah,
obviously, he doesn't. Obviously, he doesn't. First of all, this guy seems like a bag of laughs. Is what I would really say.
yeah, this guy.
A bag of laughs.
Yeah, this guy has tweeted at me before quite a bit.
Really. So from his
One of
22,
these guys,
his
I don't
22 years and his vast experience
Yeah, exactly.
in broadcasting,
Yeah,
he understands. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
That's great.
Best of luck to you.
That's one of the things I tell my students all the
I mean, that's all I got. I'm sorry you don't work in an environment where the fun is allowed.
and you
we don't-
goof off and you do things.
I mean, it's not exactly Wolf of Wall Street here,
Right.
but it's also not exactly.
I like to say to them, to my
Doctor's
students,
place.
that it is the idea is that you'll know when you know. And what you think you know now as a junior or senior in my class about the broadcasting industry, you'll know it when you know it. When you actually get out there and someone says, here's a paycheck for you, and you'll learn it then. I can prepare you for things, but you're going to learn about the industry when you actually haul in a paycheck and work.
Yeah,
You're not going to learn in a classroom. You're going to learn things that can hopefully help you get a job. Then you'll know about the industry when you actually work.
If Twitter's taught me anything, it's that there are a lot of Mensa level geniuses out there.
At
that I was
22,
unaware
yes.
of.
That's great.
If that guy wants to come in, I'll drop my pants for him.
There you go. Hey, come on down to 8th and Walnut in Philadelphia and meet with the expert jeweler, Steven Singer. Find the perfect gift, get free parking, and we are so lucky that Steven Singer has provided our studio audience today with a lot of gifts and our listeners with a lot of gifts. So if you're listening at home and you're listening on the radio or you're listening on the app or you're streaming at 97.5thefanatic.com, you're going to have various opportunities today to be able to call in and win great gifts from Steven Singer. He's got a huge selection of diamond earrings, so come on in and try them out. In the other corner of 8th and Walnut, by the way, free parking. Another thing, an unbeatable 100-day, 100% money-back guarantee, too. So real diamonds from a real jeweler you can trust. We appreciate Steven being here yesterday with us. We will have an announcement in the 7 o'clock hour about how you can take part in an experience that only the Fanatic can give you.
And it's a great experience.
It is, and it was my first time observing it last year and being part of it. It was awesome. The energy was fantastic.
Yes.
People have a great time with it, so we'll tell you
all about it. Is it Pat taking his pants off?
It is not, because the 22-year-old from Klein will be very upset about it. I understand.
Yeah, I'm sure he's never, had his pants off in a
Exactly.
Zoom meeting before.
There you go. He's not Jeffrey Toobin from CNN.
A lot of people do that, though. I mean, if you're on a Zoom
What?
you're
No,
half
no. I've
Yes.
No. No,
Wait, do
not
you really think that people on Zoom calls get
have
dressed?
pants on? No, I believe
Yes.
people have sweats on. I believe people have jeans on.
You don't think there's any chance that
believe
people
it-
go
No,
pantsless?
you said a lot of people. No, I do not believe a lot of people
I think
go
a lot
pantsless.
of people are sitting there in their underwear on Zoom.
Really?
I've recorded
I
Locked On
gotta
Phillies
go-
in my underwear
I gotta
before.
go against you on that one.
A lot of people know. That would
If
be
you're
like
in the comfort of your home?
No, I don't. You walk around your house in just your underwear?
Oh, I walk around with no underwear.
Well, that's really bad.
Tail out.
There you go. What is
in your case.
Bob?
Flapping.
Bob, you were talking about that a topic now with the Phillies having their first workout yesterday that you find to be talked about too much.
Well, it's funny. I was wondering if there's something that's talked about too much.
Do
Now,
you
I
believe
stated
there is one?
yesterday that I don't have many questions going in. Now, that's not saying this is a great team and I have all the answers, but I don't think there's prove it questions going into this spring training. Now, I was listening to Anthony on the way home yesterday, and he had a topic that I think is going to raise your ire a little bit here, John.
What's that?
He goes, "Who gives a crap about Rhys Hoskins' defense? It doesn't matter what Rhys Hoskins does.
It doesn't?
He's he said
What?
he gets 9-10 errors. He doesn't come close to anything close to what Ryan Howard did in the field as far as errors go. And he went on and on about who cares about that. Now Anthony's siding was very one-sided, and I don't know if I would go all the way there. I kind of agree with him that it gets overstated about Rhys Hoskins' defense. But is there something about this team, a topic on this team, that is talked about, whether it's good or bad, that you think is over-talked about? Because that happens a lot of times when you're discussing a very good team.
Well, I would ask Anthony, and I'd ask anybody, why did the Phillies lose Game 2 in the Atlanta series?
You know what that is? That's
They won the
harping on
series.
Jonathan Gannon's defense.
Why did-
'cause
why
the last
did-
memory was
Why did the Phillies lose Game 2 in San Diego? Why did the Phillies
won the
lose?
series.
Why did the Phillies lose game?
recency
Why
bias.
did they lose Game 5 in the Padres series? We cannot point to one play that was mission critical in all of those defeats, except for Rhys Hoskins butchering balls in the field.
They won all those series, though.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. They
last
didn't
one.
win the last one. They blew
Well,
Game
the one-
5.
the
They
ones
blew
that you-
Game 5 at
the ones
home.
that you brought up.
They blew Game 5 at home when they could have done that.
That's
when they could have done
recency
that.
bias.
And Rhys in the at-bat, there is no question. He is a fantastic bat. And when he's not cold, he's amazing. His defense is a problem. You lost playoff games. You can't point to another player in Major League Baseball last year during the postseason that their team was losing because of a singular player's defense.
He also won you games with his
Who?
offense.
Who?
There are a lot of people in Los Angeles that would tell you Trey Turner had a really bad defensive playoffs last year. And he's a guy that you trust a lot at shortstop. One, we're looking at small sample sizes in big spots, which, yes, it's bad to have bad defense.
3
in the
series
playoffs.
in a row, yeah.
You went to the World Series, you were 2 games away from winning it. Rhys Hoskins did not kill you in the field in the playoffs last year. He just frankly
didn't?
No,
I was at Game 5. I have a different memory.
You went
Totally
to within
different memory.
2 games of winning the World Series. That's not killing you.
He had a routine ground ball hit to him in Game 5 that should have been fielded
And
by
he had
every
4 home
first
runs in a
baseman.
championship series.
Exactly.
Rhys Hoskins is Jonathan Gannon. You're harping on the most recent thing you remember and ignoring the great season that he had at the plate. There aren't a lot of
No, I'm
guys
not-
out
I
there
said
that
the plate,
hit
he's
30 to
not.
35 home runs that have great defense. I'd love to hear them. I'd love to hear all of these
His plate
sluggers
is
that have
his-
great defense.
At the plate, he is amazing.
So
There is no argument about that.
So we all know this, and I love you, but you're going to spend every single time the Eagles defense struggles, you're going to harp on Jonathan Gannon and say, be careful what you wish for. So if you want Reese Hoskins gone, be careful what you wish for, because it's not going to be that easy to replace his bat. And his defense is not probably nearly as bad as we think it is. But the most recent memory we have, you're right. I was at the game.
A butcher. You were there too. And that game absolutely was blown because of his play.
It wasn't just him, though. It was Brandon Marsh stupidly diving for a ball, which let a guy get to third base.
Or that play off the ball in the first inning.
It was a lot of things. They just sucked defensively as a team.
Terrible. And you got to time that up.
So back to my original topic. Is that over talked about? Reese Hoskins' defense?
No,
I don't believe so at all.
Is there anything on this Phillies team that's over talked about? And it could be good and bad. Like, are we diving too much into Painter?
Yes, that was mine.
I thought it might have been.
Now look, it's only like 4 days in a spring training, but it's been nothing but Andrew Painter. And I get it; he's the shiny new toy. And to Bob's point, there's not a lot else you're going to talk about. It's like Castellanos struggles, Trey Turner, but we all know what he is. Reese Hoskins isn't playing, so it's like, well, who's the shiny new toy? And every reporter, you know this from covering it, every reporter is going over to the Mick Abel, Griff McGarry, and Andrew Painter to get the stories amongst the three.
All right, so I want to ask you guys a journalism question here.
Journalism.
It popped into my head yesterday. So Channel 6 goes to Andrew Painter's locker yesterday and asks him about the team.
How do you feel?
Now, it was pretty much that.
Dude.
Yeah. How do you feel about this season? I think it might have been
By the
exactly
way, I give a number off your. I grade 1 to 5. Number off your grade if there's any questions like that.
How do you feel?
How do you feel?
Yeah. So his answer. Now he's 19. The kid's talking. And in my mind, as a journalist, I'm saying, all right, 19-year-old. My edit button in my head is on.
All right.
Okay. Painter goes on to say, oh, we're really stacked. We have this, that, and the other. And, it's great to be around this team because, if things come into play and we do all this, we're probably going to be a really good team. We could win it all and be one of the greatest teams ever. That's what he said. We could be one of the greatest teams ever.
I love it.
So if you're an editor at Channel 6.
I say shush. Save him
If you're
for
an
that.
editor at Channel 6, do you edit that out? Or do you let it go because you're saying, well, I mean, that's his job now. He's 19.
I want a long-term relationship with Andrew Painter.
Right.
If I'm at Channel 6, I want him to look at us as somebody who
he can
is going to trust and look out for. Or I'm saying, oh, God, because he is going to take heat from veterans for that. And I don't care how successful he is in a major league clubhouse, he is going to take grief for saying stuff like that.
I honestly was waiting for a hand to come out of the camera, a teammate, and go, whoa, dude.
Stop it, kid.
Cut. Like, stop
Let's try
that.
this again. Yeah, it's Crash Davis in the back of the bus telling him what he
So you saw it. You saw him say it, though.
He said it, and it went back to studio, and I don't know who was in studio, but they were like, oh, okay.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, so somebody needs to, we need Kevin Costner to get into that locker room and pull him aside and teach him the ins and outs of.
Teach him how to handle the media.
Yeah, exactly. Cliche.
I've seen veterans in a locker room that the message to them that they even shared with the press was children should be seen and not heard. That they literally talk about young guys in the clubhouse. We'll speak for the team. We'll be the spokespersons. They just need to talk about their own individual performance, not talk about the team.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Painter, I'd like to hear everybody else's thoughts on him and not – like, I don't need to go to a 19-year-old and get his thoughts on guys he just
on almost anything?
Guys, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but, I mean, he just met most of these guys 5 days ago.
Yeah.
And now we're getting his thoughts on the team. Like, come on, man. I mean, I want Trey Turner's thoughts on the team.
I think they should have saved him on that one, Bob.
They probably.
They should have saved him.
But I think it's low-hanging fruit to even go to him is my point.
Well,
you have to go to him,
He's the story. I mean, he's the story. So the questioning I didn't love. I like you and I are 50-50 on this. I think you have to go to him because he's a story.
Okay.
I don't think that line of questioning, you're right. You don't go there. The line of questioning should be about him, about his progression, about what he expects out of himself this season. How excited are you? How do you feel?
I guarantee
Are you disappointed that the Eagles lost?
I guarantee you he's already been spoken to about this.
I wouldn't surprise you.
And it won't happen again. It will come from players in the locker room that will deliver the message that will say, yo, dude, you've done nothing.
Lord only
you haven't
knows.
even gotten a spot on this roster yet.
We were in front of him like for 20 hours a week. We have all gotten carried away with a sentence, and then as soon as we stop talking and someone else picks it up, we're like, oh my God, what did I just say?
Yeah, it happened to you yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it happened to me yesterday. And it's like you just get carried away. You get verbal diarrhea, and next thing you know, you're getting pulled into an office and like, yo, what the hell was that?
Why'd you say that?
You don't handle it in a mean way. Like it's not like what the hell are you doing? And it's just a hey, come here.
No, because you know what?
Don't go there. Just keep it.
We don't need dream team.
Cool. Yeah, exactly.
Vince Young.
Yeah, and in
more
April,
importantly, Vince Young doing it as the backup
that was the best
is
part.
part of the problem too. Andrew Painter has no cachet in that clubhouse.
No,
none at all.
But I think Bob said it right. Like you don't do it in a mean way because in April no one's going to remember this. I mean, a few people will.
Dude, in March no one's going to remember this. It'll be.
Nobody's going to remember tonight.
Yeah,
and nobody's listening.
I've already forgotten.
It's a good learning experience.
The kids do not speak for the adults. There's a pecking order. The baseball clubhouse again is the most tedious place in all of sports. If I never ever walked into a baseball clubhouse, I'd be fine. Again, in my entire.
No, this one seems to be fun.
Okay. You can add whatever you.
This one seems to be fun.
I enjoy it, but I'm also new to it.
You know, it's baseball players to me are the most like. I'd rather have interact with pro football players, pro basketball players. I think, and a hockey locker room can sometimes be a zoo. It can be a crazy, sort of like a high school lunch table is how I used to describe it. Going in there on a daily basis. Major League Clubhouse is very pecking order, and there's rules, and this is the way you don't sit over here. And
you gotta have order.
Yeah. There's no, you don't.
I mean, coach.
You don't have rules when you have guests over your house. You just do whatever they want.
Yeah, coach getting kicked out of the Phillies clubhouse.
The baseball players take themselves extremely seriously, very seriously.
It's a stressful game. So
and they deal with the press every day, which sucks for them.
Yeah, 100.
And that it sucks more than any other sport. They don't get protected from it. They have microphones in their face all the time. So I understand their disdain too for constantly having a mic in their face.
Yeah,
at times it's not fun. No, absolutely.
Some days it is.
Yeah,
and some days it isn't.
I think if you have a good relationship with the media, though, if you ask for, hey, can I get you tomorrow or something, for the most part, unless it was an egregious gaffe or something like that, then they have to. But I think most professionals understand that.
Ricky Bell will talk about it with us later on. He'll give us a thought on how Andrew Painter, whether I'm sure he's gotten a little.
He yelled at me.
Nudge.
He yelled at me as I was leaving for the pants situation.
He did, really?
Yeah, he said, "Keep your pants on." I said, "We're not going to act like the '96 clubhouse was church."
Well, I would tell you the '93 clubhouse was the worst collection of human beings in one space that I've ever interacted with. Period. And I was probably in that clubhouse 50, 60 nights that year.
But '94 got better,
and it was the worst collection of human beings, and the manager perpetrated it.
'96, it was great.
He loved it. Was it better then?
Oh,
I was
really
already
good.
going.
Really
by
good
that.
stuff. Yeah.
I never saw things like that. That Macho Row was ignorant. At the very least, was ignorant.
Well, they were all raged up.
That could have been. Very, and we find out later that Lenny Dykstra is a bit of a, and Kurt Schilling can be a bit of a, and it was just a strange group of people.
He just got a new job.
What?
Yeah, I read about it. He just got a new job. He's
Who,
Dykstra? Show. No, Schilling.
Oh.
Where's he hosting a show?
I don't really want to give them publicity.
Okay.
But
he's hosting a show?
He's going to be hosting a show. And
like a daily show?
Can't wait to see how long that lasts.
Could be a problem. Hey, Spread Bagelry will be here today to give a breakfast to our guest. Thanks to our friends at the Valley Forge Tourism and Convention Board, Spread Bagelry will provide breakfast with 10 locations, including the Main Line, Bryn Mawr and Wayne, Center City, 16th Street, Rittenhouse, Walnut and South Streets, Glen Mills, Cherry Hill, and King of Prussia. They've got great catering ideas for corporate events or family events, big or small. You can check them out at spreadbagelry.com.
I love a good bagel.
I used to go to the one down on South Street all the time. There was one like a block from my house. Great spot for breakfast.
I've heard very good things about them. I've never been able to enjoy it.
Incredible work by them.
I get very excited for a good cinnamon raisin.
You love the cinnamon raisin?
Favorite bagel.
Is that yours?
Oh, yeah.
I like cinnamon toast.
Oh, I love
like cinnamon raisin toast.
Yeah, it's a good item.
Oh, man.
You make French toast with that, and now we're living.
We used to have the Pepperidge Farm out in Exton.
Ooh, that's good.
They had the Pepperidge Farm, like a day-old place.
Mm-hmm.
So you could go in and get the rolling.
Yeah,
in there.
we had an Entenmann's place near us.
And there's an
That was a
Edmonds
day
too.
old. Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man, get
Yeah.
the day old stuff and going on. Listeners will have an opportunity to win a gift from Steven Singer coming up. So anything on the Sixers front got you intrigued as they get ready to get started on the second half of the season coming up a little bit later on?
Yeah, I think these 25 games are very intriguing. We talked about it yesterday about what happens if they don't get further in the playoffs than they've gotten before. Well, I think these final 25 games, like we said, with Maxey, is he a bench guy? Where are you going with is P.J. Tucker definitely just a 25-minute, 30-minute a night guy that you can trust in there without giving you pretty much any offense whatsoever? One of the things we didn't talk about yesterday was Doc Rivers made a move, and Montrezl Harrell is no longer your backup center, and it's now B-Ball Paul. And I kind of like it. It gives you an energy. It gives you some defense. We know the immaturity of his play. I'm not calling him immature. I think his play is immature. I don't think he has all the plays down yet. He fouls way too often. I can see the frustration a coach has when he does things over and over and over again that don't work, but he keeps doing them.
So did Harold cede the job and give it up because of his own lack of performance? Or did Doc Rivers see something in B-Ball Paul, do you believe, that says he has ascended in it and he deserves this?
I would say a little bit of both. More of the Montrezl Harrell's not getting it done.
And that's a good admission on Doc's part.
Yeah, sure.
Because sometimes he's dreadfully loyal.
Yeah, and
which could be great for players.
And for Harrell, it would make sense because he had him in L.A.
Correct.
Yeah, it's just he's just too small to be a backup center, and the things that entails. With B-Ball Paul, you get a guy who hustles. He's going to get you loose balls. He's going to block shots. He's going to, get you offensive rebounds. That hustle stuff that you want out of a second unit, and it goes perfectly with what Tyrese Maxey brings. That's a moving unit. And with B-Ball Paul, you have a moving center.
How much is it going to help him now that he knows he'll be getting minutes? Because I felt like part of the reason why he was so antsy and maybe immature with his players you talked about was it was like, okay, I got to shine now because if I don't know when I'm going to get the opportunity next.
Yeah.
Now he has a solidified role. Yeah. How much do you think it'll improve?
And Doc Rivers talked about that. He said, look, he would go down to the G League, and he was expected to be that 25 and 12 a night guy. I bring him up here, and I needed him to set picks and roll and just, be that guy, a role guy. And so he was confused as what his roles were. And last year when we were getting confused as why he wasn't getting more playing time, and then I got word that, when he ran a play right, they would applaud in practice.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be interesting how these last 25 games play out.
I would just say I blame Andrew Salchunas for this, that I can't unsee it. That Chunas brings up the fact that B-Ball Paul always has to put the ball down on the court every single time. He's got it. It's like just a habit.
Yeah.
And he never can just go hard to the hoop. He's always got to put it on the floor, then go to the hoop. And every time I see it, I say, damn you, Chunas, because I wait for it. He never, but he's learned a little bit this year. I've actually seen times when he hasn't been. So hopefully that, that experience gives him a little bit more time there. Hey, one of our listeners right now on the phones, we want to take care of you. We'll take you at 610-632-0975. How about our third caller? We can take care of you with a silver Philly John diamond necklace from Steven Singer Jewelers. It is in the dictionary in Philly, of course, and Steven's collection of Philly favorites includes a John pendant. You can check it out and the rest of his local favorites online at IHateStevenSinger.com. But why don't you go in and see him at the other corner of 8th and Walnut with free parking too. So thanks, Stephen, for taking care of our listeners and one of our listeners on the phones right now at 610-632-0975. You can get on in on all the discussion. We'll tell you about some of the people who are coming in to see us in the distance, but also two contenders in the East that the Sixers need to have their eye on. Pat's going to shed a little light on them. It's John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Window Nation has a cool deal for you that's going to help you keep warm. How about not opening your wallet for 2 full years? I'm not kidding you. You want new windows in your home. The buy 2, get 2 free deal is going to be there for you from Window Nation that they're famous for. But they're doubling down here with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0% financing for 24 months. 2 years, no interest. Nobody is letting you borrow money like that right now except my friends at Window Nation. Increase the value of your home, get eligible for a federal tax credit, and save money on your heating and cooling bills over the next 2 years while you haven't paid a dime. Now, you're going to say to me, John, you don't know what kind of windows I have, the size, the style, the color. Well, what I would tell you to do is go window shopping online at windownation.com and then call them at 866-90-NATION. Do it today and take advantage of this great deal. That's 866-90-NATION.
The John Kincade Show.
This is not radio fantasy camp. We're on the air here.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
See DallasStillSucks.com for details.
You know, when the winters are mild, the deals are wild. Gary Barbera knows how to sell a Jeep cheap, not one or two, but a slew.
Holy Jeep!
$199 down or $199 a month. Your radio's not broken. Now, at Barbera's on the Boulevard, Jeep cheap Cherokees,
even new Grand Cherokees,
$199 down or $199 a month. You gotta get your butt to Barbera. Instant credit, come and get it.
Philadelphia's Credit Connection.
Grab that jar of pennies on your porch. Bring it to Gary Barbera's cheap Jeep Land.
Holy Jeep!
You pay the payment, I say, $199 down or $199 a month. If it weren't true, I couldn't say it to you. Gary Barbera's on that big bargain corner of Borbeck and the Boulevard in the great Northeast. I'll say it again, so you know where and when. New Jeep cheap Cherokees, $199 down or $199 a month. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
All offers on approved credit. Plus tax 452 fee. Oh, and yes, Gary.
DallasStillSucks.com.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. You know what I hate? I hate feeling like I just got ripped off. You know what I mean. The guy sitting next to you on the airplane paid $180 for his ticket, and you just paid $600. Or you go out to dinner with your girl, and you pay $150, and the couple next to you has a coupon for half off. And the waiter says, sorry, you gotta have the coupon. Coupon, Groupon, what the? Well, at my store, everyone gets the perfect price. One place, one price. It's that simple. No coupons, no sales, no anything. Just the perfect price. Here's our big secret for the past 35 years. Just give people better quality for less money, and always treat them great. When we train our jewelers, we just tell them to make pretend you're taking care of your sister or your mother or your best friend and make them feel special. Experience the difference. Come see me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. By phone, 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. That's IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh yeah, love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
A good work partner knows what you need before you need it. That's how it feels when you work with Cintas. Your dedicated Cintas service reps get to know your business and have the industry knowledge that can help you prepare for what's ahead. They'll deliver your team's workwear freshly laundered. Make sure your first aid and safety supplies, mats, mops, and towels are stocked when you need them. And your fire extinguishers are inspected and in working order. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. Love your results or your money back. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
There are many reasons to start recovery. If you know someone who is suffering from addiction, we are always here to help. Make the call at 844-REACH-NJ.
Wake up and smell the sizzly. 2 for $5. Great mornings start at Wawa.
Before you place your bets on weekend's games, get free picks from the experts at freewinners.net. Simply text the word FREE to 313-GET-INFO for your free picks. That's the word FREE to 313-GET-INFO.
Jessica, this is the happiest day of my life. Right up there with the day I bought my RV and insured it with Progressive. Man, I love that thing. There are a million fish in the sea, which I'm reminded of every time I bring my RV to the lake, but I vow to love and cherish you just as much as I cherish campsites with full electric and water hookups. I'm so sorry.
Protect your beloved with an RV policy from Progressive. Take as little as 4 minutes to see what you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Philadelphia Union Soccer, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Appreciate you hanging out with us and being a part of the show today. Connor looks like he's ready to dance.
I was getting a little bit of arm movement in there.
I don't think it's Pat's thing.
A little light. Yeah, well, I can't do what Pat does, so I just do the little Kevin James.
No,
hitch,
not many
like, lean
can.
and,
Yeah, we found that out, but
Yeah, you got we saw that in the
lost pretty
dance off.
badly.
I have other
In the
talents.
dance off, and
Yeah.
it was
Like
really
what?
interesting dance.
I don't know. I'll let you know when I find them. I'm sure they're out there somewhere.
And are there online reviews about it that can verify these skill sets?
Probably are there.
That's the question.
Me? I just told you I don't know what they are yet. Maybe they might exist out there, but I'm hoping to find a skill one day.
I mean, you got to put a rating for feetfinder.com. So, Connor,
I got bad.
Did you
feet,
see
dude.
Rex
My-
Ryan? By the way,
my toenails are jacked up.
Rex Ryan's interviewing. So
I did.
He's interviewing there. A guy who's had a lot more success than Vance
we got
Joseph.
a lot of good feet in Philly.
I mean, it could very well be.
You know?
I think he'd be.
Could be a hot spot for him.
He could come in here. I'm surprised he wants to leave Bob that cushy job he's got.
Yeah, I wonder if it's smoke and mirrors here, if he's just saying it. I find it hard to believe too that guys that got out of it have, look, does he work hard at ESPN? I would assume he does his homework.
He's
of
well
those
liked
things.
by the behind the scenes people. I do know that.
But man, it's not easy to get back into the grind of coaching, as we all know. Doing that. But I will say, coaching's in your blood, and it's hard for a lot of guys to get rid of it. And we just saw it with Brett Brown.
Right.
Like I was hanging out. I went to one of his kids' games and talking to him, and I thought he was fine with just being a parent, watching his kid play, still collecting a check from the Sixers, and then boom.
Now, once didn't the checks run out from the Sixers though? Is that why
Eventually
he got back
they
in
did.
it?
I doubt it.
They don't
I
pay-
don't think
they
he
don't
needed
pay
the
him
money.
forever?
No, he's one of the few they
He's
don't.
not Bobby Bonilla.
So I had this as a topic, but I didn't put Rex
What's that?
Ryan's name on it. But now that the Pandora's box is open,
It's open.
they should absolutely be interviewing him. If
Ryan
he's
should-
interviewing with
yes.
anybody, he should be interviewing with Philadelphia.
Rex
Like,
Ryan's much more successful than Vance Joseph.
Yeah, he's interviewing with Denver, which is a disaster dumpster fire trying to get out of, but they don't have first-round picks. I mean, Philadelphia is a much more desirable location to be in. As you talked about, the weapons are here already. They have 2 first-round picks. You figure one of them is going to be used on defense, if not both. You absolutely need to be interviewing Rex Ryan.
Rex
it's
knows-
not even a question in my mind. Jokes aside, that guy can coach a defense.
He
You
knows
need
the
to be
city. He knows
Yep.
this city through his father's tenure here. He is and the family has an affinity to Philadelphia. He'd be and it makes me question and I know of his reputation in coaching circles and the kind of, as far as the kind of worker he is or otherwise, that if Vance Joseph and Rex Ryan are available, you better sure as hell be talking to Rex Ryan and give him a chance to
Now here's
out hustle Vance Joseph for the job because he's got if it's a blind resume, he loses every time, Vance Joseph.
Well, here's the one question that I would have with Rex Ryan would be, does his personality conflict with Nick Sirianni's personality? In terms of, like, Nick Sirianni's very players coach.
Get you.
And after watching Hard Knocks, and it was years ago, but Hard Knocks with the Jets, I have a hard time believing Rex Ryan's changed. He was kind of a hard-ass coach.
Yes.
And he was a call guys out on the carpet and not be kumbaya. Does that fit in today's day and age?
That's not
with
a
the
bad
athlete. That would be
bad
one
point.
concern I'd have. With that said, I'm still interviewing him.
That's not a bad point. I mean, you make a great point there because, by the way, Vance Joseph was considered too soft by the Denver media that covered him, that it was too soft, that people weren't getting corrected for mistakes, people weren't being held accountable, veterans in the locker room saying players weren't being held accountable. So maybe players coach thing is why they wouldn't want him here.
Yeah, I'm not ruling anybody out. I mean, Vance Joseph, whoever it may be, Ryan doesn't really, that doesn't.
Nothing?
No, I got nothing there. I agree with what you say. It just doesn't seem to be a fit. But, has Vance Joseph ever coached a team that has this much talent? Probably not.
No, I
on
wouldn't
the
think he
defensive
has.
side of the ball. Then it comes into scheme. Will his scheme fit the talent that's already built here? Maybe it would.
Well, if you
I
want
don't
Rex
know.
Ryan attacking, the fans in this town want an attacking, aggressive defense. Rex Ryan would give them that in spades.
Yeah, well, if
He would
Jeffrey
absolutely
Lurie
do
or Howie Roseman, if they're hiring because of what the fans want, then
Well, I'm
they're
more
going to
talking
find
about-
themselves in trouble, right?
That would have been so dangerous.
So we'll see how this plays out. A Rex Ryan, that would surprise the hell out of me.
And
to
why
tell you the
why
truth.
would the surprise be? Would it be because of what Pat said?
Yeah.
Well,
leaning
and guess
towards
what?
that,
It's a great point,
reputation.
Pat. I
Yeah.
mean, it is a
I got
great.
one.
No, it is. It's a great point because maybe that's the reason.
Good job by you.
Maybe that's
Yeah.
the reason you don't want it. I'm just saying.
Still think you need to interview him.
I'll put resume A on the desk and resume B on the desk and say, which candidate would be better to be your defensive coordinator? These guys have been head coaches and defensive coordinators, and Rex Ryan would win every time as a blind resume. He'd win every time.
Yeah, he's
very
really
well
good.
liked at ESPN. Like, he's well liked behind the scenes. He's not a guy who just is. But with players, I remember that Hard Knocks. He was a bit of a.
I loved him.
I thought it was entertaining.
Yeah, it was very entertaining, and he was with a team in the Jets that were good, and that was the thing. Was like, look, flying under the radar ain't it. Like, you want to be top dog. You want to have a target on your back. Like, he had the pressure on him at that time in his career, and some would say he didn't handle it great because he was going on ESPN and writing like future Super Bowl champs, New York Jets and stuff. How would he handle being in a similar situation in Philly with different players that don't really know him? I don't know, but I think it's worth a conversation. I think it's worth a 4.5-hour Zoom call.
Sure, anybody's up for a conversation.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't know anything unless you talk to them.
Pants or no pants?
Yeah, the pants thing is it's off the table now.
Toes out?
Yeah, well, you made a good point, so that negates you taking your pants off in a meeting yesterday, so we're all even. So I think we can just leave it there. All right?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
People
not
want
very
it.
sure. Hey,
People are asking for it.
by the way, the discussion we had yesterday are really how much if the Sixers are that close to the Bucks and they're that close to the Celtics in the standings, why is everybody making it out to be a loss to them in the postseason would be okay? Because that it would be like if they played hard and lost, because they're every bit as
people are. I said it yesterday. I asked, would it be okay? And you guys resoundingly said
no.
no.
I say no.
Yeah,
no, but it seems
I
as if
said it depends on how it happened.
Yeah,
Like,
I
if
don't
you
think,
lose 7 games.
I don't know. You think this fan base will be okay if they go out in the second round in spite of anything?
Yeah, I said no. Salchunas immediately said no.
Yeah. I don't think people would be happy with it at all.
So,
That's why I kind of brought it up. I
So
was
what's
like,
it going to bring? What is
happy
it?
no.
What does it mean? Does it mean that we're going to get any significant change if they do lose in the second round?
Could be. I mean, think about it. If they lose in the second round again, where is this organization?
I think this organization has constantly moved the goalposts, and the fan base constantly moves the goalpost of when we should expect to see a return on investment. So to me, I'm not confident that if they lose in the second round, they won't come up with another, well, there's a reason for it, so we're going to roll it back and do it again. I believe.
They've never really
But they
rolled
never
it back.
rolled it back and
Yeah.
do it again. Yeah.
I mean, they always do like some kind of face.
Well, they don't do but they don't do anything. Look, if they lose in the second round this year, there's something wrong DNA-wise that you're not going. It's not all of a sudden there's not going to be a light switch that goes off.
Well, who's your biggest DNA contributor?
No, there's
So
Joel
that's where
Embiid.
everything's going to go. Right or wrong, should they lose in the second round this year, I think all of the questions and all the arrows are going to be pointing to, all right, can you win with Joel Embiid? And right or wrong, I think that's going to be the main topic because, as we said, rollover is exactly what they've done every single year. We've talked about the 18 prominent players that they've brought in to be around him. And if they don't get out of the second round again,
Terrible.
the biggest star that they brought in James Harden to be around him, also didn't work. So I don't know. I think this is I don't think patience is going to be a virtue that this city practices should they lose again in the second round.
I don't think anybody will be happy.
Well, no, he's going to be happy.
Of course not. No.
But I would be more understanding if you lose 7 games to the Bucks or the Celtics, depending on how it happened. You know, if it's like a close game, hard fought, okay, because you are so close to those two teams. So a 7-game series would make sense. They're the 2 best teams in the league right now. You're the 3rd. You're really close. I understand a hard-fought 7-game series loss. If it was a 5-game series where they get blown out and they look embarrassing, no. Like I'm not handling that well at all.
I'm not taking the team to Dairy Queen and going, yeah, you lost a hard-fought second-round series.
I'm taking the team to Dairy Queen, but I'm not.
You
letting
love
them
the
get
Dairy
anything.
Queen. Oh,
I'm getting something, and they can watch me eat it.
See, that's interesting.
Because I didn't lose in 5 games; they did.
That's a D-bag move by you.
Well, but it teaches them a lesson. If you want a blizzard, you're gonna have to win some series and get out of the second round.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think this will be the most of all the years that they've made the playoffs, of all the years that we talked about them losing in the second round. I think if it happens this year, this is going to be a boiling point.
And it's going to be the most pressure they've ever played in the postseason.
Maybe it could be.
This is the pressure postseason because you got to deliver at some point here.
Yeah, but who feels that? Think about it. Like Tyrese Maxey wasn't here for other second-round losses. James Harden wasn't here for those. Other guys, Melton and the basic makeup of this team. There's one guy.
Furkan Korkmaz.
There's one guy, yeah, and he's not going to get off the bench, Pat.
That's your constant.
I'm not even dressing him. I'm letting him dress in another
He's not going to dress. He's sitting out for personal reasons.
Let him, it's personal
chilling
reasons.
in Turkey right now.
Hey, 7 a.m. hour is brought to you by the all-new Bet Parks app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Appreciate that. So we have our friends from Sportaculture today, Sportaculture.com. And it is Tracy Morgan. No, it is not that Tracy Morgan.
The Tracy Morgan?
It is not that Tracy Morgan.
I'm sure she never gets that.
She
joke.
is here. She's in the back right there,
Yes.
Pat. You can wave Tracy Morgan.
Hi, Tracy.
It's not.
Thanks for coming.
That it's not. They have the Team Pride LED car door light.
That's a nice item.
That shines off the shines off.
Oh, that's cool.
The team logos too. And then I would go to me, I would look at that and say it's a lava lamp. But it's not a lava lamp, from what I've been told. It is a magma lamp. Magma lamp.
What?
It is a magma.
Oh, what's the voice you just did?
You don't know magma? You don't know where that's from? Is it that old?
Austin Powers?
Austin Powers?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You didn't watch Austin?
That didn't.
You weren't a fan of them?
No. I was a fan. I barely knew it though. Like
magma.
Yeah, like I haven't watched those movies in probably 20 years. But they made me laugh at the time.
They're funny. They're worth revisiting. Bob, I wouldn't imagine watched Austin Powers.
Bob's not a movie guy. He watches
I watched a little bit of it. I don't think I ever watched the whole movie.
You'd rather watch
Eddie yet?
Gosh.
Is it the first one where what's her face is in it? That used to go out with what's his name?
Yes.
Used to.
What's
What's
her
name
face
was
that
in it?
went out with what's his name?
Pat,
She
Pat
is in
speaks
that.
my language.
Fat
Yeah, that's what I'm
bastard.
talking-
I know
What was her name
Elizabeth
now?
Hurley.
Hurley. Yeah.
Sadly, I knew
yeah.
exactly
Yeah,
what you were
baby.
talking about. She went out with Brendan
Same
Fraser.
page.
There you
Yeah.
go.
No.
Yeah.
Hugh Grant.
Same person.
Oh, all right.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
Yeah.
Same?
They're like the same person.
I
Hugh
didn't realize
Grant,
they were the same.
Hugh Grant.
One magma
Brendan
lamp, and we
Fraser.
are off the rails.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you
This is what the magma lamp does to you.
Well, we've got that. You can check out Sportaculture.com. Visit them online. Great team-branded items for tailgating and gifts for the college fan, the NFL fan, MLB, and NHL fan on your list. So
She was the first one here, by the way. Tracy was the first
Yes.
one.
Tracy was the first one in the house?
3:05 a.m. in the parking lot.
Yep.
Really?
When can I drop off this magma?
She was tailgating. She set up a little barbecue. It was nice.
By the way, Pat, and you're the only one that will benefit from this because Bob and Connor go out another entrance exit. They filled the freaking pothole yesterday.
So
There was a giant crater of a pothole in this parking lot for 4 months,
give or take.
It was huge. Like if you hit it, your car dropped into it.
Did they fill it with the
They did a great job.
food that whatever person dumps all the food out in the parking lot? Did
No,
they fill it with
They
that?
did not do that.
No?
They put in
Twice next to my car.
What?
Next to mine and Coach's where we park. They dumped a huge amount of food. At one point, we thought it was like a dead animal.
You
We
thought it
didn't know
was
what
vomit the one time.
One time I did think it was
Okay,
vomit,
we have cameras on this building.
Why do you keep parking in the same spot?
So why in the world would somebody
Why wouldn't
dump
I park in the
food?
same spot?
It's somebody who brings in like a crock pot.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. You're exactly right.
Somebody brings in something and cooks here in this building, and then they go out into the parking lot like an animal, and then throw it in the lot where people park.
Yeah.
They don't put it in the bushes. They don't put it in the grass. By the way, Why don't you try throwing it out somewhere else?
Maybe
like
it's
at a
by design.
responsible citizen.
Maybe they don't like Cooney's corner.
Could be,
Maybe
and they
don't
find his
read
corner.
Cooney's column. Like maybe
Could be.
it's a Cooney problem. Maybe Cooney is the constant. Maybe
He's being
Cooney's-
targeted?
Maybe Cooney's the Furkan Korkmaz of the show, and we didn't even know it. And this person is doing their little silent protest.
You could be being targeted.
Maybe it's Coach. It's probably Coach.
Yeah,
No.
I think it's
Coach has brought in his crock pot before,
yeah.
but he is not the days he brings in his crock pot. He does not. Then we do not find dumped.
Are we really going to put it past that scumbag over there to throw stuff?
That is
No, why did
terrible,
you have to go
Coach. That
there?
is terrible.
You didn't have to go there.
Yeah,
sorry,
first of
buddy.
all,
I'm sorry.
when
That
I
was
bring
too
the
much.
crock pot in, it's empty when we leave here.
That's because it is good stuff.
Good point.
right.
Caller has a point. Yeah.
It is good stuff. But there's any idea why somebody would do that? We have a lot of radio stations in this building. I'm thinking.
Wait, don't like news stations have this like investigative journalist? Like every news
Journalist.
station has an investigative journalist that gets down to the
Well,
hard
who would
hitting-
we have here? We going
can
to
get, like,
we going
somebody
to,
here.
Are we going
Dylan.
to Casey? Is Casey Boy going to be the
Nah.
investigative
Dylan.
journalist?
We can absolutely pay
Dylan?
Dylan to stake out in the bushes. We'll get him a ghillie suit. Is that what they're called?
Hello.
A what?
The ghillie
Yeah.
suit? Yeah, we'll get it like you know what
The
I'm talking
thing
about.
that snipers wear that looks like they got. Like,
Oh,
grass
looks
all
like
over
they
it.
have
We'll
leaves and
put
everything.
Dylan in a ghillie suit and we'll put him out in the trees and we'll have him watch over it.
I just can't believe stuff that people do at work that they would never do at home.
I don't know if we need
They
to start
would
talking
never-
about that. At
Yeah,
yesterday's
you're
meeting.
really
Yeah,
hanging.
like,
your
they would
producer out
never
to dry
do- you
over
would
there.
never
I mean, you can look at me while you're talking about
You
it.
would never stuff that you would never do. No, Pat does it at home.
I do.
Pat walks around in his underwear at home or not, and so that's the thing. It's completely the
If
opposite.
we were asking what you would rather have a coworker do less, would it be take their pants off in the office or dump food in the parking lot? Because I feel like that'd be a close.
Some people are comfortable in their own skin, and some people have no problem showing that skin off.
I'll
both.
be honest. I could do without either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you.
I think the dumping of the food outside where I have a threat of stepping into it and all that stuff.
Like vomit.
Like with Pat's pants off, I see it. I experience
You can
it.
wash
It's
your shoes
done.
off
There's
though.
not
You
gonna be
can't
any
wash that
mistakes.
out.
Get
of your
aroused.
You just can't.
I do
Sensual
not-
experience.
No, it
I don't
doesn't
think
go there
those
a
are the
little
words
bit.
he's
We
looking for.
bunked up, man. Like
There you go.
it's fine.
Hey, our
Wasn't fun.
our friends at Gary Barbera are having their DallasStillSucks.com sales event. The website has crashed, but Barbera wants you to know they're the best. Boy, I guess they are. And DallasDoesStillSuck.com. So I ask you now, and our live studio audience is starting to file in this morning. They're going to have a great breakfast. and
They
some
look
fun
happier
today.
than the
Are you
ones
guys a
we had
little noisier this morning? Yesterday was a slow day. It started. So if you don't make a noise, then we don't know you're here. Okay,
we can make
there
noise.
we
There you go.
There we go. You can make noise anytime you want. Connor, you were supposed to coach these people up.
We're going to. We haven't gotten to our first break since they've come.
You're
in
like
yet.
Happy
You're gonna
Gilmore
get there.
on the first tee. Like, let's make a little noise here. Come on.
Hey, so I want to bring you to this. If I was to say to you right now, Jalen Hurts is going to get his contract extension, he's getting it this offseason. And I said to you, are you more confident and comfortable with Jalen Hurts the guy or Jalen Hurts the player? Jalen Hurts the individual, the guy he is, the leader he is and everything, or Jalen Hurts the player? Because that is two distinctly different things. As far as if you're going to load up on a long-term big money contract, what are you more comfortable in? Jalen the person, Jalen the athlete?
I don't think they are two distinctly different things. I think a lot of who he is as the man makes him who he is as the football player. And I honestly believe that. I think his work ethic, all of those things, the leadership role, I think that helps him be a better football player. I don't think you can take his talent away from the person that he is. I really, it's a great question.
But 5 years from now, Jalen Hurts, the athlete, is going to have wear and tear and beatdowns and maybe an injury or two he's overcome, like a Lamar Jackson. A Jalen Hurts, the man, the individual, the leader, I believe will even maybe be even better than he was. You're going to have a depreciating asset in the athlete.
Yeah, I don't know if, and I'm saying this not knowing, I don't know if a Lamar Jackson has the capability as a man to overcome the deficiencies that have grown with him as a player.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident that Jalen Hurts does from what I've seen so far.
I like that.
Yeah, I do. I think that he'll adapt should something happen with his body or whatever it may be. I think he'll adapt to it.
Okay,
And be able to, that's why I say it's all encompassing.
Put a number that you're comfortable with then. on feeling that Jalen Hurts will still be able to perform at a high level. He's 24, correct? 24.
Yeah.
What's the number? 7 years? 8 years? That you're comfortable with right now, knowing what we know, that the guys who play his style of quarterback tend to get their lifespan tends to be a little less because the amount of hits they take.
Yeah, the number that always pops into my head with someone like that is probably like 5 years. Can you look 5 years down the road and still see this? And as I say that, I think everybody here would be like, oh, God, yeah, 5 years. I want more than that.
Jump
Obviously,
on that.
we do. I think 5 years is a reality. I think the hope in me is, give me 7, 8 years.
Would Jalen, Pat, you think want more than to me, if I'm Jalen Hurts, I don't want more than 5.
Probably not.
Because I'd rather get back to the table at 29.
Your contract's only going to go up. The value of these guys are only going to go up. So, yeah, I'm not.
Even mediocre guys.
I'm not looking for a 7-8 year deal here. Probably looking for 4 to 5. 4 with a player option for 5 or something like that.
Yeah, because next year after he finishes his rookie contract, he's 25. If he gets a 5-year extension, he's back at the table at 30.
Well, but it goes against the point you brought up earlier about how he plays the game.
No, but the thing is, though, is what it goes to is that you said you believe he's got a chance to overcome those things because of the guy.
I do.
Do they think
I don't know.
Right, exactly. And does he think it?
They're not going to look at him and say, yeah, if he damages that knee, okay, his head will get him through it. So therefore, therefore, the way he plays, if I'm the Eagles, I'm looking shorter term. But if I'm Jalen Hurts, I'm looking longer term.
You want longer, shorter term?
Yeah, Bob's absolutely right. It depends on what camp you're in because Jalen plays a tough style of game. He's still really, really young. But 28, 29, taking shots like he took this year is not the same thing. If I'm him, he seems very confident in himself and trusts his ability. He's bet on himself multiple times, from transferring to Oklahoma to trusting to stay here behind Carson. So I think he's fine taking a shorter term and going back to the table. I don't know that I would if I was his agent, though.
If I ask remember, agents work for the player. It's what the player wants. The agent just gets done what the player does.
You have a duty to your player to talk them through what you think is the best option for them.
Yeah, I don't find many agents, though, where the player goes, okay, well, I'm just going to listen to you. The agent gets a marching order from the player.
Well, there's got to be a back and forth there.
His agent doesn't have any experience with quarterbacks.
No, not at all.
He's her first quarterback client.
Let me ask the studio audience to clap. If I said to you, if I gave you the option of a 5-year extension for Jalen Hurts after this year, so you're going to have him 6 more years, or I gave you the option of like an 8-year deal that gives him 9 more seasons, how many of you want an extension to be a 5-year extension? How many of you want it to be 8? Wow.
Okay.
Pretty quiet in here with 8.
That's really deadly quiet. That is deadly quiet. And to me, here's the only risk. The idea of I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be laughing at the rest of the NFL for the deal they signed Patrick Mahomes to. Because they've already gotten a Super Bowl when his cap hit is sort of where his salary seems like outlandish. And it's just going to get lower and lower and lower. If Daniel Jones is thinking he can make 85 or 88% of what Patrick Mahomes is getting paid,
and he deserves it
on that contract, and he thinks he
deserves it.
We want the Giants to do that.
I'd pay him.
But if he thinks that, the Chiefs are going to laugh at the rest of the NFL and go, "We locked him down for 10 years, and now he's a freaking bargain by year 3.
Yeah,
he's a bargain."
It's the Bryce Harper model. It's like, all right, yeah, well, 25.
So do you want that?
I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Do I think he'll go for it? No, I think he'll probably do a 5-year deal, but I wouldn't be opposed to locking him up for 7-8 years.
Bob, it looks like because
I don't know.
I feel like I'm waffling on what I want them to do, and I'm leaning towards the Mahomes thing, locking him down.
Yeah, Mahomes is interesting because early on in his career he can win. He can win. They got rid of Tyreek Hill, and he still won. Travis Kelce is a phenomenal talent, but if you look at their offense, they won because of Patrick Mahomes.
They won with scrap parts.
They did. It's amazing.
So, to your point, to John's point, down the road when his contract becomes more of a bargain, now you can build up that roster.
And they got
again.
a Super Bowl while he's being paid a fortune.
Yeah, I'm kind of with the smart people in here. in saying a 5 years the way I lean.
If someone in the studio audience wants to ask a question or get involved in this conversation, Connor's going to walk around with the mobile mic with this. I want to tell you that Campers Inn RV, the liquidation sales event is going on right now at Campers Inn RV, now through February the 25th. Shop motorhomes, fifth wheels, and travel trailers. You can price it up to 50% off with factory warranty details. See the dealer for more information and get yourself hooked up there. If anybody wants to chime in on this, you are welcome to here in our audience, or you can jump in at 610-632-0975. I want to see this. I would like to see him locked down. That would be my plan, because of the fact that I know Howie's a cap wizard and I know how he can make money work.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm not concerned if it's 5 years or 8 years or 10 years. I think Howie will do a deal that is, really comfortable with the organization and keep them to be competitive. So
you're thinking he won't, but
don't worry about him.
His reps will go less, though. Because I got to think he's looking at Patrick Mahomes right now going, dude, you're going to outperform this contract.
But that goes to locking him up long term, because the longer you go, if you know you have the guy, then by year 4, to your point, like
it's a
gonna
complete
be 3 or
bargain.
4, it's going to be a bargain, and that's the Phillies knew they had a guy in Bryce Harper, so locking him up to 13 years at $25 million per, it's like by year 3, that's a huge bargain.
How about this? By I saw yesterday on NFL Network, by 2024 offseason, so next year's offseason, there will be a quarterback paid more than Patrick Mahomes.
I'll bet you he'll be in the middle of the pack in
like 6.
Yeah, like
6, 27. That's
5,
ridiculous, and it's ridiculous. The Chiefs will probably then have to go.
You have to renegotiate.
Okay, we can't keep him so underpaid, but they can though.
Yeah, because who can live off of $450 million?
It doesn't go as far as you
kidding
think,
me?
man.
Yeah.
No, it's tough in Kansas City too.
Yeah. Real estate there.
Really
the barbecue
is.
is expensive. In this economy,
it gets very, very expensive. But it's funny is I had a couple people jumping in on me on text messages and going, "No, Rex Ryan, we don't need that clown show in town."
And I hate to be an uneducated person. Like I didn't dive into Rex Ryan's career. I'm very much doing this on the surface by saying I don't want him here, but I'm gonna stick to it. I mean, I just don't see the Rex Ryan show rolling into this town with Nick Sirianni and company and being a good fit.
That's what it would be, too. It would be the Rex Ryan show.
Oh, it absolutely would be.
I mean, we'd be coming in and doing a lot of speak for yourselves with Rex Ryan and Sirianni. Maybe Nick Sirianni wants that, though. Maybe he wants a little bit of the pressure off of him and to have another guy to be a sounding board off of that the media can go after.
Do you feel that way about Sirianni?
No.
I think Sirianni likes the attention.
But, I mean,
I think he likes having the attention on himself. I think he mugs for the cameras more than any coach I've ever seen in the NFL. I've never seen an NFL coach do as much finding the camera and making faces and getting and then jump into the fans. I think he likes it. So I don't know that he would enjoy Rex Ryan taking away
some shine,
some of the attention and shine.
I think that's the new wave of NFL coaches, right? I mean, you look at these young coaches wearing the tight shirts on the sideline, looking as good as their hair perfectly in place, all of that thing.
The McVay, Shanahan,
exactly. I think they're very,
Minnesota
very
guy.
aware of how they are looked upon standing on a sideline. Yeah, they're Connor.
Yeah.
They're wearing the mediums.
Yeah.
Trying to do some of that.
It's fine, man. Just own it.
Just own it.
Yeah.
Wearing women's joggers. I mean, it
at least he has.
See, Connor, I didn't go that far.
At least he has jeans that aren't ripped today. That's
I
cool.
was just saying
that was good,
dude. You know it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's all.
2007 called.
Yeah,
and said
he's very trendy.
They'll take it.
I don't want to rip
take
on
it
him.
back.
He's a good kid. Means well. But
Pat calling someone a good kid.
Yeah, right. That's the ultimate insult. I think he likes the attention, but ultimately, I think at times he probably would like to come in and not have to deal with media.
But then you get Dave
deal with guys like us, like jackasses like us, sitting here talking about his dissecting every little thing he said. Instead, we'd be dissecting everything that Rex Ryan said. I think that might benefit him a little.
Yeah, and the one thing is though too is that and my buddies are pointing to the same thing you did. The idea of, oh my gosh, he's such a clown show. Did you watch that Hard Knocks? Did you watch it? He had a lot of success, dude.
Yeah. That team was good. They didn't win the ultimate prize, but they were a damn good team with Mark Sanchez as a quarterback.
I mean, he got Mark Sanchez to 2 consecutive AFC title games.
Yeah.
I still don't understand how.
Defense.
I mean, well, they did.
That's what
They
it
were a
was. It was
nasty defense. And with this locker room full of defensive players, Rex Ryan put his plan in place. This would be a return. And with all the people in this town that still worship at the altar of Buddy Ryan, it would be like
to have his son come back.
Oh, geez, I can only imagine.
And Rex has a lot of Buddy in him. He's got a lot of that like fight, attitude.
Yeah.
I don't know if Buddy liked feet as much as Rex does. And who am
He
I?
was a hands-
But we don't kink shit.
He was into hands?
Yeah, Buddy liked hands.
He does like he's a hand model, like George Costanza style.
Yeah.
Or the man hands woman
Once again, I don't kink shame. Like whatever you're into.
Whatever.
Who am I to judge?
Whatever it could be. So, it is a we will have Alejandro Bedoya joining us for a visit coming up on the show a little bit later on. Then we got a bunch,
local guy.
And we have a bunch of it's Princeton area, isn't it?
Yeah, that's local though. I think we can claim that.
I guess we can sort of. I mean, look, watching the local news. Absolutely. We claim everything because they just keep moving out what is considered local news.
Look, in Philadelphia, we can claim this whole damn country because we don't have a country without Philadelphia.
I saw a report the other night on the local news. They were in Maryland doing a story. They were in the state of Maryland, right at the Maryland border with Delaware, doing a story. That's not local news.
About like crabs? Like what happened?
I have no idea what it was. No, it was a criminal story. And it wasn't that they chased someone from Philadelphia and went to Maryland. They were doing this as like a local story.
So you're looking at it negatively. I'm looking at it positively.
Okay.
Like, crime is pretty much solved here, so we have to go
It
to
is?
Maryland
Really?
to look at their crime issues.
You make a
because
good point.
We got nothing going on here. Everything's good. It's always sunny in Philadelphia, so let's go to where can we go? Well, Delaware's like I can get through Delaware in about 45 minutes, so I'll go to what's the next stop?
So
Maryland.
is the entire state of Delaware local news?
Pretty much.
And how far do you go up the Turnpike and Northeast Extension that it's Philadelphia local news? Like, at what point is there an exit where you say, stop going, okay, come on now.
Yeah, Clark
This
Summit.
isn't local news.
Clark Summit, I cut it off.
Like, I would say
that they're going to where they are picked up. Like where does 6 ABC, how far up is it reach?
Well, like in the Poconos, they have their own TV stations.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean,
but we cover the Poconos like it's like and it's not only during ski season.
Yeah, we pretty much only covered ski season. Like you're not going to see a lot of Pocono news going on in August.
By the way,
we saw a moose today. I mean, like what's going on in the Poconos in August?
Punxsutawney Phil gets a good run in February.
A girl I used to work with is up there now doing she's working on the 48 hours. She's a senior producer for 48 Hours, doing the one on the kid the killer from Idaho.
Oh yeah,
so she's up there and she goes and she's been able to hear some of the show, so she can catch us. So she can catch us wherever she is up there. She can still catch us.
You can catch us anywhere.
So she didn't have
on
app.
YouTube.
Your phone.
She didn't have the app.
You have a
exactly.
phone.
She
You
does.
have a radio.
She's
That's
too
right.
busy with 48 hour stuff.
A lot of ways. We're huge in Kazakhstan,
and they're finding very creepy stuff. I said, "What?
Oh, yeah.
So what'd you find out?" And she goes, "Oh, there's a lot of creepy stuff about this guy that there should have been warning signs before he ever headed out there. That this guy was a creepy dude.
Isn't that usually the case?
Like that he was. Well, she was at this bar where he literally is in the system of all these things that he used to say to the waitresses, like, when do you get off? Where do you live? And they put it in the computer, and they said, when this guy comes in and he shows you his ID, be careful of him.
I feel like that's usually the case. Like I don't think people.
Are you in any computers like that?
Probably.
You think at PJs they have you in there?
Well, the one they do, yeah, because I asked for the waitress Venmo to tip.
Yeah, a little creepy.
And I was just
he used to do that too. It was his move.
I was just trying to give her $7 for the good service, and I think she thought I was hitting on her.
All right, somebody in the audience has a card in their wallet that says they are an organ donor. Do you have it? Do you have anything on you that says you're an organ donor? No. It's got to be that card. I'm trying to look for something obscure.
Wait, there's a different card?
Yeah, there was a different
I
card.
thought it was
too.
just on your license.
No, you can do that too. There's another one.
Well,
you
license
don't
is
have
a
to have it.
card.
Really?
No, it doesn't.
I'm an organ donor. I never got a card.
Well, you're not winning this.
Either.
Well, you're going to complicate this, please.
You're just making up rules.
No,
as you go
I
along.
am.
You can't-
Yes,
I
because
have a
I'm the
card.
one making the
I
rule.
win. What did I win?
You get nothing and like it.
I'm
You
an
guys-
organ donor.
you guys
What do you
guess.
want?
Pat,
What do we
who's
get? Do we
taking
get a
your
necklace?
organs?
Are we stealing organs now?
Who's taking your
We
organs?
invite all these people and we're stealing their organs and putting them
How
on the
about
black market.
somebody whose driver's license has a birth date on it that is as close to Halloween as possible? Who's the closest person to Halloween?
I'm out.
Yeah,
I gotta check
anybody
everybody.
close? Anybody in November?
10-11? Can we beat 10-11? 10-11, go once. 10-11, going twice. 11-4. Are we going past?
No, he wins. He wins.
Well,
Closest to Halloween. He's the winner. He is
All
going to
right.
win a
Congrats.
Steven
birthday.
Singer. He's going to get some Eclipse diamond earrings from Steven Singer Jewelers.
Nice.
These fashionable Eclipse diamond stud earrings have
Look at that.
clusters of real, natural, earth-made diamonds for ultimate shine. Real diamonds from a real jeweler you trust. Thanks, Steven Singer. Take care of
Congrats.
that.
What's your name, man?
I'm Vince.
Vince.
Going home with
Awesome.
earrings.
Vince getting that'll be next year's Valentine's Day, maybe Mother's Day. Whatever it is. It's a good gift.
Probably tonight, maybe.
There you go. That's not bad
Be a
either.
fun night in
Also,
Vince's
good job,
household.
Vince.
We need your kidneys. So that's
We'll do
a
that.
trade-off.
If someone has that too,
That's how they
coming up.
get you.
All right, we're going to find out. You're going to find out that next week there's something amazing you're going to have a chance to do. We'll talk about it next. John Kincade Show. We have a live studio audience now, which is nice. Here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, why don't you join me and download the awesome BetPark Sportsbook app? It's absolutely awesome. Whether you're betting on pro or college sports, hockey, MMA, or more, the BetPark Sportsbook and Casino app has got you covered. It's got the odds, it's got the bets, it's got the slots, and more. Look, the last 25 games of the NBA season are right around the corner. You want to be betting on individual player performances or the game spreads. And remember, during the game, you get the live in-game wagering that allows you to see the line move as the action changes. So if you're a new customer, you can get a risk-free bet of up to $750 in sportsbook bonus back if your first bet isn't a winner. So why don't you download the BetParks app and start playing instantly today. You got to be 21, and you must be in Pennsylvania or in New Jersey if you want to grab one of these fantastic opportunities you get every night on the BetParks app. Go to betparks.com for terms and conditions. Should you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. You know what I hate? I hate feeling like I just got ripped off. You know what I mean. The guy sitting next to you on the airplane paid $180 for his ticket, and you just paid $600. Or you go out to dinner with your girl, and you pay $150, and the couple next to you has a coupon for half off. And the waiter says, sorry, you gotta have the coupon. Coupon, Groupon, what the? Well, at my store, everyone gets the perfect price. One place, one price. It's that simple. No coupons, no sales, no anything. Just the perfect price. Here's our big secret for the past 35 years. Just give people better quality for less money, and always treat them great. When we train our jewelers, we just tell them to make pretend you're taking care of your sister or your mother or your best friend and make them feel special. Experience the difference. Come see me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. By phone, 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. that's IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
Hi guys, it's Mark. Are you struggling with ED? Did you know that a major medical breakthrough is now available and it isn't a pill? Today, Wednesday, February 22nd, we're running a one-day special you won't want to miss out on. Oak Hills Medical Clinic uses the most powerful form of wave therapy. This is a technology clinically shown to repair blood vessels and improve blood flow. It's backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge. If you're ready to regain that spark in the bedroom, today is your day. Call us now and you'll qualify for the assessment and ultrasound totally free. You'll also get a gift that can produce rapid and powerful results in the bedroom in minutes. You're gonna love that one, guys. Trust me. And today only, we're offering 5 tune-up treatments to our patients free. This is an unprecedented offer worth hundreds of dollars, but call today and qualify totally free. Call 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic now to qualify. This offer ends today, Wednesday, 215-302-9999.
As a small business owner, your bottom line is always top of mind. So start saving with Comcast Business Mobile. Get unlimited data for just $22 per line per month or paid by the gig. You can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill, all on the most reliable 5G network. So switch to Comcast Business Mobile today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability assessment wins in 1H 2022. Wi-Fi networks not tested. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
Since the dawn of time, men and women have fought over one thing:
The temperature. It's too hot. It's too cold. I'm sweating. I'm freezing. It's time to end the thermostat wars. With special financing offers on a high-efficiency heating and cooling system, including Trane's whole house air filtration system, you'll get even, consistent heat and breathe cleaner, healthier air. Visit Trane.com to find an independent Delaware Valley Trane comfort specialist near you. It's hard to stop a Trane. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for details.
A good work partner knows what you need before you need it. That's how it feels when you work with Cintas. Your dedicated Cintas service reps get to know your business and have the industry knowledge that can help you prepare for what's ahead. They'll deliver your team's workwear freshly laundered. Make sure your first aid and safety supplies, mats, mops, and towels are stocked when you need them. And your fire extinguishers are inspected and in working order. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. Love your results or your money back. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic.
Oh, here goes one of the...
Bob and Pat are having trouble navigating the open house week.
Nice route, Magellan.
They're having a little problem with navigating the time.
No, it's because we get into great conversations with our listening audience, and then all of a sudden we hear your voice, and it's like, oh,
it's like we're back.
Was that before or after you put cream cheese on that bagel?
On that spread bagel, which is absolutely awesome, by the way. The brick oven bagels, they're delicious.
Oh my God, they're good. Yes,
really, really good.
Yes,
which is excellent. And it looks and here's Egan. He's finally coming back.
These are definitely not 5-minute breaks.
There's this. He's
That's
back
the
to the show.
quickest 5-6 minutes.
He's back in, and he's like, "Come on now." He's like, "Oh, okay, what's going on here?"
Having good conversation with some listeners.
That's good.
Chatting.
I was
me.
Well, remember, we got we have listeners too on the radio too.
I know. I forgot. I was talking to Tracy about FanFest, and we were discussing how awesome an event it was, and how it came at the perfect time last year because it was after Game 1 of the World Series, and everybody was in a great mood, and everyone was just feeling it.
Tracy Morgan from Sportaculture.
Yes.
You can check out the Magma lamps, which are warming up right here. By the way, this is a Bluetooth speaker, too. If you're watching on YouTube, that is a Bluetooth speaker.
So you can blast
Is that right?
some music.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's a really cool thing. It's got to warm up, though, before the Magma.
Wait, so you can blast us, like you can use it, you can have the app open, and you can have us going through the speaker.
Yes, that's how the wireless speaker works.
Yeah.
Guys.
So it's really
pretty good idea, right?
It's really good.
I just came up with that.
What was the conversation you were having with Tracy? Because it was better than that exchange. A little better.
Yeah, I was
good?
I was telling her what kind of person Bob really is. All fair.
Hey, visit Sportaculture.com to check out that fine stuff there too. Alejandro Bedoya will join us coming up. We'll have a chance to chat with him as we are now the home of the Philadelphia Union.
That's right. Opening night Saturday, Columbus.
By the way,
coming in to get these hands.
It is coming in. So,
feet.
So how much is the I didn't check my Bet Parks app this morning on how much is Coach and the Coach going to be a reality? Do you believe? I put the odds yesterday at -160.
Oh, you put it minus
that Coach and the one that it was. Oh yeah, I mean it's very favored. There's going to be that Coach and the Coach
plus 550.
No, that makes it less likely, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is less likely. You think Jim Curtin wants to hang out with him? We spend like 20 hours a week with him.
I don't know.
He doesn't want to hang out with that guy.
You don't think it's happening?
Pat's giving it shorter odds than I would.
What's going on, Coach?
I think it is happening.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
Everybody enjoy it. Spread Bagelry, by the way, 10 locations all over town, thanks to our friends at the Valley Forge Tourism and Convention Board. Check out Spread Bagelry, providing breakfast day. Are you all right, Connor?
I think Coach had something he wanted.
Yeah, it's so insane. You just go to Bagelry's.
Nah, we're good. Yeah, we're good.
You sure?
Yeah. Spread Bagelry. They have some of that stuff over the bagels back there. Smell.
Yeah, I like
through here.
Brick oven The brick oven, I think, where they cooked them in.
They dropped off
nice and crispy.
3 different breakfast sandwiches, and I had trouble picking between all
Among.
Among, yes. Among
Very
the
good,
3.
Bobby.
Yeah, they're very good.
And I think there's 5 total because there's 2 on the other side.
Oh, were
of the
there really?
table. Yeah.
I have no.
Yeah.
It is for Ash Wednesday, so there's no partaking in one of those great breakfast sandwiches today.
Well, no, I think there's one without meat.
Yeah, but I can't eat just egg.
You can't?
Well, it has bread with it, too.
No.
But you had an omelet recently.
But an
That's
omelet
egg.
has stuff in it. I can't.
No,
not
there's
just
stuff
do
in
it.
it. You got to read the paper.
What do you mean?
There's every bag has
Bacon,
a paper of
there's
of
pastrami.
what's
well,
in
you
it.
can't have that.
You
You
can. I mean, you
have
can.
the
You
meat.
can have it. Like,
No, I can't.
are you going to get to the pearly gates and God's going to be like, "Hey, John, great guy.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Lived a long life, but back in 2023,
No, I'm
you
actually
had
going to make a
pastrami.
minor
You had that
sacrifice.
pastrami at 7:45.
So
You're out.
We're going to send you to the hot place.
I'm going to do the minor sacrifice, which it is, and I'll do with that. I'll have one of these great bagels though, and it's fine, so it's delicious.
I think you're losing out.
Hey, Fanatic Knockout is back. That is the announcement coming up for next week. You're going to be able to win a pair of tickets to see the Sixers and the Mavs game on Wednesday, March 29th, it says.
That's a good game.
Sixers and the Mavs, March 29th. Then head down on the court after the game to play a round of Fanatic Knockout. We're going to start giving away tickets on Monday. We will have a pair an hour each day next week, and it's all being brought to you by Ferguson HVAC, your Delaware Valley Train heating and air conditioning distributor. Visit Train.com to find a Train HVAC dealer near you. That was awesome last year.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. You guys have done it many, many years.
It was awesome until
So
I got
much
knocked
fun.
out.
I remember when I was covering the team and they would have the knockout, and I'd go write my story and go back out onto the court and just watch. It was hysterical. It is a lot of fun.
What was funny about it?
I think you tried to take a shot one time. That was pretty good.
It's funny. This coming from the guy that is Bobby Basketball and refuses to play knockout.
Was it funny, though, that Haley...
Not for me. It's for
Haley,
the listeners.
That Haley was the last employee knocked out next to Tom Albert.
Well, Tom was the last.
Tom was the last one, male.
Yeah.
And Haley beat all of the other Harry Hard-Ons around here.
Look,
and she stayed in the competition longer than all the other guys who were stretching and going through their routines. And Haley made it in. Made it the second longest. Tom Albert was a machine, by the way.
There's a lot of girls out there that are better basketball players than a lot of us.
At a sports radio station, though?
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect
There's
Haley.
a
I
reason
didn't
we're
expect
talking.
Haley.
There's a reason we're talking and not playing.
I didn't think Haley was going to do it. She killed.
Why didn't you think
crushed
Haley was gonna
everybody.
do it?
Because I didn't
mean,
think
she
she was.
said-
But I didn't think she was a basketball player, and I don't think she was. She was just doing it, being in there.
People are full of surprises.
It was very much.
We all have hidden talents.
What's
So,
yours, Pat?
Yeah.
It's not really for air purposes. You got to pay $4.99 on my OnlyFans, but you can see it easily.
That's a deal. Wait a minute. A couple of people in here have subscribed to Pat's channel.
I appreciate that. Thank you for helping my family.
That is,
because you're feeding them. But yeah,
but you gave away
$4.99.
stuff for free yesterday, and the 22-year-old Temple student.
It's called a tease.
Oh,
but if
that's what it was. That was brilliant.
If he wants to see the rest of that,
I didn't see the link though. Like to be able to sign up.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, you send the link?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. No
I
problem.
want to see Jack go to college.
Yeah,
By the way, Jack's getting into Temple.
I'm working.
Jack, I'm going to make sure. I'm going to make sure Jack goes to Temple. That he makes it in.
I'll make sure he doesn't take your class. How about that?
There you go.
All right.
He's probably going to be in Fox School of Business. You kidding me? He's going to be a genius.
I'm just trying to get him into first grade at this point. Kindergarten, I guess.
How's it going? I mean,
it's a long
is it
road.
struggle
But
bus?
we're in it. We're in the end game. Yeah, that's
so. Connor, there's a question box that's been put out. Is there any?
We do have a question box, so we will be able to take questions from the audience throughout the show today.
Do you know if anybody
Anything
has
they
put
want
any
to ask?
questions in?
Coach is monitoring right now, so I will
Coach
go
is
check on that,
monitoring.
and
Could you
we
check
will-
on that for me?
Yep.
And see if there's anything in the question box.
That's dangerous.
There's a question on here. I just looked at our YouTube
What's that?
page. They're wondering if Connor is wearing women's jeans.
It looks like it, but just don't,
I don't
be
know.
fooled.
Why would they say that, Connor?
They do. It does look because they
they say
resemble little women's.
They
jeans.
say Charlotte Ruse on the side of it.
So you guys see how mad he gets when we like.
Yeah,
Charlotte Ruse.
He gets so
Yeah,
upset. These are fine. These aren't women's jeans.
It's not as bad as the Lululemon yoga pants that he wears to work, which are
You
those
go,
are
girl.
straight.
The capris.
We have a young lady here in the second row, and I just need a reaction from her. When you see the guy, you know what, young athletic male wearing the Lululemon like yoga pants type of thing, big turn on. Or thumbs up, thumbs down.
That's a no.
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
You know,
and I've done this for them. By the way, I found document over and over again. I'll try it on when we do 5 questions with Kincade, where I'll say, and I'll put it together and go, this is what women tell you they don't want to see you in.
There is a reason why Connor is single.
You think it's what it is?
There's a reason for it.
But there was a woman some point that told him, no, that's what you want to go.
No.
You want to wear the Lululemon workout pants while you're walking around.
No, it was Rooster from Top Gun. Well,
that was the thing he got lured into last summer. Like a cult.
He'll find his love. She's out there. She's out there, and Connor will find her, and she'll be disappointed, and it'll last about 4 years.
she'll find. No, he's a diamond. He is a diamond in the rough.
4 years of disappointment.
It'll be like Ted Lasso. It'll be fun while it lasted, and then it'll have to end.
The woman who finds
about 3-4 years.
The woman who finally when Connor does get back, she will be a very lucky woman. Because he is responsible.
No.
He is dedicated. He's responsible.
No.
Yeah, he's
a good kid. He's a good
I like
kid.
Connor.
Some woman,
yes.
if Connor Thomas as a young man comes into your house, you know that as a father, you're like, okay, this kid's got his act together, despite the way he dresses.
One of my favorite parts of the day, and I'm being honest here, is when we get done our meetings and all that stuff. Connor and I always walk out together and just talk, and we'll stand by our car and talk for like 10, 15 minutes. He's a really good dude.
He's a top-notch.
He's a top dude.
And by the way, he has his stuff together.
No.
Yeah,
He's like Tunis. He's like Tunis, has his stuff together.
Yeah, if I had a daughter around his age, that's going too far.
You don't want to say that because he'll,
No.
You have a daughter that's well within his wheelhouse, so don't do that. As do I.
You got mad that he was sitting next to her.
Yes, exactly. So you can't do that.
Yeah, don't go that far. All of a sudden, you're writing a check you don't want to cash.
Pat, what was the cool story that came out about the Phillies playoff run? I think I know where you're going with this.
So this came out during, I guess, media availability the other day. They finally asked Alec Boehm they've asked him before, but he finally came clean. What did Bryce Harper say to you before you hit that mammoth shot off Lance McCullers? Because if you remember, Bryce Harper called Alec Boehm back and he whispered in his ear. Apparently, he told him nothing. He said, just stay in here for a little bit and then nod and then go out there. And Alec thought that he was going to get a first pitch slider, and it just so happened that he hit it out. They were just playing some gamesmanship and just messing with him. That story is amazing to me.
You know what's
they
funny
just mess with him.
No, the great thing about that is, so yesterday I see that, and I go back and read. None of the local media even speculated that. Like all the stuff that was being speculated, like as people were writing columns and everything.
Everyone
like that,
thought he was tipping.
Everyone thought that something was being tipped or something was, and it ends up that they were just deciding to give the Astros something to think about.
Yeah.
That nobody took the guess of, because everyone was speculating, but nobody took the guess that Harper probably told him nothing. And just gave them something, played mind games.
Yeah, good move. I mean,
it is good.
I was impressed with Harper's mind game all throughout the playoffs. I thought he was a step ahead in thinking of what was going on. When he hit that home run to win the game, in the 8th inning,
okay,
and he stood there and took in the moment.
That was amazing.
Like I really think his head was in a focused place, and it's hard to do when you're in championship series and World Series. It's hard to stay in the moment. I mentioned it during the series. I thought he was really good at that.
He was so locked in.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he had a look about him, and I think everybody else fed off his confidence.
And
he made people feel relaxed and cool.
If memory serves me correctly, I don't think he entered the playoffs like all that hot. And
he wasn't.
And then he just flipped a switch. And
remember, they played like garbage down the stretch.
Yeah, they didn't play well. They struggled to finally clinch. They clinched in Houston,
and then they did.
But apparently, he didn't say a damn thing. It kind of gives you the mindset of baseball mind games.
So Connor, who do you got there? You have a question on the. You've got a question there. Turn on the mic. Could we turn on the mic back there, please? And so we can hear from Connor. Connor, what do you got?
Yeah, I've got a question here. The first one we have is actually from Tracy M.
Oh, it is
and
from Tracy.
She wanted to ask the show.
I know her.
Who takes the longest to get ready in the morning, like get running when the show starts in the morning?
Pat.
Yeah.
That was a quick answer.
I don't even think it's a question.
Like it's not even a debate.
No, Bob and I are ready to go. We could start at 5.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with any Pat. Yeah, I think you'll admit
Pat
that.
warms up.
Absolutely, I will.
Like we might go to Pat in the first segment, and John will come to me. I'll say something. I'll say, "Pat, what do you think?" And Pat will go, "No."
It's that little.
And John and I were like, all right, come on, Pat. But
it's like the magma lamp.
He grows on you.
Sportaculture.
Yeah, and then he grows on the show. As the show
I
goes
start
on.
hitting my stride 9:15.
9:50, 9:50.
9:50, I'm ready to go.
I mean,
I'm rolling at 9:50.
Honestly, we could. And by the way, if we have to start screwing around with people in this town, like even just starting 5 minutes earlier, we will. Because I understand that that's part of the new tactics in morning radio is you want to start first.
No, that new show, you mean?
You want to start first. Not the longest running.
Yeah, when you're the
sports radio
longest
show.
running, why would you change it?
You know, as far as that.
I think we should start later.
Yeah, if anybody, by the way, wants to put questions in there, Connor will get your questions in there in the bottom. You have others? Are they too, Connor?
Let's see. I got to rummage through these a little bit. All
right, Connor's going to rummage through. You could be doing that while we're talking.
We have Alejandro Bedoya.
You do already on the
Yeah,
line?
I
That
like
is
that.
awesome.
On the line.
Joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Did you know every day in business is a big day, Pat?
Of course.
Alejandro Bedoya joins us from the Philadelphia Union, and we appreciate him making time for us. Alejandro, do you know as the captain that we are now your official radio station too? So now the tough questions and the support.
I got the news yesterday, so congratulations to y'all, and I think we're all excited to have you guys on board and hope to get more Philly fans out there.
Tell me about how the energy of this town and the surrounding community, how you felt it grow in your time here, and obviously you're local, so you understand how soccer as a professional sport is growing in this town.
I mean, I think the epitome of the growth of everything for this club and the team was last night. We had a team event last night, and I mean, we were there signing autographs for over 4 hours. I mean, the line was outside the ballroom, through the hotel and casino, into the parking garage, and it was just unbelievable. I mean, when I first got here, I think that autograph session lasted just like about an hour.
Alejandro, we had a Jim on yesterday, and oftentimes the conversation goes to the youngsters of the group, the Sullivans, the Aronsons, all of those guys. At 35, and you've talked about this often, at 35 and being the veteran leader of this group, how has it changed for you through the years having to lead this team, this organization to the prominence they've gotten to?
Yeah, it's almost like when my son was born. You know, when you become a father, everything, your perspective just changes. I'm twice these guys' age, some of them, you know. Yeah. But, no, it's great. You know, I think obviously fans love to see all the homegrowns doing well. You know, they're, for the most part, all local kids. So it's amazing to see an Aronson, you know, a guy Philly through and through, just, you know, make it to the big stage and playing so well in Europe. But for me, yeah, look, literally, I think one of the reasons why I was signed here is not just because of the ambitions of the club to do well, to win and perform well, but also to help develop the talent, right? And I think I bring over with me, a breadth of experience, and I think I've been able to play on that. You know, in the locker room now, I literally sit in between all the young kids. You know, so I'm learning just as much as they are from me. You know, what they're listening to in music, artists, and what they're into, and everything like that. And I just try to keep them in check. And I think we've built a really good culture inside that locker room.
Alejandro, after the way that last season ended, have you noticed a change in mindset from some of the guys that are coming back this season in training camp?
Yeah, look, the way it ended last year was brutal. It was tough on everybody. So going into the off season, we all needed, the physical and mental break to get re-energized, to get that off our minds. And we've kept the core of the team intact. We've added some new depth pieces, some good new additions that are going to obviously help us out this season. But, look, we know what it's like now to get to that final, what it's like to lose. It's bittersweet, but we're ready to get back there. And this year is going to be a long season, a tough one, a lot of games, but a lot of competition. So I think that's something that we look forward to and we're excited about.
Now you got
for trophies.
You just got back from Florida, so you had training camp down in Clearwater. You play 7 matches. And then you are getting ready to head down to Miami after the first game against the Columbus Crew this Saturday. And then you head to El Salvador. But, of course, for your home opener, it's supposed to be like 35 degrees. How difficult is it acclimating to these different climates when you're traveling and playing, especially beginning of the season in the MLS and at the end of the season?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a little bit difficult just because, we're still working on getting our full match fitness, Obviously, preseason was well. We got a nice little tan going there down in Florida, being there for 5 weeks. But definitely, it's different when you breathe in the air. You know, when you breathe in the warm air compared to like the cold air. You know, on 35 degrees on Saturday, like you mentioned, it definitely plays a part. But you know, both teams are gonna have to deal with the elements. So you know, we're ready. We're ready. You know, I think we feel really prepared, and we worked really hard this preseason to get back to the level we were at last year.
Alejandro, I'm always interested in the leadership aspect when it comes to professional sports. For you individually, was it something that you sought out? Was it something that was given to you, or was it something that kind of came naturally?
I think a little bit of everything, really. I think I've always been the guy that, is led by example on the field, with my work rate and me willing to put the work in and all that. But then, I think off the field also just, working on interpersonal relationships and just, saying all the right things and then trying to, be close with everybody, form good relationships. And I think it helps, I'm able to speak 5 different languages. So within the locker room, I think it helps really set the tone with the guys and really be supportive of one another. So I think a little bit of both helps, of everything. And I've been able to translate that into, success for our team and for informing friendships.
So you speak English, you speak Spanish, you speak Philly. What are the other two?
Oh, that's necessary, right?
What are the other two? Because you are in Delco. I mean, you have to play in Delco, so you have to speak Delco. What are the other languages?
Yeah, I can speak French from my time in France, and I also, my wife's Norwegian. I spend time in Sweden, so I can speak Swedish. So I can speak with Jacob Glesnes and Mikael Ude, the Danish Norwegian guys.
Is your nickname Rosetta Stone?
Something like Duolingo, maybe. I don't know.
Seriously, were you how easy are they always say foreign languages are horrible to try to pick up. When did you pick these up? In your 20s? In your late teens?
No, I mean, I obviously I spoke speaking Spanish, that was my first language. My parents from Colombia, and then knowing Spanish, it was easy to learn French. The Swedish one was a little bit hard. That was a little bit tougher, but spending time there, I really that was my first professional team, so I made it a point to acclimate.
That is awesome.
Learn the language.
Hey, Saturday night, first, the opening match will be Saturday, and you're going to hear it, as your new home of the Philadelphia Union is 97.5 The Fanatic. Alejandro, we wish you all the best in health, most of all, and a great season for the Union. We appreciate you being a part of the Fanatic family. Now, we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thanks, Alejandro.
He dropped
off. Well, he might have known it's National Margarita Day. So it's National Margarita Day. He's heading to his local PJ's
5 o'clock
to be there as soon as it opens with the $7 Espelon margaritas all day and night. The perfect reason to go to your local PJ's tonight.
Would it surprise you that in my backyard I have that sign? It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
No,
that wouldn't surprise me. Absolutely,
surprise me.
That wouldn't surprise anyone here.
Now the question is Connor's holding an item here.
She was surprised.
Connor, what are you holding? The item that you're holding there?
I have a Phillies Magma lamp with the speaker. So we have the Eagles one up here on the table. I'm holding the Phillies one right now.
By the way, Dylan, not Dylan McKinnon, cannot believe that you, the cinephile, did not know the Magma.
I did know them.
I'm
the only one here that did know it.
He did. It took him a second, but he
I
did.
said I recognized it. Yeah,
he was like, because they count on you as the cinephile.
I said it was Austin Powers.
I already knew it. It just took him a second.
Check the tape.
There's the Phillies one right there.
It's a nice item.
It is a really, really nice item.
Honestly, lighter than I thought it would be, too. This is probably easily portable.
I actually saw a young, let's say, if you're wearing a Phillies jersey in this room right now, I want you. Who's got a Phillies jersey on? Well, wait a minute. That gentleman right there is going to need that in his room.
Okay,
he's going to need that in his room right there. How about that?
In my room, but I guess
there
that's the second best thing.
No, you can't do that. You're the Locked On Phillies podcast. Look, he's coming up to get it. Too. He's not waiting. He's not waiting for someone to bring it.
Yeah, they give it up.
That is awesome.
I'll tell you what. I can't say that I've ever seen a Bryson Stott
jersey
before either. That's
good. Nice choice.
No,
that's a nice item.
They were very popular in the playoffs.
Oh, were they?
Yeah,
he's picking up.
I saw a few of those. Yeah, our buddy Jeff in DC got one.
No.
Yeah, he did stop because remember Stott hooked him up with the tickets.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And everything like that.
Yeah.
Hey, we so appreciate our live studio audience being here. We'll get to interact with you coming up. We'll have Adam Schefter joining us at 8:10 today. He's not coming in person because Adam would not come in here in person.
Why not?
He's not driving down from Connecticut to be able to come in here.
We couldn't send Pat to go
or
get
Westchester.
He didn't want to hang out with you. That's what we didn't want to tell you.
Well, I can't blame him there.
Okay, Connor, you do have to answer the question though about the jeans.
What about him?
Because people, it is a topic of conversation.
These are normal jeans. Like, what do you want me to wear?
Are they normal jeans, Tracy? Are these normal jeans?
I think he looks fine today.
They're skinny jeans. They're
Yeah,
skinny jeans.
that's okay.
Which is not normal jeans. Normal jeans are not skinny
You guys
jeans.
treat me like the first person to ever wear skinny jeans.
I can see the volume button on your iPhone.
That's
bud.
not true. And stop looking at my pocket. We're coworkers and nothing more.
I mean, it could be a bit of a Trace. I mean, is that you could is it the skinny jean look? You're more of a regular like men's jean cut.
I'm a little more of a regular man, but I do like someone that has some thought into it, and
there's not much thought. The thought isn't really. That's the promise, Trace. There's not much thought needed.
I can tell you from experience that the boys' jeans at the Gap are way cheaper than the men's jeans at the Gap.
He was a big fan of Spider-Man as a kid, so he tries to dress like him in every single thing he does.
You're not going to be able to pick up that phone.
I'm telling you.
You dropped your phone.
I got your back today, Connor.
Hey,
I'll get there by 8 o'clock.
We're going to discuss some rule changes in Major League Baseball and more. We've got our live studio audience on site with us here. John Kincade Show, the next hour of the show comes your way next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, just think, you're sitting in a casino, things aren't going well, you're losing a bunch of money, and then all of a sudden in front of you, Pat, there's an undo button. Well, guess what? You can get that with FanDuel Casino's Play It Again. Get up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. Play your favorite table games and hundreds of slots for real cash. See why FanDuel Casino is the #1 rated online casino app. There's so many different things you can do. You have weekly promotions, daily promotions. You get to play with a live dealer. And if you ever have any problems, which you rarely do, they have an in-class customer support team that's there 24/7. So sign up for FanDuel Casino with FanDuel.com/Bob today and play it again with up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. That's FanDuel.com/Bob. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Must not have previously placed any wager on FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Casino, Betfair Casino, Mohegan Sun Casino, or Stardust Casino. Refund issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
The John Kincade Show.
If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
See DallasStillSucks.com for details.
You know, when the winters are mild, the deals are wild. Gary Barbera knows how to sell a Jeep cheap, not one or two, but a slew.
Holy Jeep!
$199 down or $199 a month. Your radio's not broken. Now, at Barbera's on the Boulevard, Jeep cheap Cherokees, even new Grand Cherokees, $199 down or $199 a month. You gotta get your butt to Barbera. Instant credit, come and get it.
Philadelphia's Credit Connection.
Grab that jar of pennies on your porch. Bring it to Gary Barbera's Cheap Jeep Land.
Holy Jeep!
You pay the payment, I say, $199 down or $199 a month. If it weren't true, I couldn't say it to you. Gary Barbera's on that big bargain corner of Borbeck and the Boulevard in the great Northeast. I'll say it again, so you know where and when. New Jeep cheap Cherokees, $199 down or $199 a month. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
All offers on approved credit. Plus tax 452.fee.
Oh, and yes, Gary.
DallasStillSucks.com.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. You know what I hate? I hate feeling like I just got ripped off. You know what I mean. The guy sitting next to you on the airplane paid $180 for his ticket, and you just paid $600. Or you go out to dinner with your girl, and you pay $150, and the couple next to you has a coupon for half off. And the waiter says, sorry, you gotta have the coupon. Coupon, Groupon, what the? Well, at my store, everyone gets the perfect price. One place, one price. It's that simple. No coupons, no sales, no anything. Just the perfect price. Here's our big secret for the past 35 years. Just give people better quality for less money, and always treat them great. When we train our jewelers, we just tell them to make pretend you're taking care of your sister or your mother or your best friend and make them feel special. Experience the difference. Come see me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. By phone, 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. That's IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. Love your results or your money back. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
If you're looking to move out of your parents' place, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive, which is good because your little brother has gotten really territorial. You're blood related. You'd think it would be fine to share food in the fridge. I mean, who writes their name on every individually wrapped slice of cheese, Tyler? Still, you've got to admire the commitment. So bundle your renter's and car insurance with Progressive and use the savings to help you move out and have all the cheese you want. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading Ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
The Fanatic's Business of Sports is powered by Pico for Business.
With baseball season officially beginning in Clearwater, we could go see our boys play spring training games. But how much does it cost? The average ticket runs between $17 and $39. Doesn't seem like a big deal, right? But in the regular season, seeing minor league baseball in the same stadium will cost you 1/3 that. Businesses of all types and sizes are saving money with Pico because Pico's got the financial incentives and technical expertise to help you reduce your energy use and to save cash. See how Pico's helping businesses like yours take greater control of their energy costs to improve their bottom line. Simply complete a customer survey on Pico's digital portal and an energy profile. The report will be generated for you, and this profile is going to provide specific recommendations based on your facilities, equipment, and energy use with great ways to save while either maintaining or increasing productivity.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Philadelphia Union Soccer, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Welcome to our open house. We got a bunch of people having some fine food this morning, brought in by Spread Bagelry. Thanks to our friends at the Valley Forge Tourism and Convention Board for hooking us up with our friends from Spread Bagelry. 10 locations, Main Line, Bryn Mawr and Wayne, Center City, 16th Street, Rittenhouse, Walnut and South Streets, Glen Mills, Cherry Hill, and King of Prussia. Should you need an event catered, they are exceptional.
It is really good.
And it is the crispiness of the bagel is what makes the bagel great.
You should try the crispiness of the bacon.
I'm not doing that today.
You're missing out
Really
on the breakfast
good.
sandwich.
I would gladly do that another day. I'm not doing it.
It is so good, God would forgive you.
You're messing up.
It's not about God forgiving you. It's about the fact that you make a minor sacrifice.
God understands.
Yeah,
No, you just make a minor sacrifice.
There were times where God said, I want some bacon.
I guarantee.
You don't think Spread Bagelry?
I don't think he was.
You don't
but
think
that's another
you
issue.
don't think Spread Bagelry stopped by Heaven a couple times to cater an event there, like a little party, a little President's Day get together?
They have President's Day
in heaven.
they did?
Absolutely,
Yeah, you can't have loaves and fishes for every
They have the
event.
most
But
presidents.
You got to have a little bit of bagel work.
Most of the presidents are already up there.
There is
They
one
have a little soiree.
There is one that I can tell you from personal experience that's knocking on the door of heaven right now, and Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter is one of the just kindest, most down-to-earth people in the world, and the man was an ex-president. And every year into his 90s doing his Habitat for Humanity houses, and here's Jimmy Carter using the nail gun or whatever it is, putting it, or the screw gun or whatever it is, putting up drywall. And I'm saying, dude, I couldn't do that in my 20s and 30s. Here's Jimmy Carter putting up shelves. He an amazing human being. He will exit this earth soon. He's in hospice at home. But President Carter, just one of the best people you could ever run into.
Leaving the world better than he found.
Oh, no questions asked.
Yeah.
And honestly,
that's a goal.
Just continually, though, going to the Jimmy Carter goes to the local diner and sits and has breakfast.
Yeah, well,
a lot of ex-presidents don't do that.
Yeah,
they live more of a Hollywood
house.
lifestyle.
You want good pancakes or not?
I mean, well, that's the truth. You, by the way, you're the place you told me in Havertown. They used to,
Kettle.
Chief Dan said, no, the breakfast place. You told me to go to. Havertown, was it Havertown Diner or whatever it is, or something like that?
I've told you about Kettle, and I've told you about Nudies.
We know Nudies.
I don't know where.
They're everywhere.
I don't know where I told you.
We may have something, we may have some confrontation coming up today.
What would be confrontation coming up?
I just looked at my phone during the break, and I had a text message from one, Ricky Batalico.
What is it about?
3 words. It says, "You suck balls."
Really? That's really. So this is going to be a.
That's aggressive.
Really?
I don't know why.
You don't know why you got that one?
I don't. I don't think I said anything very controversial today.
I don't believe you did.
No.
Between you and Ricky.
I mean, that sounds like.
So it looks like he's bringing the heat when he comes in.
Well, that's what he's supposed to do every day. I hear that at the beginning of the best show ever.
I'm just happy it's not. I'm not the target this time.
Yeah, he fought Barry Bonds. I got money on Ricky over Bob Cooney.
All right,
bud.
Adam Schefter will join us in just a moment or two, and we appreciate Adam being here. And remember, the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app has the odds, the slots, the bets, and the games all coming together in perfect harmony right in your pocket. You can download it now at betparks.com. The rule changes in Major League Baseball. So, Connor, you're going to want to stay for this one. The 2 throws over rule, the pitch clock, the elimination of the shift. How many of these make the Phillies better? How many of these potentially make the Phillies worse? I got to tell you, I'm not sure that every one of them doesn't make the Phillies better. Except defensively.
I lean towards all of them. I'm having to go through to find one that
defensively,
doesn't make them
though,
better.
it's going to be tough because the shift helped the Phillies.
Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah, they were better defensive club because they have a lot of guys who don't cover a lot of ground.
Bohm doesn't have great range.
They have guys who don't cover ground that now have to cover ground.
Good thing they traded for Edmundo Sosa then.
Yeah.
They're making him a center fielder now.
I saw that. They try it out. Yeah, try it out. Why not?
Yeah, why not? I agree with you. Yeah.
Get on in there.
It's the time to do it.
How many of them, Bob, if you were to say right now, the ones that help the Phillies, the ones you're saying, I feel good about that being something that helps them.
Well, they do have some speed now, especially with Trey Turner there. So anytime there's a clock, anytime there's a known what you can do on the base pass, you know they can't throw over more than twice. You know they only have a certain amount of time to throw the baseball. Yeah, that's going to help him on the bases. The pizza boxes that they're putting out there now for bases gives you an extra.
Gigantic.
Well, I honestly did not read the dimensions of it. How many extra inches does it give you to get to the next base? I mean, is there a foot advantage, or I don't know?
Well, I mean, if you put it in, if you laid the old base on top of this base, it's slightly higher. Real good for radio that I'm using my fingers. It's slightly higher, but it is significantly around the sides.
So if it gives you an extra step, I mean, catchers will be the first to tell you. But you have to look at it the other way. JT Realmuto is one of the best catchers at throwing people out trying to steal bases. Does that hinder him now? The guys are getting an extra step. So I think it'll all even out. It's funny you mentioned about the shift, though. Maybe it seems like it to you guys also, but to me, I thought the Phillies offensively got hurt by the shift because the teams played them well.
Yep.
But I thought that the Phillies never did shift very well.
I tend to agree with you.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't care about you.
But when you see the players on the Phillies having to cover ground now, they don't have a left. Well, Turner is a huge upgrade to the left side of the infield.
Yeah.
The right side of the infield is borderline mediocre.
I mean, I just go with they're not a good defensive club, and I have to accept it. And I do. I accept
and hope that the offense.
Yeah, I mean, having Trey Turner will help. I think, as Connor was alluding to, or flat out said. And I mean, you got some guys like JT Realmuto, good defense, and then you have other guys like Alec Boehm and Rhys Hoskins who suck at it. They're not going to get better. We know it. They're not there for their defense. They're there for their bat. So as long as they bring the bat, I'm cool with it. And the fact that the other teams can't shift should help their bats. It should help Rhys Hoskins.
It absolutely should.
It should help Bryce Harper. His batting average should go up.
How about Schwarber? He's the one.
Yeah.
Schwarber. How many times did Schwarber ground out or to the middle
Second
right
baseman
fielder?
who's
Yes.
playing, yeah.
I mean, it was constant.
Yeah, it happens all the time. I just look at these rules as so widely encompassing of the game. Like, these are some of the biggest rule changes we've seen to the sport in a long time, all coming at the same time. honestly, it's kind of a cop-out, and I think they all help the Phillies, or most of them help the Phillies, but I don't think that there's anything that's going to really change their standing in the league. I think they do so many things so well that you can take the shift, keep the shift. You can take the pitch clock, keep the pitch clock. This team's still going to be really, really good because they just have a bunch of talented players. So if it affects one or two individuals, the team's just so good, they're going to be okay.
It's got to make them better offensively.
I think Bob,
they're going to have more base runners.
Bob hit the one, though. The biggest one is the throwing over second. If you add Trey Turner, who was already stealing 50 bags a season, 40, 50, whatever it was, he's you probably up that by 10 because of the throw over.
And he goes, remember, you can throw over a third time, but when you throw over a third time, if you don't pick off the runner, it's a balk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they get the automatic base, so you're not going to see a lot of that.
No.
And I said to you, we talked about it last week or the week before, Bob, when this rule came out, I was saying how I was worried about Aaron Nola because he gets so rattled with guys on base. And then there's a pitch clock and him being comfortable.
So that's the one that bothers me is the pitch clock. Because
do you not want it?
I want it as a fan. I want it. It'll speed up the game. Anything to speed up the game, which I love baseball, but we could speed it up. But I just don't know how it's going to affect the pitchers. And anybody who acts like they do know how it's going to affect, you don't. You just don't. When you have a
who do you think it doesn't affect? Wheeler gets the ball, and Wheeler gets the ball and throws it.
Yeah,
he does.
So does Suarez.
Suarez would be the guy because all we hear is he's unflappable. Like the moment's not too big. So
the cool part is also is a Painter coming up is used to it.
Yeah, Painter's experience.
That's my point. I think I made last week is 5 years you're going to see guys that just come up and they're fine with it because they've integrated this into the minors and they are used to it. With that said, he's only been using it for a year and a half.
A buddy of mine is a television baseball producer, and they're deciding right now in spring training. Their big meeting is how do we display the pitch clock on the screen so fans can see it. And I'm like, this screen is already busy. Like they have they now put the box up on the screen so you can tell the pitch. Then they now they're going to have a clock on the screen.
They'll figure it out.
Yeah, it won't be that bad.
They have the play clock for football. That's already a pretty busy scoreboard.
Yeah, but baseball, we're not used to seeing it.
Yeah, but I'm sure we'll be able to mentally.
Well, yeah, we have 162 games to get used to it. So we'll be all right. But I do think that there'll be at least one pitcher on the staff that's rattled by the pitch clock, and it probably will be Nola.
I think it'll be Nola.
And that's. I wonder if that's one of the reasons why he wants to get locked up before the season. It's locking up now.
Pat, you can relate. We all want to get paid.
Yeah.
So he wants to get paid.
Getting paid is fun. I don't really.
You agree? Is our studio audience agree with that? It is.
Yeah, I don't.
Pat,
really,
you're a man of the people.
I don't live to work. I'm more work to live.
I've seen that.
I
understand that.
My parents not being
the definition,
not being extremely wealthy, and me not being born into it to live off an island somewhere, it pisses me off. That's why
you wanted to live off an island,
like a Richard Branson type of island,
really?
not like a Castaway type of island, but
not like Gilligan's Island.
No,
Fantasy
3-hour tour. No, that's not for me. Fancy one with like a mansion and like a jet ski. That'd be cool. But I'm with you. Slap. Yeah. Okay.
You could afford a jet ski.
Can't say that because
you could afford a jet ski.
You could definitely afford a jet ski.
If you could afford the car you drive, you could afford a jet ski.
I can't afford a jet ski because I drive the car I drive.
Teddy Powers had a jet ski, and he worked at like a middle school.
Do I want to have the jet ski you know how embarrassing it is to have your jet ski foreclosed on? I don't need that. I don't need Crossing Broad picking that up.
Pay your bills.
Crossing Broad does that. They would find that too. So, hey, Adam Schefter's joining us, brought to you by our friends at Landis Block and Concrete. You could create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise. I showed Adam the backyard paradise that Landis Block said they were able to create for us. Maybe he needs one for himself as the offseason is going on. Adam, I'm a little confused about the Vance Joseph interviews that are going down with the Eagles for defensive coordinator. He's doing Zoom interviews. It's the off season. Why would you be interviewing people over Zoom?
Well, it's a good question. He was in Denver on Sunday.
Right.
And he was supposed to fly out Sunday night from Denver, or so I thought. And then I heard it was Zoom. I don't know why the change. The only thing I could think of at that point in time would be that you feel like maybe that it went well enough in Denver that, hey, you know what? I feel confident here. I don't want to have to take another trip. I'm going to do it Zoom, and we'll take our chances that way. But I don't have a specific answer for that.
There's lots of college coaches that reportedly the Eagles are kicking the tires on. I've heard a few myself. defensive coordinators. What do you? If Nick, from what you know, and if you don't know, you can just say so. From what you know of Nick Sirianni or what you've heard, do you think he'd rather go with a veteran DC, or do you think he'd like to try one of these new, younger minds?
I think he'd like to go with the best guy there is, period, whether that's a young guy, a college guy, an experienced guy. I think that you look at the people that they're looking at right now, and to me, it's an intriguing list.
Who are some of the names that you can share the audience maybe hasn't read or heard of?
Well, I think the Jim Leonard name is really interesting. I mean, the guy's got a great reputation, is very popular, is well thought of. That, to me, is a name that just jumps off the page at you, somebody that's really good. You know, Vance Josephson playing Denver and Philly, has experience as a head coach and a defensive coordinator, is a quality guy. Jesse Minter at Michigan, they've spoken to other people too. Like, I don't know the names, but there are other names that they've spoken to that are out there. Their list is a little bit more expansive than has been reported. And so I just think they're going through this, John, to find the guy that's the best for this job, whoever that is, whether that's Jim Leonard or Vance Joseph or Jesse Minter or who are some of the other names that have been reported?
Well, I mean, that's just pretty much you're going down the list of the biggest suspects and that have been discussed. I know that they've been poking around down in Georgia and some other places also, and I think they're just talking. They're doing due diligence.
You're poking around in Georgia. What does that mean, John?
Talking to people about opportunities, whether there would be even introducing themselves to people, finding out about candidates that maybe somebody knows within the organization. They're casting a very wide net for this job. It's very apparent. And I expected it to be sort of like the offensive coordinator, that they'd have a plan. You know, like there's the short list in the desk, and I wonder if being in the Super Bowl cost them that. You know, the opportunity because the best candidates were off the board.
Listen, they got a late start on this. I don't know that they expected to be in the position to lose both coordinators. As I said to you a couple of weeks ago, I always felt like Brian Johnson on offense is the logical, no-brainer, simple selection. Then in defense, it's not as clear-cut. And so they're going through to find the best candidate out there. And to me, they've identified some really strong candidates. And let's see where it leads.
Shefty, I don't know if you're going to answer this question as a reporter or as an educated guesser, but when it comes to Jalen Hurts and a contract, we were talking about it earlier, if it's going to be a long-term Patrick Mahomes type thing or maybe a shorter term type thing so that he can go back to the bargaining table, you know, in 5 and 6 years. If you had to guess or what you've reported, what do you think it's going to be?
Well, I mean, nobody does a 10-year. What was Mahomes' deal? 10 years? Nobody does a deal that long. That's an aberration. It's just
but everything's copycat, right, Shefty?
Yeah, but no quarterback's doing a 10-year deal. I don't believe. Now, look, you know, could Jalen Hurts sign something like that tomorrow? Sure, that I'm not reporting that. That's my opinion and experience covering the league. It's a unicorn type of contract, and I don't think that that's what you'll see Jalen Hurts do. And if you look at it, last year there were 4 quarterbacks that signed deals worth at least $46 million. 4. Okay, off the top of my head, let me see if I can remember them. We have Aaron Rodgers. We have Russell Wilson. We have Kyler Murray. And we have somebody else. Who was the 4th?
Was it Watson?
And it would have been Deshaun Watson.
Sure.
So there are 4 quarterbacks last year who signed deals of 46 or more million. Jalen Hurts played better than every one of them, and it wasn't close. So, you know, I recently said that his price starts at 45. I revised that. I'm pushing it north. It starts at 46, and it'll go in above that based on his play this year. And I think that, you know, you're looking at a deal closer to 50 than 46. And the question is how they want to structure it, how many years they want to put to it. Just a random guess. when all is said and done, you're looking at 4 or 5 year deal worth $250 million.
John Kincade Show, Adam Schefter joining us in the Comcast Business Hotline. So if you're looking towards this offseason, there's been it's been reported here in Philadelphia that they would throw the tag on C.J. Gardner-Johnson if they weren't able to come to a deal there. Are you optimistic there? And are you hearing any other names that may be returning or exiting that maybe we haven't heard about?
Well, look, here's the deal. When you're in the situation that the Eagles are with their cap situation, with the number of defensive free agents they have, there's just no question that they're going to suffer losses, especially on the defensive side of the football. This defense, whoever takes over as a defensive coordinator, is going to take over a defense that in some ways is going to have a little bit of a different look, because in this day and age, it's just impossible to keep everybody. And so the defense that the Eagles lined up throughout the season, throughout the playoffs on Super Bowl Sunday, that's not going to be the same defense in 2023 when they open the season this upcoming year. It can't be. NFL rules do not allow it to happen. I don't know whether they franchise tag Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who I love, but you look at guys like Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham, some of the linebackers, and it just they're going to bleed on defense. They're just going to.
Schefter,
they knew they were, and that's part of the reason also that you come up with some of these extra draft picks like they have. And by the way, when they lose all these players that they're going to, then it just sets them up with more compensatory draft picks in 2024. So this is a little bit of a period of transition for this team right here. Knows it's coming, and we'll see what parts they are able to bring back, but it's not going to be great.
Schefter, educated guess, just because they're in division, what do you think happens with the Giants and Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley? How does their backfield look next year, do you think?
My guess would be that they find a way to work out a deal for Daniel Jones. You can't lose a quarterback in this day and age. You just can't do that, particularly one that played pretty well last year under Brian Daboll. And you take your chances on Saquon Barkley, and you hope to re-sign him, and you hope to get a deal done, and they'll have a decent chance. But all it's going to take is one team out there that is willing to pay a running back. And if we're thinking of teams, like, there aren't a lot that have the cap room, have the need, and are willing to do it. But if I had to guess one team, and again, this is not me knowing anything, just a guess, based on numbers and need. How about the Chicago Bears? Have a need, have $100 million in cap space. I mean, they could go spend $10, $11 million on running back if that's what they wanted to do, to go give another weapon to Justin Fields.
Yeah. Adam, we appreciate it. We're having our open house week. We got a live studio audience in here listening to you today. We have a live studio audience.
Hello, live studio audience.
See?
Hello, everybody.
And they love that you jump in with us every week. Thanks to Landis Block and Concrete, creating their very own jaw-dropping backyard paradises for you at landisbc.com. Thanks, Adam. We hope you have a great day, man. Enjoy the Combine. We'll talk to you next week.
Yes, sir.
All right, see you, buddy. And Adam Schefter joined us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Garrett Barbera wants you to know that Dallas still sucks, but we all knew that. The Dallas Still Sucks sales event is going on at Barbera and DallasStillSucks.com. You check that out. Connor, you have a couple questions? Or
Yeah, I got one for us as we get ready
what do you got?
the break. Dave McKay. Is Dave McKay in the
Where is Dave McKay?
Where's Dave at?
Dave is in the back. Dave's just walked. Dave works.
You picked the one guy that's getting food.
This is perfect. He's going to miss
Dave works down the stadiums, too. I see Dave down at the stadiums.
All right, Dave.
Where he goes. There you go.
Want to talk to Matt Cord. Dave's got a question here for you.
Dave, what's the question?
Now, Dave, you're going to have to clarify this, because this reads, does John Kincade think a Philly sports team will win a championship? In general? Because probably at some point.
Basically in general, but out of the 5 major teams, who do you think has the best shot to win a championship in this town?
Next?
In the next year or two.
The next year or two, Eagles have the best chance.
Okay.
Phillies have the second best chance.
All right.
Union has the third best chance. And I don't know, because I don't know the MLS enough, but I would say Union's right there. and then I'd say Sixers.
All right. I like your choices.
I'd say
Let's
Sixers
see what
there
happens.
in that
So
order.
We can
so.
get a bunch of them.
But I'll see you down the stadiums. Oh, wait, he's always
I noticed the team got left off. No chance for the Flyers?
Not right now.
No.
Not right now.
Well, listen,
but once
everyone
you get,
else at least got mentioned.
No, not right now. They're not. As far as champion, he said championships next year or two.
No.
So that is not happening, Connor.
No shot.
You can't do that.
so?
You know what? Give that man a piece of jewelry, though, that maybe he's going to be handing off somebody. We've got the classic gold hoop earrings from Steven Singer Jewelers. The trend this year, Steven Singer has it all with hoop earrings in the desired metal color and circumference you're looking for. Check him out at 8th and Walnut in Philadelphia, the expert jeweler, to help you find the perfect pair. That's our friend Steven Singer, so congratulations to you grabbing a pair of earrings there, too. We got a lot coming up. Ricky Batalico is in the house.
Yeah,
coming out of the bullpen.
I've heard of that guy.
He's ready to big it. He's bringing it. So we'll get it next. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Let me tell you that as I struggle through all my papers here about our friends at Clear Rum, and it's great that Ricky's here because Ricky and I have both been exposed to the folks at Clear Rum, and they're awesome. And Clear Rum wants to send you to spring training. They're the preferred rum of the Philadelphia Phillies. We will be out at P.J. Wellahan's tomorrow night in Downingtown. So come on out to Downingtown tomorrow night. Ricky and I talk baseball with you, hang out with you, 7 to 9 p.m., and you can register to win a trip to Clearwater thanks to our friends at Clear Rum. Clear Rum is absolutely awesome. Philly Sports Trips is running the trip down to Clearwater. You know that Cuz and Chunas are going to be entertaining you the whole time. You're going to have a great time there. And Clearwater is their fantastic drink that you're going to love. It only has 99 calories, made with natural flavors. It's clean and it's crisp, and it's anything but ordinary. So come on out tomorrow night. Ricky Bowe and I will be out at the P.J. Wellahan's in Downingtown from 7 to 9 o'clock. Stop in, register to win a trip to Clearwater, all brought to you by Clear Rum. It's absolutely awesome. And our friends at P.J. Wellahan's.
The John Kincade Show.
For someone who's super, super hot, you're really cranky.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Right now, Wawa is serving up any 2 Sizzlies for just $5 every day until 11 a.m. Bask in the warmth of breakfast with a delicious sausage, egg, and cheese croissant. And try the new bacon burrito. Or get 2 egg bites with a bacon, egg, and cheese bagel without breaking the bank. Wake up and smell the Sizzlies. 2 for $5. It's a deal worth waking up for. Great morning start at Wawa.
Hey, honey, guess what I got?
Oh, is that lunch I'm smelling?
Warmer.
Did you go to Wawa?
Warmer.
Wait, is it a hoagie?
Warmer.
Is it a meatball hot hoagie from Wawa?
On fire.
Yes! You know I love those. Do you know why hot hoagie season is my favorite?
It's warmer.
Exactly.
Warm up your winter with hot hoagies. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. You know what I hate? I hate feeling like I just got ripped off. You know what I mean. The guy sitting next to you on the airplane paid $180 for his ticket, and you just paid $600. Or you go out to dinner with your girl, and you pay $150, and the couple next to you has a coupon for half off. And the waiter says, sorry, you gotta have the coupon. Coupon, Groupon, what the? Well, at my store, everyone gets the perfect price. One place, one price. It's that simple. No coupons, no sales, no anything. Just the perfect price. Here's our big secret for the past 35 years. Just give people better quality for less money, and always treat them great. When we train our jewelers, we just tell them to make pretend you're taking care of your sister or your mother or your best friend and make them feel special. Experience the difference. Come see me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. By phone, 888 I Hate Steven Singer, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. That's IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
Hello, Madame Dupree. I'm here for my fortune telling.
Come, gaze into my crystal ball. I see financial stability.
Nice.
If you switch to T-Mobile, because you can get their price lock guarantee, so they won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
Wow, ever? Verizon and AT&T don't have that.
And I see a free Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus and no trade-in required.
No trade-in? Hey, wait a sec. Do you also work at T-Mobile?
Well,
Get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus at T-Mobile, free on our Max plan when you switch. No trade-in required. Plus, you get our price lock guarantee, so we won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
With eligible port-in, $800 via 24 monthly bill credits and $200 virtual prepaid card rebate, plus tax for well-qualified buyers. Contact us before canceling service to continue remaining bill credits or credits. Stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. Register prepaid card code within 30 days. Allow 8 weeks. Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Details at T-Mobile.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-449-8811. That's 1-800-449-8811. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-449-8811. That's 1-800-449-8811.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
This week at Macy's, find big savings on essentials for you and your home, like men's classic polos from Tommy Hilfiger and more. A limited time special at $44.99 to $55.99. 30 to 60% off gorgeous handbags. And 15% off select blenders, juicers, and more for your kitchen. Plus, Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift cards, services, and fees at Macy's. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply. Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. 2023 Ariya has limited availability. All-wheel drive expected availability early 2023, subject to change.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic in front of a live studio audience here. And they're very live this morning. They are live. Pat's gotten into that breakfast sandwich. It looks good. From Spread Bagelry. It looks really good. The bagels are amazing.
I see a hand.
You're just waving across. That's Ricky Bowe. Ricky Batalico joining us from the best show ever. And we appreciate Ricky being here this morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
My friend. Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Now, Ricky, you read a headline on 97.5thefanatic.com, and you thought that I was burying.
I did. The headline said.
Which I read I wrote the headline because I've been told the more provocative you make the headline, the more someone is likely to read it.
If you're a real fan, you're there every night. Ricky Batalico.
No, that wasn't the headline.
Oh, the other headline.
The headline was what?
Best show ever misses the mark on load management.
Yes. I was listening to the best show ever yesterday, which I do every day. By the way, you guys listen to the best show ever, which is great. Everybody listening in.
I'd fight them.
There's nothing to fight yet, Pat. And so the first one I'm going after is you.
So yesterday I'm on my walk and I'm listening, and they're talking about load management, and Tyrone was blaming the fans for complaining about load management. And I'll take this up with Tyrone when he joins.
Yeah, watch it, because he'll come in here.
Yeah, he's coming in at 9:30 today.
He's driving in to have these conversations.
The idea of it's the fans' fault that the regular season doesn't matter as much because fans are making it not matter. And my point is poppycock, because the teams have made it not matter. The leagues themselves have expanded the playoffs to where in the NHL 16 teams are in, so half the teams are in the playoffs. The NBA more than half. Now they have 20 teams in the NBA playoffs. If you're going to blame somebody for devaluing the regular season, it's the sports leagues that devalue the regular season. The fans have nothing to do with it.
My whole point is that the fans are going to go to games one way or the other. If you get tickets to a Sixers game, most likely you're just going to the game. You look at other sports, though. Why is it different in other sports? Why is baseball? Baseball, you play 162 games. Every one of those seems to matter every year. Why is that? Hockey, even with the way the playoffs are in hockey, those games seem to matter. You go even football, obviously every game matters.
What's the quote that I had for you? Because, by the way, I made sure that I had the quote.
If you're a real fan, you're there every night. Ricky Batalica. Well, no, not really. Somebody, you don't know how to spell my name, which is
or did it autocorrect? Or did it autocorrect?
Is it 2 L's?
2 L? No, it's 2 T's, 1 L.
By the way, I lost a spelling bee once on that.
And the
Ricky
word was
Batalica. I didn't, and he wasn't even in the majors
Just
yet.
in a sentence.
My
Who
only
was the
word.
1996 All-Star? You were.
Ricky Batalica.
See, I could just put I.
So, I mean, seriously, though, is the idea of you said that, then you said that in return. You went, if you're a real fan, you're there every night.
I believe in that. But it also brought me back to a time where Tyrone said he went to a game and it was like on Scott Rowland Day, and Scott Rowland didn't play that.
Oh, absolutely.
So I mean, but even still, you can't. I could remember when I was a little kid, I used to try to match up. My dad would say, all right, or my grandfather, dad, whoever would say, when do you want to go to a Yankee game?
Yeah, we did.
I would try to match it up with Ron Guidry pitching.
Okay,
so I would go see a game that I thought they would win. Okay, that's how I used to do it as a kid. So I guess I would have been upset too, but this is a little different. This is trying to keep your team strong for the whole season.
The load management, it seems, and Tyrone will say it himself, he seems like he defends it like it's a good strategy. But fans, it devalues the regular season for fans. Who do we know? Is Embiid playing tonight? Is Maxey playing tonight? There was a time.
Well, what are they supposed to do? Just let that out when?
No, but there was a time when fans didn't buy tickets wondering if, oh, man, is this the night they're going to give a healthy player, star player, the night off?
Well, they're trying to buck on that. It's a home game, and these stars are going to play.
You would hope so.
Yeah, it was just worded differently back in the day. I mean, I remember going to games when I was little, same thing. I would try to line it up when Steve Carlton was pitching or whatever. But I remember going to a game one time and they sat Mike Schmidt just to give him a night off. And I was like, are you kidding me? We didn't have any advance warning back then, obviously, but it's just worded differently now. Giving a guy a rest isn't giving a guy a rest. It's load management.
Like the Fergosi Sunday afternoon lineups.
Oh, yeah. You could bet on every bench player playing.
Every bench player. The biggest day when, like, the guy who goes to 2 or 3 games a year is a Sunday afternoon.
Thursdays and Sundays.
Sunday afternoon, you bring your kids and everything, and it would be like some giveaway day, and Jim Fergosi would trot out 3 or 4 of the also-rans to start that day.
If you knew that, then you weren't going to buy Sunday games.
They were going because of the giveaway. The Phillies have great giveaways.
Then I'd argue that they weren't real fans if they were just going for the giveaway.
They don't have the money to be able to go multiple days.
If you're just going for the giveaway, then you probably don't care that you're seeing Alex Arias out there.
But it was a straw hat.
Yes.
Okay.
Pat, straw hat day.
I will admit I was wrong.
At least when I was a kid, they would give out those plastic helmets.
Oh, yeah.
How about real bats?
And the real bats.
Painter's helmet or painter hats.
Painter hats.
Yeah,
I used to love the painter hats.
Yeah, they were cool.
Well, you know that they're going to jump in on Andrew Painter.
Yeah, maybe.
You know that they're going to come with that's going to be the painter's hat segment.
I can't wait for the paint brushes.
Yeah,
that's going to be the brushes.
Yeah. There's going to be people there in the whole shebang.
By the way,
dress up.
Did you read the whole piece? Because there has to be at least 5 compliments of your show in there that you didn't take issue.
Why are you? I only brought it up because my name was spelled wrong.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I should have autocorrected.
I don't care.
Pat, does Microsoft not autocorrect Batalico?
No.
I didn't realize that.
No, they only started correcting All-Stars.
Apple doesn't.
2 T's, 1 L.
After 2000, every All-Star is auto-corrected.
Yes.
But in 96, they had no respect for that year. So, unfortunately. And it's not me, it's Bill Gates. Like, don't look at me with those daggers, okay? It's Bill Gates did it. He had no respect for you. I would have auto-corrected.
Thank goodness I can't see him over there.
We do have
What was your issue with Pat, though? You said you had an issue with him first.
I always have issues with Pat.
No, he texted Bob.
I texted Bob.
Bob. Was that what
I just like messing with Bob.
Just
My wife
I
texted
could have
me,
done
she
the
goes,
same
What
thing.
the hell did you do to Ricky?
What'd you do with Ricky at that point?
No, Bob's a good dude.
That's how Ricky says hello.
Yeah, it is. It's just my typical hello.
Okay,
Yeah. You suck balls is good morning to
Yes.
Ricky.
Yeah, it's good. Now, mornings, you are a morning person.
I love mornings.
So the least likely person from the best show ever to hear the 6 a.m. hour of the John Kincade Show is?
Jen Scordo.
Jen is the least likely.
I would say, well,
to hear
hold on. There's a little, it may be a miscommunication what I just said. I will put Hunter in there also because Jen has this sleeping thing where she only sleeps 3 hours at a time. So it depends on what day it would be, I guess.
Is that right?
She has a hard time sleeping.
She goes, I'm usually busy. She's 3 hours and then gets up in 3 hours again?
From what I understand, yeah.
That's weird.
And then I would say
You think Pat's
Hunter
weird?
has no involvement of wanting to be up that early, I don't think.
And Ty goes on his runs. I
Ty's-
think in the morning.
Ty would listen.
So I think but I think he goes on his runs in the morning.
Yeah, why not?
He maybe
That's the first thing
that
I'm
out
doing in the
and
morning.
Do that. Pat, I
you're
mean,
swinging a golf
now
club.
Pat,
If I could,
just
warm
to get those guys back. Pat naps a lot of times during the best show ever.
I love a nap.
He looks at it as like nap revenge.
Yeah, I see.
Going, if
he works every once in a while through it, and I guess work is a questionable word for you, anyways. But I mean, we see him in there every once in a great while. But
Well,
looks like he just
I'm-
took a nap when I see him.
I'm affordable. And I think that's the key. It's
Being
not
affordable.
talent. In this industry, talent has nothing to do with it. Are you affordable and are you available?
What's the return?
I hear him on the
investment?
weekends.
Yeah, he does a good job, doesn't he?
He's good. Yeah.
I'm carried by
He
Chunas.
told me that the other night that he had heard you and Chunas and he liked it.
I'm carried by that guy. Like
Chunas carries you?
It's like Lone Survivor. He's carrying me on his back to safety. Like it's just he's dragging my
You're
body.
not that
It's-
heavy, so that's good.
No, and I'm not. I've gained on a little bit. I've gained the COVID-22, but yeah, I'm nothing without Andrew.
Thought it was
Sanchez.
COVID-19.
The heavy Chevy thing
But I
is
put
the
on
worst
22.
thing ever.
Well, that was.
I just had that
That's
conversation
Chuck
this
D'Amico.
morning with him. He's not big.
No, he's
Yeah,
not.
that's
He's not
Chuck.
heavy. But that's sort of the irony of his nickname.
It's like in the
Yeah,
white.
but is it because when you think if you would come in and see him, you'd be like waiting for this house to come in.
Well, have you ever seen The Wire? The show The
Yes.
Wire? Yeah, they had the character Slim Charles.
There you go.
Slim Charles wasn't slim.
Slim Charles ain't
The
slim.
big boy.
Who was the big guy down in Tampa? You know what I'm talking
The big
about.
dog.
The radio guy.
Yeah, he
no,
Bubba the Love Sponge?
Bubba the Love
Bubba the
Sponge.
Love. Oh,
What does that sound like?
That's
He's
Hulk
fat.
Hogan's
Yeah,
wife.
that's exactly what
he's
he was.
fat.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think fat. I like the heavy Chevy thing, but that was Chuck. That's your bosses came up with that nickname.
So,
That was his
sorry,
idea.
Chuck, but
so you
hey.
can have that on your. You could have that.
You don't
that
think it's a
coming.
little weird? You come in every day, and the first thing you think of is heavy Chevy, and you look at him, and he's like, "It's not
No,
heavy."
I'm
I
used
call
to it.
Pat big guy.
He does.
And
Makes
you
me
guys
feel
have
good.
Dylan McKinnon,
Dylan.
the great Dylan.
Yeah, DJ.
Dylan,
DJ's
Dylan
not,
has to
not
come
a
by
train.
today, by the way, and see people
Dylan should.
because they want to meet Dylan.
I think Dylan.
Dylan is great.
Dylan's like
man.
an MVP.
Dylan is
He's
awesome.
excellent. He is.
really is good.
He is.
Great on the phones, man. I'll tell you that much.
Dylan is as consistent as you are going to get. Every day. he's
Always
the same person.
Good mood.
Yeah, good mood. Happy to be here. Hello.
And he's a
Like,
Rutgers
you just-
guy.
You get the nod from him.
The quick hello. That was good,
Yeah.
too.
Hello.
The little
Hello.
nod. That's because he's usually working very, very hard
Yeah.
at that point.
Dylan's outstanding.
Hey, at Jefferson Health, there are more than 12,000 caregivers who push beyond what's possible. It is healthcare rooted in care. Jefferson Health, uncompromising care. So do you believe that Reese Hoskins' defense is a nothing worth talking about? We were debating this earlier today.
Who said this?
We didn't say nothing worth talking
No,
about.
I thought-
The question was asked, is it over talked about?
No, but I thought
no.
that was what Anthony's point was yesterday. Am I wrong?
Anthony, yeah, I'm
He's
yeah,
just
Stop
not a good-
talking about
he's
his
not a good
defense.
defender.
right. He's
And
not.
it costs them.
It's well, the reason why it's untalkable is because unless he comes back here and a miracle happen in the offseason, then we're going to see the same thing. I mean, isn't that what we're talking about? I find it very weird. Like the first pictures you see is of him at first base, almost with Larry Boa and somebody else working on footwork at first base. If you threw me at first base right now, my footwork would be fine. And I think,
yes.
I think it's no different for anybody else who has ever played baseball. I don't understand. How many times have you seen this guy put his left foot on the bag and try to stretch?
I mean, I think it's ridiculous when someone says to me, it's not a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Major league first baseman cannot field, cannot do the appropriate basics.
Most
And by the way, divisional series, National League Championship Series, World Series, A game outcome was affected by his defense.
Because of his defense.
And it matters. It freaking matters. You win Game 5. They win that game. Do you think they win the World Series if they go to Houston up 3-2?
Possibly, yeah.
I think they do.
2 games. But
I think they do. I think it mattered.
I will say this much for Philly fans. There's no bat slam if he doesn't have that error in the game before.
Yep.
They're not in the World Series without Rhys Hoskins.
No, there's no question.
Yeah.
His bat, no question.
He could hit.
I think that hit, Bob, was the biggest of the postseason.
Yeah,
the
among many.
3-run the homer off of Strider, I think, began the giant wave of emotion that just took out the Braves,
But you
and
also
they rode it
understand,
through.
You also have to understand the Phillies didn't face any pitching. No, everybody was shortened on pitching that they played until they hit the Astros. You don't believe that? Take a look.
Who did Atlanta throw out there?
No.
Strider they threw out there, but they also had.
But nobody was going deep in games for them.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. Fried.
San Diego. Who threw Game 3 for San Diego?
Joe
Musgrove?
And you faced Fried and Morton, and
got arrested.
it really wasn't. It wasn't as good.
Who is that for?
Because are you talking about Clevenger?
Yes,
because he threw Game 4.
Well, Game 4, whatever it was, where
he
fumbled.
sucked.
Yeah, that was their best.
Trash.
That was their best.
But he was their fourth starter.
Third.
He was their fourth.
I'm pretty sure that was third, but still.
You want to put
what kind of pitching did they face?
$4 on it.
What kind of pitching did they face?
They placed Blake Snell.
Full staff.
You Darvish.
What team had a full staff?
Well,
Joe Musgrove. They had a full
faced
staff.
Darvish twice.
San Diego had a, how did they not?
That staff that was
They faced you, Darvish, Blake Snell, Joe Musgrove, and then they faced
Clevenger.
Clevenger.
I mean, that's their 4.
Nah, it wasn't.
I mean, it wouldn't.
I'm not saying it was good, but that was
good or
their 4.
not.
The Braves did not have a full staff.
No, the Braves weren't definitely in their full staff.
So if you're the manager of the Phillies going into this spring training, Ricky, what's your, I don't want to say concern, but what is your biggest subject on your whiteboard that you're keeping an eye on for the 30 days or so?
Oh, man, I think health. And I know it sounds odd, but you had a shortened offseason.
Yeah.
None of these guys know what a shortened offseason was. And to be able to take a little time off for yourself and then get right back into working out, you have to really kind of keep an eye on how that actually worked. And you won't know until 2-3 weeks into the spring. So you won't know until probably in between the first and second week of March where these guys actually stand because of that. And you don't want to wear them out in spring training, although it doesn't look like they get worn out anymore.
No, they certainly don't. Between fishing, playing golf, pickleball.
Who's playing pickleball?
There's pickleball.
A lot of people play pickleball. It's
A lot
very
of
popular.
I played it.
Oh, it's sweet.
Don't
A lot
get
of
me wrong.
country.
Ballers.
Yeah, you hear the little pop.
My whole thing is just watching, especially your pitchers. Watch their arms in spring training.
If anybody has a question for Ricky Bo, we'll have the microphone out. Connor will walk around and bring it. If you're in our studio audience and you wanted to ask a question of Ricky, Connor will get you in with that one there. What about Painter? Did you hear earlier, Bob? If you can set it up for him. Did you hear what he said though yesterday on Channel 6?
No.
So he's asked about the outlook of the team going forward, himself and on. Typical young guy starts out with we're going to do the best we can. If things fall into the place, yeah, I think we could win a championship. We could become one of the best teams ever.
Oh, no.
Now, see, that's how a veteran in the locker room would have handled it.
I said, I guarantee it today.
Pitched an inning in the big league.
I said, I guarantee by the time we did this show this morning, some veteran has already said to him, yo, kid, zip it. Zip it.
I mean,
you don't need to be saying that.
Don't jinx yourself. You know what I mean? Don't put that on yourself.
No, yeah. It's just a moment where I could see you doing it. Many players I covered just putting their heads down, shaking it, and calling them over and say,
that.
no.
And not mad at, as Pat was saying.
You don't
not going over you. It's just, kid, you need to not, like, in a clubhouse.
He doesn't know how hard that grind is of 162 games yet.
And in a clubhouse, very rarely, unless you are an exceptional player, when you're under the age of 23, 24, you're not talking much. You're not supposed to talk for the team.
Look and learn.
Yes.
Look, listen, and learn, and that's it.
How much does it concern you, if at all, that he has not ever failed?
No.
Like he's never faced adversity.
You think Ricky failed before he got to the majors?
Absolutely.
You think this kid failed?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
I'm sure he's had to have some kind of failure. I mean,
but in the professional level, he's never struggled
level.
at all. We have no idea how he'd respond to failure.
Oh,
he's
going to struggle at some time. Big leaguers will make you struggle. So I'm thinking maybe a six-man rotation will kind of help that if something goes wrong. What are you going to do? He's not going to pitch every fifth day.
Do you need him here opening day?
Double-A.
You probably don't need him here.
Yeah, you don't need him here.
Oh. So, real quick, before we go to Connor with the question, we hear this. I'll start him in Double-A or start him. No matter what he's going to pitch, the limit seems to be about 140 innings. How do you do it? How do you do it with not holding him back?
Well, if you go 6, that's easy to do. I think six-man rotation would be easy to do. Plus, if you think about it, you had Wheeler last year getting tired in August, and you had Nola getting tired in
They were both
October,
tired at
really.
the end, yeah.
It took Nola a long time to get tired. But my whole theory on this is that where do you come up with those innings? Where do you slow the innings? Where do you slow the drive down?
Exactly.
I think for Nola, I think it's easy. You take him out an inning early here and there. I think you save him. Wheeler, he's full bore. So, I mean, for me, that would be the toughest guy. For a guy like Andrew Painter, I think it's just you see that day you could skip him, you keep skipping him.
All right, where are we going, Connor?
All right, we got a question from Mike back here who wants to ask Ricky something.
What's up, Mikey?
Hi, how you doing? Ricky, with Harper out, how do you think the lineup, what do you think the lineup will be, and how do you think the bullpen will be with the 2 new arms they added?
I think the bullpen this is a smart move by Dave Dombrowski. He saw what a team like the Astros had, and they had arm after arm after arm after arm. And the good thing about having they have 4 guys that could really close, and then they have 7 guys that could really throw the living daylights out of the ball. So you have to take into consideration 1 or 2 of these guys is not going to have a good year. But you still have a whole slew of guys out in the bullpen that could still throw the baseball and throw it, positively. So in my opinion, that's a good thing. I think anytime you have more of something good, you're going to be okay in the long run. Because let's face it, if Kimbrel, if he's on an off year, okay, so maybe 40 of his appearances are still really good. So you're still okay in that situation. And then you have guys that could fill in. You look, the first part was Bryce Harper. You know what? How do you fill that in? I think what's going to happen is Trey Turner's going to lead off. I didn't think this at the end of last year, but now the more you think about it, you put Trey Turner leading off, and then Schwarber either second or third, where he could hit in some runs. I think JT stays in the 4 spot, and then you just fill in on the way back. But I just think what you're going to see is kind of a rotation in the DH spot.
Give that man a gift from Sportaculture, Sportaculture.com, providing prizes for the audience. The Team Pride LED car door light.
Oh, he's got it back here.
There you go.
Very
Good
excited.
stuff.
We're sending Mike home with a car
There
light.
you go. Now, Ricky, last week when we were going out, and we'll be out tomorrow night in Downingtown.
Yep.
7 to 9 tomorrow night at PJ Wellahan's in Downingtown. He was coming to Cherry Hill, Bob, and he got clipped.
Yeah, I got clipped.
A young lady hit him.
Did you work it all out? Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's
He was
fine.
a gentleman to the lady.
I felt bad for her. She was shaking, so I was.
She was
like,
upset.
nervous.
Younger girl?
No.
Oh.
No. She had a daughter with her, so I was.
And she knew that he was Ricky Bo.
Yeah. It was a little bit.
Everybody knows who Ricky
She
Bo is.
hits him and goes,
She's like, "Oh my God,
no,
are you
you're Ricky
Pitalico?"
Pitalico."
Oh, no.
Jeez.
Oh no.
Oh, my
He's
God.
gonna lose it on me.
That
He's
was
gonna
good.
snap on me.
I saw the video with Barry Bonds, and I don't want that to happen to me.
God.
Anybody else have a question that they want to get in?
Yeah, we got one right here.
Here we
Introduce
go.
yourself.
Jack Forward. Hey Rick, with the new rule changes with the bases, and then also with the like the balk rule, if after 3, do you think that would affect you back then, or?
I didn't throw over that much, so that one wouldn't affect.
You didn't give up base runners. What are you talking about?
I would have thrown over once. With this new rule, I would throw over once, and that would be my max. Because once you get to 2, they're going on first move.
Yeah.
You're like a left-handed pitcher. They're going to go on first movement, and that's really not a good thing. So I would think about 1 pickoff being a good one. That's it. So it would take away what you have to do besides that is your timing. You have to vary your times, which is hard because of the pitch clock now. So you have a bunch of stuff going on. The bases, I think they're just wrong. I think it's just wrong.
It's stupid.
You've shortened the base. Think about all the bang plays where they have to go to replay. I mean, think about that for a second. Now all those are all now safe. So to me, that's I don't know. I think you're actually lengthening the game with that and everything else that you're doing. I know the pitch clock is trying to shorten it, but I don't think that's doing it. And with the shift, there's going to be a lot more hits.
Pat, you were suggesting, too, that you thought with Trey Turner, because of the new base and the new rules, you maybe can add 10.
I think 10 easy. Yeah, 10 stolen bases.
I want to across baseball.
6
how
inches
many
is a
more?
lot. Think about that.
Tell me about it.
So
Is that what you say?
I think every guy in here will agree with that.
This is,
You know what,
this
Pat?
is why you want to
You know what,
punch him.
Pat?
And I'll see
Seriously?
myself out.
No, you can stay.
Okay. Let him
go.
Hey, every day you
It
can
was
hear
sitting there, dude. It was
Ricky
just gutter
Vitalico on the best show ever. Everybody get a chance to chat with Ricky here during the break. Thank you, Ricky. Tom McGinnis from the
Thanks,
Sixers
Ricky.
comes on by and joins us coming up your way next. We look forward to having you join us. And by the way, for one of our listeners on the radio right now, you're going to win a gift from Steven Singer Jewelers right now if you're the third caller at 610-632-0975. 610-632-0975. You're going to win the Darby stainless steel curb link bracelet from Steven Singer Jewelers if you're the third caller at 610-632-0975. It's the John Kincade Show, and you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic. Why don't you download the Bet Park Sportsbook and Casino app today so you can be betting on pro sports, college sports, and more. And I can tell you with the March Madness coming your way soon, there's going to be plenty of reasons for you to want to get in on college hoops. It's the only sportsbook and casino app that I recommend to you, and you can bet on more than just the score. You want to bet on individual player performances? They got you. You want to bet on the second half of this? Well, it's the last 25 games of the NBA schedule, and we're going to see about seeding in the Eastern Conference. You're going to want to be watching every game, so you're going to want to get in on the wagering on it too. If you're a new user, you can get up to $750 in sportsbook bonus back if that first bet is not a winner. Here's all you got to do. Go to betparks.com, get all the details. Now, you got to be 21, and you must be in Pennsylvania or New Jersey to play. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
He's a very strange young man.
He's an idiot. Comes from upbringing.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
See DallasStillSucks.com for details.
You know, when the winters are mild, the deals are wild. Gary Barbera knows how to sell a Jeep cheap, not one or two, but a slew.
Holy Jeep!
$199 down or $199 a month. Your radio's not broken. Now, at Barbera's on the Boulevard, Jeep cheap Cherokees,
even new Grand Cherokees.
$199 down or $199 a month. You gotta get your butt to Barbera. Instant credit, come and get it.
Philadelphia's Credit Connection.
Grab that jar of pennies on your porch. Bring it to Gary Barbera's Cheap Jeep Land.
Holy Jeep!
You pay the payment, I say, $199 down or $199 a month. If it weren't true, I couldn't say it to you. Gary Barbera's on that big bargain corner of Borbeck and the Boulevard in the great Northeast. I'll say it again, so you know where and when. New Jeep cheap Cherokees, $199 down or $199 a month. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
All offers on approved credit. Plus tax 452.fee.
Oh, and yes, Gary.
DallasStillSucks.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 3/21/23. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. Life is all about confidence. We watch sports all the time. We love it when the athletes are confident. Well, you know what? You want to be confident when it comes to the bedroom. And confidence is what you get with the chewables from BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form, and the best part, at a fraction of the cost. Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so there's no visits to the doctor's office. You don't have to have the awkward conversation that nobody wants to have, and there's no waiting in line at the pharmacy, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. You can walk right outside in your robe, go back inside, get busy. Don't like swallowing pills? No problems here. Blue Chew's licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription, and it's in a chewable form. And here's a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code 975 at checkout. Just pay $5 for shipping. That's it. That's BlueChew.com, promo code 975 to receive your first month free.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. You know what I hate? I hate feeling like I just got ripped off. You know what I mean. The guy sitting next to you on the airplane paid $180 for his ticket, and you just paid $600. Or you go out to dinner with your girl, and you pay $150, and the couple next to you has a coupon for half off. And the waiter says, sorry, you gotta have the coupon. Coupon, Groupon, what the? Well, at my store, everyone gets the perfect price. One place, one price. It's that simple. No coupons, no sales, no anything. Just the perfect price. Here's our big secret for the past 35 years. Just give people better quality for less money, and always treat them great. When we train our jewelers, we just tell them to make pretend you're taking care of your sister or your mother or your best friend and make them feel special. Experience the difference. Come see me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. By phone, 888 I Hate Steven Singer, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. That's IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh yeah, love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Philadelphia Union Soccer, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
9 o'clock hour, the John Kincade Show with our live studio audience during Open House Week. Get excited! Because Tom McGinnis from the Philadelphia 76ers is here. Now, please, Tom is very shy. So just really, we'll ease into this. He's a shy man. You can't tell from the way he entertains on the Sixers broadcast, which I absolutely love, that Tom McGinnis can just take an open mic in an NBA game and then put on a floor show. It's as if he can go from he can do the play-by-play. He can tell you a little bit of analysis. He can make fun of the opposing coach.
Yeah,
he can call out the ref.
People don't understand probably fully how difficult, but it's not for Tom now, and it's how he prefers it, but how difficult it would be to be on your own to call an NBA basketball game. And Tom does it extremely well. And I know you say it facetiously, John, about Tom being shy. Tom's not the guy that you hear on the mic all the time. Like Tom and I have, spent a few hours together, we'll say. But one of the greatest stories I like telling about Tom is on the road, how every once in a while we'd be like, where's McGinnis today? Oh, he went over to the courtroom.
You went to the courtroom?
Yeah.
Tom, what'd you do with that?
I didn't know he went there. So, no, my dad was a lawyer. And he ended up being the president of the bank. He never practiced law, but you never really lose that. My next door neighbor was a lawyer. His son was a lawyer. He's now a big judge. And I grew up around it. And so I've always had a fascination with, I took some class, almost a political science minor. I was a journalism major. And I just...
What school was that?
I went to Northern Illinois.
We have an aspiring journalist
Huskies.
right there in the second row in her Sixers jersey.
That's great. It's a great profession. Writing, Bob, I just talked to John Wertheim last week and loved the interview, 60 Minutes, Sports Illustrated, and writing. It's funny, we're doing more writing than ever with social media, tell the narrative, stories, and yet some of the mainstream elements of writing books and magazines, not books so much, a little bit books, but newspapers are kind of drying up a little bit was his point, and I thought that was a good one. And we talked about that. But yeah, so I've gone to a number of courthouses over the years. Probably I used to do it here when I was single. I would go down to the Judicial Center, and I don't have a lot of hair. So one time, I think they used to think I was a police officer. Because I've been asked, like, sir, and you're with...
Are you ready to testify?
And you're with them, like, just a court observer, from Philadelphia, sportscaster guy in the back here, And I've had some doozies over the years, but you strike out a lot. But what I really like about it is it's real. It's not reality TV, it's real. And the rule of law separates because we all have our own opinions. But what does the law say? That's what I really like. And I have this book. My father passed away like 13 years ago, and he had the Black's Law Dictionary, and it's got all these word origins and everything. I mean, and etymology is word origins.
Right.
And I'm savoring it. Like, I don't even go over there. I just know it's over there. I could peruse that and go over there. I need some adjectives, not just get excited. I need some other words.
Hey, the 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com. Tom, you see these guys. You watch them fight. You watch them compete. What is different about the 2023 Sixers version that will enter the postseason than previous years? And should we be more confident about their ability to advance?
Well, we started in Charleston, and even before we went down to South Carolina, Coach met with the team. I believe it was in Camden, but if not, it was at the first dinner down in South Carolina. This is a we thing. It's about what the team wants to do, and Harden is bought in, and Joel is bought in. And look, at the very beginning, it took some time. We were 12-12, and since then, I believe the Sixers have the best record. And it's amazing. We're now 19 games over 500 as we get the restart tomorrow. And, what it comes down to is being healthy, continually getting better. Doc Rivers is all about wins, getting wins. And that was proven, when Maxey and Joel and Harden were out, and the group that he had out there was Shake and all those guys, and they still racked up wins. And that's the mantra every single night, and yet get better at the same time. And I think the Sixers have done that to this point, and we'll see. This is going to be a sprint now with whatever it is, 25, 27 games left, and two really big ones with Memphis tomorrow and Boston on Saturday, and then a brutal March, right? Like everyone's been talking about it, but it starts with, the two Miami games, one here, one down there, and then 5 games in 7 days on the road.
Brutal.
Right? Even a flight attendant would go, wait, I'm sorry, where am I going again? I'm going to Miami and Dallas and Milwaukee and Indy and Minneapolis. So that'll be a tough stretch, and that's where you're really going to have, as Coach said, get into your rotations a little bit.
Speaking of that, you had the change this year with Maxey starting beginning of the year. Now he's coming off the bench. All of us know here, in the NBA, you're getting your 30 minutes. It doesn't really matter who starts the game or not. But do you like the look of the team with him coming off the bench? Does it add a spark that they needed? Is it something that kind of just fell into place? Where do you think it's going to going?
It probably is. We're going to reverse engineer that a little bit, extrapolate it backward, and that is you get Melton and Tucker as starters defensively,
right?
I think, and Maxey kind of got back on track over the last week or so prior to the break. But I tell you, I have a pretty good feel of how coaches think, particularly like a defensive-oriented coach. Like Doc Rivers works on all the plays and whatnot, but he knows what it takes defensively. He was a defensive-minded player himself. So when you can float out two guys and Tucker that guards like the best front court player, and then Maxey who's guarding the most prolific backcourt player, that's really good. And Melton can be a streaky, he can have 7 threes in a game or none. And
right.
Tucker, you get 8 or 10 points, that's gravy. So I think it's probably that. But then, like you say, in the guts of the game, Maxey's going to be out there just because he brings an element that nobody else really brings, with that speed and the ability, and obviously now the deep threat. And he's somebody that teams have to game plan for. So obviously he's going to be a huge part of the success of the Sixers.
One of the things I was always most impressed with you about was I was cutting the highlights for Sixers games during the process. Horrible time of basketball in the city. and you would get so animated for like a Furkan Aldemir dunk and then follow it by Sixers trail by 30. And it was like, I can't believe this guy's getting this excited over a 30-point loss probably. How difficult was that time in your career? Or was it difficult because of the fact that there was always something to talk about because they always had a new player on the team? They were always changing guys.
Where's
up.
the NBA logo on this?
75 right there, right?
Yeah. That I never forget that or this, and I have this little apparel on for those. But the Sixers and the NBA, for me, it's like a blessing. I won the lottery when I got this job. So whether we won 10 games or lost 26 in a row, and I would say this, Pat, about those teams. Those players were young players that made mistakes, or they were growing pains. And then there would be 3 or 4 new guys, like Brett Brown. Bob remembers, shake his hand. Okay, now you're in there.
Starting.
Yeah, right. So they would make the mistakes, and then a new crew would come in, and they'd make the same mistakes. And in those given games, it wasn't like, the Sixers might lose by 18 points or 15 points. So it would be like a stretch of the second quarter, like maybe 6 minutes or part of the third, where they would get, there would be separation. And then the rest of the game was even. So I'm not fake. I wouldn't be falsely excited about Aldemir or whomever. You'd have to really run some of the Tony Roten, some of those names by me. I'll have to look at the media guide in a few years. Holy, that's right.
Wow,
Tim Frazier.
Pappy Jack.
Yeah,
We've played that game.
He was in the news. He's got some overseas contract, right?
that.
We've played
Penn
the game
State
on the
logistics.
show of
A
was he a
process
process player or not?
Yeah, right.
You'd get them all right.
Jarvis Varnado,
But
our favorite.
It's those type of things. Did you respect the strategy now that it's over?
Well, you put me in a tough spot.
I'm sorry.
there.
Right. Did you
got
appreciate? You understood it.
Right. Yeah, it's
You
changed.
understood it.
Somewhat changed the landscape of how it's played out now, right?
Right, exactly.
League wide. And I get the point that you have to get stars, right? And they certainly got Embiid. Yeah, it was tough. You know what I mean? I respect sometimes I feel like the owners don't get enough credit for doing that. You know what I mean? That's a difficult, strategy and taking the hits and whatnot. So, yeah, I would. It was a very difficult. Some of those teams didn't have a chance. That part, I think, was for that could be difficult right there to know. Any given game, as fans, we sit there and I'll tell you what, this is going to be an intriguing matchup. In some of those matchups, you just knew that it wasn't happening.
Like Oklahoma City right now. That's an entertaining product.
Yeah, right.
Night in, night out, they're playing entertaining basketball.
I
Whether
know.
they're going to win anything right now or not is
Right.
another thing. But everybody talks about them tanking. That's a fun product.
Yeah, no, and
They're
Sam
scoring it.
Presti's got 35 more first-round draft picks, right? But no, Giddey and Shea and
sure,
I'll tell you, and Chuck, look, the Oklahoma City with the Steven Adams and Russell, they really gave the Sixers problems over the years.
Hey, if anybody has a question for Tom McGinnis, Connor will walk around with the mic, give you an opportunity to get in with us. Staples Stores, by the way, New World of Possible. They've got innovative tools for small business, remote workers, and learners. You can explore more at your local Staples store or visit staplesconnect.com.
Tom, I've talked often about Joel Embiid this year, and without telling you what my synopsis is, tell me how James Harden has made Joel Embiid's life different or easier or harder, however you want to put it.
Well, I think the biggest thing with Joel is the conversation that he and Doc had prior to his workouts last year. They have those exit interviews, and I think he had to find a way for Joe to be a closer and find a spot on the court, and that was the face-up stuff around the elbow and around the nail where he's just unbelievable with that touch and the 15-footers. So that was something that Joel worked on because in the Brett Brown years, Joe would be, it's so hard anymore to get a guy actually on the block, right? They root him out. He ends up being in a wing and
sure,
it's a difficult spot. And then he's in that area is easier to double team. And they're double teaming Embiid wherever, but at the front, as you've heard, and it's not rocket science, but he can see the double teams coming, where it's coming from. He can assess the court, especially at that size, to look over the top of the defense. And then with Harden specifically, they play, middle pick and roll, which for years has been maybe the predominant play in the NBA, specifically 1-5 pick and roll, and that even Brett Brown used to talk about that a lot. And Harden has that ability. One thing about Harden, this is like a little nuance, but like he keeps his head up. It sounds so simple. You're taught that as a young player, don't stare at it. But Harden, he keeps the defense frozen, and then he throws that little pocket pass off his hip, and Embiid's got a 12-footer in the lane. So that to me is one of the big elements. It's been really the focal point of the offense, the efficiency of the offense. And the guy's shooting touch is just amazing,
Because what I've been saying all year, real quick, is that I think people look at it and say, Embiid's scoring 30 a game again. I think he's scoring easier than he ever has in his career.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Every now and then he gets like a 2-foot bunny, and you're like, boy, he doesn't even get many of those, right? But, yeah, he's just got such a wide array. It's just an incredible package of physical ability with a man of that size and the foot speed and just everything. The hand-eye coordination, the touch, the strength when necessary, the vision. And then I think one thing that Coach Rivers has found more than anything is his basketball IQ. These guys are basketball geniuses. They're experts, and that never ceases to amaze me.
Connor, what do we got?
Yeah, we got a question for Jack here.
Hey Tom, when the team comes back off this All-Star break, is it going to be a tough couple weeks here? So when you see the team practicing, do they seem to be like off their game when they're going to come all the way back, or is it going to be it's a long haul?
For sure. And actually practice reconvenes today. So, the NBA All-Star week now, the weekend, and, the top players in the game would go to the All-Star game, and then they'd have to fly back to their given city on a Monday or Tuesday and start again. So back in the day, LeBron and Chris Paul and whatnot, they changed that in the CBA, and good for them. Like, it's an unbelievable break. We never had this. And it's real, welcome respite. It's like the Eagles when they get their bye week. You go back and you're like, oh, my gosh, they've been going since July or whatever. They really need this week. And for them, it comes at a good time whenever it comes. And same thing with the All-Star break. Like the Sixers have played whatever it is, 57 games. And I mentioned Charleston, but even like a week before that, and then these guys work out. So it's important, and I think one of the messages that Doc Rivers left with the teams, some guys need to shut it down, rehab, but it's almost like a baseball player. You need to see big league pitching every day. You have to have your timing, like when the playoffs happen and you're waiting for the wild card, you're like, is this good or bad? Oftentimes it's bad. You know what I mean? Because they need to see the heat of the fastball and whatnot. And I would think same for our guys. So they would be doing their cardio and everything, but it's a difficult restart because it's practice today. Boom, you got John Moran coming at you tomorrow. And are they the new bad boys? Like,
I think they're great to watch.
I've been thinking about them the last couple
He's
of
cocky.
days. Oh,
They're a cocky
Ja, yeah, he's incredible.
Young and good. That often
They don't list
anymore.
the Sixers. He doesn't list the Sixers as one of the teams that intimidates him.
Is that right?
In the NBA, yes.
Oh, wow.
Boston, Golden State, and one other. He said everybody else he has no concern.
Yeah, when you're soaring over the top of five guys and throwing it down, I guess nobody's intimidating you, right?
Tom, we really appreciate you coming by this morning. Now you get down for the break. Did you do anything special?
Well, a lot of I have this is going to sound bad. I don't mean to be in a braggadocious kind of way, but I have several home away from homes, and Phoenix is one of them. And that is my mom lives out there, and my brother lives out there, and my sister lives in Chicago but spends the winter out there. My uncle lives out there. So my mom is turning 94 on Saturday. She's, by the way, she's my biggest fan. She listens on the Sixers app, and it's pretty neat because my dad was a huge sports fan, and now it's my mom. But I think it's more like she's listening to her son. So we were together, and we had a huge party out there. And, 94. Yeah, just to be together with her. She'll come back out in the spring.
It's awesome.
And that's where we go. And my son is still playing basketball, so my wife and he had to stay back, and we have a daughter in school in Florida. But that's where I go, and it's just nice to be away, and it's great to be back, to drive up the Parkway on my way here today. Like Philadelphia, and you grew up here, John, it's special. Yeah. And it's great that you get recharged, and you come out of the gate ready to go again.
We appreciate it.
Real quick, I've told this story many times, but I don't know if I've ever told you, Tom. So the road is a grind, and Tom can tell you how bad you mentioned waking up and not knowing where you are many, many times. When we used to have long road trips, I would get such comfort out of, you're walking into an arena, game's about to start. If Tom was seated near me and I could hear him doing his broadcast, I'd be like, all right, a piece of home is here, so I'm okay.
Wait, one time in Phoenix, you sat by me. I'm like a cut and paste guy, but not of the computer variety.
Uh-oh.
The old.
You're literally cutting and pasting.
Tape and stuff. And Bob was looking at me like quizzing. This was right at the end of your run. Like, what? Oh my! I've never seen this. It's kind of weird.
It's like this
It's like
big.
a ransom note.
3M Scotch
Like a giant
tape should
ransom
sponsor
note.
this
Yeah.
guy. But coming back yesterday, and I had so much respect for, and I mean, with all to our partners at Delta, whatever. But if I had a flight commercial, I'm done. Nina's here; she would agree. Like in the set, like just sitting
At
on
that point.
Oh, because you're on a look. We're so blessed. We're on a charter
Yes.
jet, but tired is tired. Like go back to the road. Like you're 5 hours sleep quite a bit.
Tom, we greatly appreciate you being here today. Tom McGinnis from the 76ers joining us during Open House Week. Thank you, Tom, for coming on by. By the way, we have a few ladies in the audience that Coach Camille is going to be bringing around, or Connor will bring it around. I've selected you for a gift from Steven Singer Jewelers. Steven Singer was watching on YouTube, and he goes, I believe there are some ladies who didn't pick up a beautiful piece of jewelry yet. You can check out Steven Singer Jewelers with a huge selection of diamond earrings and more. On the other corner of 8th and Walnut, there's free parking. And you can check it on out with this unbeatable 100-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Real diamonds from a real jeweler you can trust.
I texted him.
You texted?
Yeah,
Steven?
I said, look, man, thanks for stopping by yesterday. You brought some good items.
So there's some more women that need to be taken
We
care
need
of?
more.
Well, it works out well.
We need more out of you.
He was yesterday. I thought it was good that he was giving the young man. Steven's making sure he sends him a few chains.
Much like the diamonds, there's a grade.
And the kid is a huge fan of Anthony Gargano.
Yeah,
He wants to be a young cuz.
I gave Steven the grade of B+, and I said, if you want to get it to an A, you'll give us some more items to give out.
Which is good. Well, there it is. So we take care of it. Hey, check out Steven Singer Jewelers. We appreciate Steven, the other corner of 8th and Walnut there. So as this thing heats up now, the Eagles too, again, a lot of people with a lot of conflicting thoughts today checking in about Vance Joseph. And the idea, we had it earlier on in the show today, even before our audience got in here. Do you want the veteran defensive coordinator? If I ask the audience, you have your choice from a veteran defensive coordinator who has some blemishes, he's had some success, had some failure, whatever, or a young up-and-coming guy who's unproven at the NFL level. If I said to you, who wants the young, unproven, up-and-coming guy? You got to clap so people can hear you, so they understand. Who wants the veteran defensive coordinator? I think that's a win.
That's pretty split.
I think it's a little win.
It's like 60-40 veteran.
Yeah, I think it's 60-40 veteran, which seems to be. I still can't get past the Zoom interview.
Yeah, you're like hung up on this, man. Why?
Because it's 2020. It's 2023. I'm interviewing you for a mission-critical job.
You just answered your own question, though. That's why they do the Zoom, because
No,
it's
but I'm saying-
2023.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a mission. This is a huge undertaking.
Look, what are you going to see? You need to see the beads of sweat in person?
No,
need
I
to see the
can't-
skinny jeans, John?
I absolutely cannot tell somebody over a Zoom.
You need a camera. You need another camera.
What if maybe that's their thing? Oh, yeah, we'll give him the interview. We'll do it via Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, like we're not going to waste his or our time by flying him in, whatever. I don't know.
They don't have to get a spread from the bagel.
Or they're so sure of it. Maybe it's another way. Maybe they're so sure of a guy that we don't need you to see. Let's just talk for a little
Spread bagel where you're saying they don't have to bring it in then. Jeffrey Lurie saves on.
No, well, they would because it's incredible, but they wouldn't have to order more for Vance. Like they wouldn't have to get his order, find his dietary restrictions.
I just find it. I do find it
allergic to none.
A bit strange that
it is
the Zoom interview in 2020.
I don't find it strange at all.
Because if I'm hiring you for a job like that, it's too big a job. It's too big a job to just.
You're looking at me. You got stuck with me
and go boom. Yes, exactly.
We know.
Well, sometimes that happens.
There was no interview. It was you got to take this.
You
kid.
can't. You have to. You've got to. Yeah, but you have a chance to run away from a job too. You know what I mean? When you look at that on the landscape, and Vance Joseph, I'm not seeing it. And then even reading in Denver, people are like, "This is the guy we fired him as the head coach here. He was terrible."
Well, but keep in mind though, in Arizona, they're reading a lot of people in Philadelphia say the same thing about Jonathan Gannon. And me and you aren't of that elk.
And in Arizona, they're saying that about Vance Joseph.
Exactly.
A lot
That's
of
my
people
point.
are saying that about Lovie Smith.
Like you got to remember, these people are fired. Like they're on the street for a reason, and there's people out there that are going to remind you of why they got fired.
The thing is, Gannon's gone with the number 1 defense or number 2 defense in the NFL. Vance Joseph is on the street with the 31st defense in the NFL.
There's a little work to him to be done.
A little bit of a difference.
Yeah, no doubt he could improve a little bit.
I just don't. I hope it's
wasn't the worst.
I hope it's Nick Sirianni's hire. That his voice is the loudest, and I know it's never going to be.
Well,
they didn't let Doug Peterson. They didn't let Doug Peterson have it.
They did.
It's hard to question their hiring.
When Doug Peterson's hiring didn't work and Doug Peterson wanted to keep his hiring, that's when they stepped in.
So you believe they would make the chance again and go, okay, we're going to let Nick make a mistake?
I think so. I mean, I think that they would. You got to give him a little bit of faith that he picked Shane Steichen, he picked Jonathan Gannon. No one knew who they were. It worked out. But I think when Howie and Jeffrey stepped in was like, yo, Mike Rowe and Press Taylor ain't working, and he had to die on that hill because he couldn't quit them.
Just crazy.
Yeah, it's understandable. Press Taylor, when he looks in your eyes, it's dreamy.
It really is.
Like when Bob looks in.
There you focus.
Yeah.
You see what we put up with?
Yeah, this is. It's actually borderline sexual harassment, I think, which in front of a live audience.
I'm having a Zoom meeting with HR later.
Well, no, why do Zoom? Well, it saves on the airfare.
Exactly.
It saves.
They're in Naples. I'm here.
Now, I mean, Pat, you don't have that many meetings with management. I mean, the people here are hearing this. I mean,
There's nothing I love more than meetings.
You don't have a lot of meetings where
sometimes
you're calling in and ask about these things.
Sometimes we have meetings before meetings.
You could do sometimes.
I like meetings.
I love them.
Do you really though?
Love them.
Do I like
Bob,
meetings?
Pat?
You read me wrong. You read me at meetings like I don't want to be there. That's not the truth.
Pat? RBD?
Dude,
RBF, resting Bob face?
You hate meetings more than I hate the Mets. Like the look in your faces. This isn't great for the radio purposes, but
it's. And then yes,
I'm going to invite everybody to sit in on our meeting today, and you'll all say the same thing I do. We were just in there for 45 minutes, and we said two things.
We said everything that we already knew.
Yeah,
do that.
Yeah, guys, come to work tomorrow.
No,
There's
really
a show going
mind
on.
Meetings. I don't mind them at all.
Sure you don't.
He doesn't.
It's cute.
He doesn't at all. Hey, you want to get in with us? You can too. We're going to have a special guest from the Philadelphia 76ers joining us, Jalen McDaniels and Tyrone Johnson in studio with us coming up. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Ty's, so he heard.
Ty is going to.
He heard you talking ish.
Ty and Jalen right now playing a little one-on-one in the parking lot. I hear.
I think Ty came to just slap you in the face.
Does he play? Well, we're going to find out if that happens.
Let you know who the alpha is.
Yeah, we'll see. John Kincade Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, it's time to talk about our friend Steven Singer. Not many people know this, but Steven Singer started out as a jewelry and diamond wholesaler. He was selling nationally to other jewelry stores. So why did he open his own store? Well, he saw that other jewelers were focusing on the wrong things. And look, playing pricing games and more. Steven wanted to help people out, celebrating love with diamonds. He never wanted to be in the jewelry business. He's in the love business. So Steven Singer Jewelers is the love store, the place to buy real diamond jewelry for your real love. He's been in the love business for over 4 decades. He knew he could deliver better quality jewelry at the perfect price. And he treats people like friends, not paychecks. And that way, they come back over and over again. No gotchas, no sales, no hassle. Easy, smart way to buy jewelry. But you want to visit in person. At the other corner of 8th and Walnut, there's free parking for you. Or you can check him on out at IHateStevenSinger.com. I promise you, trust Steven. He's the best. Steven Singer Jewelers, the other corner of 8th and Walnut.
The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
See DallasStillSucks.com for details.
You know, when the winters are mild, the deals are wild. Gary Barbera knows how to sell a Jeep cheap, not one or two, but a slew.
Holy Jeep!
$199 down or $199 a month. Your radio's not broken. Now, at Barbera's on the Boulevard, Jeep cheap Cherokees,
even new Grand Cherokees.
$199 down or $199 a month. You gotta get your butt to Barbera. Instant credit, come and get it.
Philadelphia's Credit Connection.
Grab that jar of pennies on your porch. Bring it to Gary Barbera's Cheap Jeep Land.
Holy Jeep!
You pay the payment, I say, $199 down or $199 a month. If it weren't true, I couldn't say it to you. Gary Barbera's on that big bargain corner of Borbeck and the Boulevard in the great Northeast. I'll say it again, so you know where and when. New Jeep cheap Cherokees, $199 down or $199 a month. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
All offers on approved credit. Plus tax $452 fee.
Oh, and yes, Gary.
DallasStillSucks.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 3/21/23. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
As basketball and hockey seasons continue, BetRivers Online Sportsbook is the place to be. BetRivers has you covered for every line, odd, and boost. Join us every week for new promotions like our Tuesday Hockey First Goal Insurance, Saturday Hockey Same Game Parlay Bet and Get, and weekly pro basketball bet and get, and so much more. The local basketball team will be going under a gauntlet starting this week right after the All-Star break. There will be a lot of opportunities against very good teams. Check out BetRivers.com or download the BetRivers app. It's a whole new game. You must be 21 or older. Available in Pennsylvania only. Void where prohibited. Terms and conditions apply. Presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh, yeah. Love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Dell Technologies President's Day event is here with deals to power all your passions. The savings start now on select, sleek XPS laptops and more, powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget, special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Just call 877-ASK-DELL for these limited time President's Day deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoZone. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Hello? Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh, yeah. Love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Want to win tickets to a Sixers game? All season long, you can find us about town with Corona, proud beer sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Join Jen Scordo and 97.5 The Fanatic this Saturday starting at 7:30 p.m. for Sixers pregame action with prize and ticket giveaways at Stove and Tap in Westchester. Enjoy dinner at Stove and Tap, then head downstairs to the Good, Bad, and Ugly Bar for after-dinner drinks. The Stove and Tap Westchester. For details, go to the events page on 975thefanatic.com.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Fanatics Open House Week on the John Kincade Show. Here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And this young man came from the best show ever. He's Tyrone Johnson. You know Tyrone.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the open house, the best portion of it, I believe.
It's Tyrone here.
Us too. It's the last segment.
Yeah.
And this other young gentleman just arrived in town from Charlotte. Jalen McDaniels, the newest
Thank you for having
76er.
Thank you.
And I was telling Jalen, we were talking a little bit about, and Bob's son's in Charlotte now. And Jalen, I know that it can go from, the weird thing is in your winters in Charlotte, it can go from 30 to 70 in the matter of morning to afternoon.
True, very true.
Are you enjoying Philly? Because Philly's enjoying you.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to be here.
Which is great to have you with us today.
Jalen, when you come to a new team, and I think you probably knew a little bit about the Sixers, being Joel Embiid and James Harden and all. The excitement in you of not just the change, but you know what this team might be able to do this year. What was that like for you?
It was just like somewhere I always wanted to be, like being on a contending team, playoffs, and even NBA championship status. Like that's something I've always dreamed of being a part of. So when I got the call I was coming to Philly, of course I was sad. I didn't know what was going on, but like I had to look at the bigger picture. Like I'm on a great team and we got stuff to do. So, I'm glad to be a part of it.
So let me ask you this, Jalen. It was people were super wrapped up in the Eagles the moment that the trade happened. So some people haven't fully got to see you play yet. They haven't been fully paying attention, but they will be now. Mm-hmm. What are they getting from Jalen McDaniels?
I'd say just someone that's really versatile, offense and defensively. Defense can guard multiple positions. Guards, slide my feet with the guards, bang with the bigs a little bit. And offensively, just I can play multiple positions, just me being a high motor player, playing hard every night, bringing energy, and I would say just making my open shots and making the right reads on offense too. So,
Jalen, what's the difference between playing in a game where there's high expectations from the fan base, from the locker room itself on what they're expected to achieve compared to a team that's growing and learning that you come from?
I say there's pressure, but that's what you want, to have the fan base, kind of on you, like you got to perform, so.
Oh, you're going to get that. You're going to get that.
That's the type of person I am.
You're going to get that, yeah.
So that's just the type of person I am. If I'm doing bad or something, I want to hear it. Like, that's
you will.
Sorry. I heard a little
that's
bit.
Telling you will. You're gonna, we're going to promise you plenty of that.
But as in Charlotte, I feel like it was kind of no expectations. It was kind of just go out there, let's win. We want to make it to the playoffs, stuff like that. But we just had a young team. That's kind of what happens with young teams. Just I really can't explain it.
What's the transition like? So you come to a new team. Some people will say, oh, yeah, it's just basketball. You go out there and play, and that's all it is. We all know that that's not the case. How difficult is it coming over, learning a new playbook, Doc's system, and the players you're with? And how do you handle that during an all-star break?
Honestly, for the most part, I feel like the terminology is a little bit different, just defensively and stuff like that. And plays, it's a lot of plays. Been running through them, watching film on them. So I feel like it's really all of the stuff is really the same. Not gonna lie, but it's just a lot of different terminology and stuff. So I've been in the league 4 years now, so I'm kind of comfortable with everything. So getting here, I just had to restart, but now I feel like I'm caught up. Though.
You've played against these guys. Now you're playing with them. I know you've only been on the tean for a couple weeks, but has anything surprised you about your teammates that you maybe didn't expect, you didn't know, you had a perception about them before as an opponent, but being a teammate's different?
Not just playing with Joel, James, PJ Tucker, guys that I looked up to when I was younger, seeing them in the league. So just being here, it's I'm really in their presence. I can say what's up to them, so it's kind of crazy to me still, so. But they've been cool. Everybody's been cool. No bad vibes. It's all been good vibes. So
I want to ask you, getting traded in the middle of the season, obviously you have the basketball side, but you also have to live somewhere. Now, I'm not asking for your address or anything like that, but
what's your address?
Yeah, don't do that.
Let's hang out.
But more what I mean is, what was it like, all of a sudden you're from one city to another. You have to find a place to live. You have to let your family know. Yeah. I don't know who you're responsible for. What was that like? Because we don't really hear that about the player. We just know it's a transaction on paper?
Yeah, well, it's a lot going on the first day. Like, I was in Boston. Next morning, I'm here literally practicing, like, learning plays. Like, I'm really on a new team. So, got here, just been hotel living, I guess, trying to find a spot. Really haven't been looking because, like, it's just too much going on. So I'm just chilling, to be honest.
Yeah, you got 25 games to worry about.
Like, I'm chilling right now. So
Exactly. I mean, look, but Ty, I think he's not on a fixed income, so I have a feeling. Does the team have to put you up? I've always wondered about that. Do they have to put you up in a hotel for a while?
Yeah. Can I? Yeah.
You can say that.
Right?
Yeah, you can say that. There's a lot of hotels in Philly.
And they're not putting him in some place in Essington. No. Like where Mayor of Easttown's
They're not putting you at the Lincoln Motel.
The Airport Auto Mall. You'd overlook it.
First of all, dude, this man
into the Dove.
You need, and two, I would imagine the problem would be the hotel. I would hear this from NBA guys all the time. The hotel beds a lot of time are not very good for gentlemen of your size.
I mean, the one I'm in, we good though.
Yeah,
we get real comfy. I'm real comfy.
So
I want to see the room service charges, Ty.
Yeah, right.
I'm thinking.
Oh, no.
You guys have these 3 games that you have after this break. Tough ones: Memphis, Boston, Miami, all home. But then after that, you go on a stretch of 12 out of 15 on the road. Do you look advance? Do you just personally? Do you look at the schedule in advance, or do you live it one game at a time?
I look at the schedule, so I see who we have to play. I seen that road trip, so it's like I already did one of those road trips. So when I was in Charlotte, so now I'm like, we got to go back on the road 10 days. Crazy.
Yeah, it's no fun.
It's no fun.
What do you pack with you to pass some of the time? Bring a gaming
I'm
system or anything like that?
I'm bringing my Xbox on it all day, talking the homies on there. So yeah, I'm just playing the game.
Patty may take you on.
Yeah, so that was actually leads me to my next question. Is what do you do for free time? Like we know PJ Tucker loves collecting shoes, and that's one of his passions. But what do you do? Is it just video gaming? Is it anything else?
Play games. I like fashion too, in the shoes as well. So that's where like most of my time goes. Like honestly.
What do you mean you like fashion too? Does that mean like you like going shopping?
I mean
when you're in other cities or stuff like that, or
I could say that going shopping, just seeing like what other states have to offer. I guess like every place is different. So just seeing.
Where's the best place to shop for a young
like,
man like you with some means?
Probably
Old Navy.
Probably like.
I don't think it's Old Navy, Pat.
Old Navy flip flops.
Probably like New York.
No, I thought you were going to L.A.
L.A. too. Yeah, I'm a West Coast. I'm gonna say L.A. actually. So,
L.A.
But
so you were talking about you look at the schedule ahead, and obviously when you get traded to the Sixers, you know they're a team where you're going to be in the rotation. They're in the playoffs. I'm sure in your mind you told the tale, like you've thought it through in your mind. What are we saying about you at the end of the season? Hopefully, when the Sixers are hoisting a championship.
You know that we're great that we added Jalen McDaniels. You know we want to, get him back. So, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I know what I can bring to the table, so I'm just. I'm gonna let that showcase, and y'all be the judge.
But do you allow yourself to go there when it's happening? You're coming down from Boston. You know you're on a new team. Do you allow yourself to go, man? I'm gonna be the sixth man. I'm gonna lock this person up. Do you allow your mind to get there?
Yeah, I got to. Like I'm already thinking about Ja Morant. I know I'm gonna have to guard him tomorrow. So like I'm Boston, Jason Tatum, Miami, Jimmy Butler. Like I know I'm gonna be on them guys. So
what's the good thing to know though is about Philly sports radio is if you have that off night and one of those guys goes off, no one will really complain about it. See, there won't be. You're not in Charlotte anymore.
We'll just appreciate.
I know. You know what the worst part is though? Take a good look at Egan and me and everything. It's guys like us that'll be criticizing you when you have those off nights. So guys that really could ball out.
Okay.
So we know what we're talking about. When
I go hard in the paint.
Just so it's clear, on our show, whenever we say a player stinks at all, we say relative to the NBA. We realize you guys are the 400 best basketball players on earth.
It's amazing.
We recognize that part of it.
Absolutely.
We just got to hold you guys to an
I feel that.
And what's it like? You mentioned those guys. What about those possessions where you do everything perfect? You moved your feet, you got the hand up, you're in their chest, and it goes in anyway. What goes through your mind as you go back to the other end?
And I'll be so mad, like, bro, I just did the best. Like, they doing all these dribble moves, making me move this way, like, bro, and then you make it, like, I'm right here, like, I'll be pissed. Like, I'm like, no way, like.
So, who's the toughest guy you've had to guard in the NBA? Like, what was your like welcome to the NBA moment?
Oh man, welcome to the NBA moment. So I got like a tip dunk on the other side. It was like some light tip dunk. It wasn't too major, right? And so then I'm coming down the court. I'm guarding somebody. I forget who it was. It was versus the Minnesota or something like that. Guarding, and then like he hits a move, ankles.
Oh,
like a bad one, like on
Down?
top of foot, like
Oh,
yeah,
no.
man down. Like I was had to ask the teammate.
Jalen, what's I used to cover the NBA, and people would say to me, the players have it so good with the charter flights and the great hotels and all. I tried to explain to them it's not that easy, and we just talked about your road trip. Is that the hardest part of the NBA? Is the travel?
The travel, like I feel like you get used to it. It's more so like the back-to-back travel. Like you got to go from like Miami to like Dallas and play the next night.
Which you have to do coming up. Yeah,
that's exactly where I got it.
Exactly.
But yeah, honestly, I feel like it's just more like mentally though. Like you just gotta like stay strong. Like you're gonna have days you don't want to do nothing. Got practice, don't want to practice. Like you just gotta stay through.
Plus,
it.
you got no time for the ladies.
Man.
I mean, no time. No time for the nightlife and the ladies.
No time for
Ty, you've many times given the advice on the best show ever that during the season they need to stop those distractions.
Yeah, just
young,
schedule
handsome man with means.
Just schedule it.
You gotta watch that stuff.
Schedule it. Yeah, you schedule
it.
Tinder don't
Is there an
stop.
app?
He knows what I'm talking about with the scheduling. You guys got to set up where we don't have to share all your business.
No, those thumbs keep working,
But
bro.
you can schedule that.
No, his thumbs need to be watching tape.
Swipe for date. You can be swiping and watching tape. You can do two things at once.
No.
No, he's focused. He's focused.
He's saying all the right things.
If this team falls short, it's because of you, Egan.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
distract the young man. Don't distract the young man with all that nonsense.
Speaking of that, kind of, though, as we transition out of getting in them streets, social media, so big now. Previous generations of players just didn't have to deal with it. Michael Jordan, there was none of that stuff. How much do you pay attention to it? And then if you pay attention to it at all, does it get on your nerves? Does it motivate you? What's your relationship with social media right now?
So like Instagram, I mean, Instagram is Instagram. You just scroll, I guess, pictures. But Twitter, that's where you see like everything. Like
nonsense.
Twitter's a cesspool.
Nah, yeah,
It's a cesspool.
You're gonna see everything. I looked at my name, so I didn't see me when I had bad games, all the mess that I've been talking. Like, I really read it, so not read it and like take it in.
Right.
Like,
But you're aware.
Yeah, I'm aware like of what's going on. So, I mean,
I got to teach you how to mute all the notifications.
Yeah, he's the best. He is the best person to deal with, as far as just to tell you how to keep the morons out of your.
Oh yeah, we good. No,
you got it.
We good. Yeah, no, I'm not even worried.
I'm baby poop soft, so one bad it ruins my day. So I just mute all of it.
Facts.
Jalen, we are so glad that you are a 76er. It sounds like everybody else is too.
Sir.
Thank you so much for making time for us today, man.
Sir. Appreciate y'all
Come
for
back
having
and
me.
see us again
I got you.
after the
We
spring.
see you at the parade.
We'll see you at the parade.
We'll see you at the parade.
We'll see you down there.
Let's get it.
And like,
There you go. Jalen McDaniels, everybody.
Yes.
Thanks, Jalen.
We thank him
Appreciate
so
y'all.
much for being here. Appreciate it so much here on the John Kincade Show. And Tyrone, I mean, this is another one of those young men that has the opportunity to make a big impact. Here in town, it's a great place to step into.
It absolutely is. And what's so good is you can tell right away he loves basketball.
He's very comfortable behind a microphone, too.
Right, yeah. He's going to be popular here.
Yes.
But loving the game only because we know the guy, we won't say his name, he was around his height, that just didn't love the game. And how that's...
Be more specific.
He was Australian.
Yeah.
Did you
complexion.
Did you see the Bradley Beal story?
Even the complexion things even coming
Did you see the Bradley Beal story recently?
Yes. Did you guys see this?
Yes.
So for those that don't know, basically he was playing a game against Washington. They were doing the hack of Ben. And Ben got so mad and said, "I'm sick of you fouling me. I'm going to knock these two shots down. I bet you $5,000. And Bradley said, "I bet you 20." And he bricked the first one. Like, he's just not that guy.
It's just incredible. And you heard what he just talked about. He sees the stuff on social media. It didn't seem like he's overly bothered by it. And it's just crazy to me. And B uses it and trolls it a different way. It's just amazing how in this city, and we know who we are, that we ended up with a guy that different than the city itself. And then now we had, Doc Rivers and Embiid were mean. Now you hear what Jock Vaughn is saying up there. Right. And it's just I'm just so glad that going into the second half starting tomorrow, we're free from that nonsense. Maybe they lose because of basketball reasons, but not going to lose because one guy doesn't show up to play.
Okay, well, I had to get into this with you while you're here. So the load management issue
Yes.
You guys were discussing yesterday on the best show ever.
Yes.
So Ricky was reading my piece up about it where I said I compliment the show 5 times, and Ricky goes, "You spelled my name wrong."
Yeah, he's all upset.
I said, blame Apple for that.
Right.
But I don't understand how you think the fans are to blame for the regular season meaning less. I think the leagues and the teams have made it mean less by load management, by expanding the playoffs, that we let 20 teams in the NBA playoffs. They've told us that the NBA regular season doesn't matter.
Anyone got any popcorn?
They've devalued it.
No, that's a reaction to society. Society has changed. When I say the fans, I don't mean specifically Philadelphia fans, individuals. Our society has become a Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last type of society.
Oh, I do agree with that one.
And I think that the players then react to the society that we live in. In that, what I mean is there used to be real value from the fans. In the fans' eyes, if a guy in February on the second of a back-to-back had 38 points. Now we do not. The society doesn't care anymore.
If this team falls short in the second round again.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear, me personally, and I'm one of those people you probably speak of. I don't want to hear anything about, but there were some great wins in January and February. Because it means jack when this team needs to do something in the postseason.
Fair enough, but then if that's the case, though, you're looking at big careers where that, in hindsight, if we're going to look through NBA history through that lens, there's a lot of Hall of Fame players who would kind of be called trash in this day and age. And it's not just the second round. People call Chris Paul. He's like top 5 all-time in assists. He's like third all-time in assists and all these things. They call him a loser just because he doesn't have a ring. They didn't do that with Barkley, Stockton, Malone, etc. We have made it to where if you don't have the ring, you're nothing.
Why they not having a ring is one thing. Not getting out of the second round, to me, is trash. But that is trash.
Right, but again, this is a larger point than just the Sixers point. Russell Westbrook's been out of the second round. People legitimately, he has all those triple-doubles, all those points, all those assists. They legitimately call him trash. He's been to the finals. He's been to the conference finals. Chris Paul's been to the finals. It's not just the second round. It's unacceptable that the Sixers can't ever get out of the second round. That's a fact. But that doesn't automatically mean Joel Embiid, for example, or Harden are garbage because they don't.
Right. So let's expand this a little bit. And I brought this up to John today earlier. If they don't get out of the second round, I don't like to look forward like this, but where is this organization? I mean, do all arrows start pointing at Joel Embiid, which we've heard peripherally a little bit, but where does it go, Ty, in your opinion, if it's a second round out again?
Assuming Harden wants to come back in that scenario, then I think at that point you look at the coach. I think you go to the coach and you try to do it one more time, and then at that point after that, and also it's about how it plays out.
Sure.
How it plays out.
Like, seventh, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. Seventh game, I don't want to hear that. It was a hard-fought second-round loss.
No, what I more mean,
you know what I mean?
What happens if there's a scenario where Embiid, like that Toronto series where Embiid was plus 90-something,
right,
and they lost the series in 7 because whenever he left the floor, it imploded. I'm talking about as far as how we judge the players. If it continues to implode whenever Embiid's off the floor, and we've seen some of it this year too, where whatever you think about how he's playing that individual night, they're winning his minutes and getting destroyed when he's off the floor. If that continues, I think we have to just pay attention to the context as far as how we lay blame. But at that point, I think the coach would have to go and you have to say, okay, new voice. We're going to try it with these guys again because you couldn't just stand pat. Also,
that's Stan Pat, see? He does listen, see? He listens.
Appreciate that.
Do you listen on your runs, by the way?
I don't listen on runs. I listen after.
So you don't listen. It's got to be tunes?
Yeah,
Nothing.
What he tells
When you're running, you don't have earbuds in and listening to music.
At one point, go ahead.
Well, what he doesn't tell you is his run usually ends at 10 o'clock.
I didn't realize that.
Run's done at 8 a.m.
Yeah, because I hear him talk about that. Is the run. Now, the run is, it's 30 degrees, it's 50 degrees. The run still happens?
Yes, as long as there's not ice, I still go outside. I have a treadmill, but I try not to use it.
You want to get the
fresh air and stuff.
Get the burn and
see the squirrels and whatnot.
Yeah, you just want to be out there. That's one of the only times, and you guys know this because you have to do the show, you have to prep the show, and you have to watch the games. Not complaining, that's just the job. And you guys have families and everything else. That's me time. So it's no music. It's like I might think about work that day, or it might take what would be the best superpower to have? Because teleportation would be useful, But if I was invisible, it would never.
How about reading minds?
See, I would more.
No, I don't want to do that.
I don't want to know
I
what
think
people
it'd
think
be
of me.
I think it'd be the master class because you know what someone's thinking. You can always be one step ahead.
I was more thinking control the mind.
Mind control.
Yes, more than I don't want to know that you hate me. Like I just, I don't want to know. So instead, if I could just control the mind, I don't care what you thought.
But then they'd make someone love you.
Yeah.
If you can control the mind.
Oh yeah.
You can do that.
What up, Margot Robbie?
Well,
so that's what I'm
it's like,
saying. Mind.
all of a
she needs
sudden,
a
she wants a
restraining
short king.
order.
What was it about Pat? I don't know.
Yeah, that's something about
By the way,
something about
by the
that
way,
5'3" frame.
I love the fact is I'll drive to class today to go teach, and I'll know it's 10-second song today.
Yes, 10-second song today.
I think I've missed 3 songs in around a month.
Wow.
Way to go, Shazam.
Now, the weird thing is, I don't consider myself a big music guy, but there's been a lot of 80s recently. They did the TV theme song one.
He's calling you out.
They did They did TV theme songs. They did 80s.
He's saying it's too easy.
We did Super Bowl.
Right. He did like there was that was
too easy.
Now the thing is, what's today? Because I need to know.
Today,
it passes time on the Schuylkill.
You need to humble this man.
The first several is all from. There's no saves today. Because,
no saves today.
Right, because Jen, Hunter, and Ricky picked a large chunk of the song.
Okay, good.
So I just went with what they thought.
So there'll be a little country because with Jen and Hunter, there'll be country.
Yeah, there'll be
Ricky, there'll be a little old school, little hip hop.
Yeah, there'll be no Dylan's not picking. Because so far,
Irish dancing is going to be
the people haven't got any of Dylan's right. I think they've got one so far. Dylan picked a song last week that I'd only heard one time, and that was only because somebody requested it for like a theme at their wedding. He goes, it charted number 2. We Google, it didn't chart at all. It wasn't in the top 100.
Remember what song it was?
No.
Oh, man. Hey, Tyrone Johnson, be listening every afternoon.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for getting up with us,
Thank you,
Tyrone.
everybody. No, thanks for having me.
And we want to thank our friends at Steven Singer Jewelers, and we appreciate Steven Singer because he has done such a great job with us. We appreciate him with a gift. And we've got one more gift of Steven Singer Jewelry we'll give away to some random listener that put a question into the box. And we want to thank Spread Bagelry, too. Spread Bagelry doing a great job today providing the food. And we have another magma lamp. Look at the magma lamp now. It's like really moving. We've got a magma lamp from Sportaculture.com for providing prizes for the audience. Thanks, Tracy Morgan. We appreciate you being here today for it, with great team-branded items for tailgating and gifts for the college, NFL, MLB, and NHL fan on there. Visit Sportaculture.com online.
I've been mesmerized by it.
It is. It's a
Touch
very...
it. Put your hand around it, Pat.
It is calming.
It's calming. It'll calm you.
There is a little bit of a calming thing.
You.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, the Davis CPA Group. Bob, you were calling Ron yesterday. I was calling Ron yesterday.
Yeah, I got to get in touch
Both
with Ron.
of us. Ron Davis doing a great job. Make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. We'll have a lot more coming up tomorrow on Thursday. And, Connor, I want to thank one of our fine sponsors. I want to make sure that they get noted today.
Yeah, download the Bet Rivers Casino and Sportsbook app today. It's a whole new game. Must be 21, available in PA only. Terms and conditions apply. Presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER and ask Tyrone Johnson if you want to know more about that.
All right, tomorrow, Jen Scordo, Tommy Green, Zach Berman, Tim Saunders, and Steve Coates. That's like a happy hour you get to, and Hunter Brody drops by.
Hour.
It's going to be fun. Have a great, great Wednesday, everybody. We'll be back. And thanks to our audience. We appreciate it.
The John Kincade Show.
I am so excited, I can't stand it.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
You know, as a 2-time cancer survivor, when it comes to funding cancer research, I'm a big supporter, and I believe in it. John Kincade telling you about my friends at the American Association for Cancer Research, which is also the official charity of the John Kincade Show. They're based right here in Philadelphia, but more importantly, they are supporting the work worldwide in the battle against cancer. There are almost 17 million Americans just like me that have survived cancer. Why? Because of the great